Harlequin Audio is proud to bring you Cast in Flight by Michelle Sagara. Performed by Christine Vam. Chapter 1. Morning was not Kaylin's friend. Helen's avatar stood in front of the open bedroom door, her expression as pinched as it ever got. Sentient buildings were in most ways a living marvel, but they definitely had their drawbacks. "I'm not hungry," Kaylin told Helen as she dragged herself out of bed. "I need sleep more than I need food." She could see only one of her shoes. "Is there anything you can do about Nightshade and Aerian? I never thought I'd say this, but dragons roaring at each other at the top of their lungs was more peaceful." "I'm sorry, dear. I've done what I can to isolate the noise in the house, but Aerian's voice travels through most of my barriers. It's not just Aerian. I can hear every word Nightshade is saying. That would be because you bear his mark, dear. He can't control you through it while he's under my roof, but the connection is still active." Kaylin reached up to touch her cheek. Nightshade's mark looked like a tattoo of a small flower, and she'd had it for long enough she was barely aware of it, except in moments like these. Helen looked down at her hands, which weren't really hands. Helen was a building. Her avatar appeared to be human. It wasn't. Clearing her throat was also an affectation, and she did that as well. "Regardless, breakfast is an important meal. You have work today. You need food." Helen's avatar folded her arms. As far as Helen was concerned, this was a fight worth having, and as it happened, Helen won all these fights. The winged lizard flapping around Kaylin's face, in obvious annoyance, made it hard to pull clothing over her head. Kaylin swatted half-heartedly at her familiar. "That's what buttons are for, dear. If you unbuttoned and folded your clothing, getting dressed would be less chaotic." Small and Squawky settled on Kaylin's left shoulder with a little more claw than usual. "I used to daydream about having an older brother," she said as she spied the missing shoe under her bed. "If nothing else, this has cured me of that." "I have a question." Of course she did. "What?" "Aerian is upset at his older brother. Clearly. He is not saying anything that you have not said or thought yourself. He dislikes the governance of the fief of Nightshade." Dislike was far too mild a word. "You hate it." Kaylin exhaled. "I grew up there. Barely. I survived, but a lot of people, a lot of kids, didn't. When I see what Maris has done with his own fief, it's very clear to me that life in Nightshade didn't have to be like that. Nightshade's the fief lord. He could have chosen to do what Maris is doing. The fief is his. So, yes, I agree with every single word Aerian's been saying, or shouting, or screaming. But you feel pain on Nightshade's behalf." Kaylin grimaced. "Nightshade spent centuries trying to rescue Aerian. I think he might have killed his father because his father chose to sacrifice Aerian to the green. The only person on Earth Nightshade cares about that way is his younger brother. In some ways, his choices revolved around Aerian. He's outcast because of those choices. Getting Aerian back should have been a good thing, and I think it is, but Aerian's so disappointed, so hurt, it's caused almost nothing but pain. And that pain, it was killing Kaylin's ability to sleep. No one who had half a heart could sleep through the ruckus. To both of them. And you don't want Lord Nightshade to be in pain. I think he deserves it, to be honest, but not from Aerian. people have always been complicated. Even the immortal ones? Especially the immortal ones. No one with any intelligence wanted to get between two brothers while they were fighting. No one with any sense of self-preservation got between two Barrani when they were fighting. Kaylin hoped fervently that Lord Nightshade had returned to his own castle this morning. Kaylin chewed on her thoughts while her familiar chewed on her hair as she walked down the foyer stairs toward the dining room. The dining room's fancy doors were open. There was food on the table, and she was, as usual, late. Anarian was seated beside Mandorin. If Nightshade was Anarian's brother by blood and lineage, Mandorin was a sibling by shared experience. Seated across from Mandorin was Bellasdeo, her golden hair pulled back in a braid that was looped together on the back of her head. Given the slightly orange tinge to her eyes, it was clear she and Mandorin had already started their daily bickering. Having a dragon living in the same house as a Barrani who'd lost his family to the Draco-Barrani Wars was never exactly peaceful. Before she could enter the dining room, Anarian looked up from his untouched plate. "I want to know how you first met my brother." No, mornings were definitely not her friend. "I don't think," Helen said to Anarian as Kaylin made her way silently to her chair, "that Kaylin wishes to discuss your brother at breakfast. Or ever." "I told him you'd say that," Mandorin added, half apologetically. Half was usually as much as he could muster. "I'm surprised he didn't listen," Bellasdeo said, picking up a fork as if it were a fascinating, rarely seen utensil. "Usually, you're the one who chooses to be selectively deaf." She smiled at Mandorin. "I've come to find it quaintly charming." Mandorin's eyes shifted to a steady, deeper blue, the universal sign of Barrani fear or anger, and he certainly wasn't afraid. "As charming as a dragon in mortal clothing?" "Oh, infinitely more so. I assume once you've developed better command of your manners, I will be far less entertained. But I don't expect that to happen in the next decade. Or two." Mandorin's natural dislike of dragons as a race left Kaylin stranded with Anarian, who was still staring at her. No one could outstare Barrani. "Why won't you speak about my brother?" he asked. The question was softly spoken, but his tone made it more of a command than a request for information. She considered and discarded a number of replies as she began to eat. She wasn't hungry, and even if she had been, Anarian's question would have killed her appetite. But she'd grown up on the edge of starvation, and she could always eat. None of her possible replies were good. The truth was, she liked Anarian. He was, for a Barrani, honest, polite, self-contained. "I don't suppose you could ask your brother." Mandorin took a break from his barbed conversation with Bellasdeo. He asked. "Nightshade didn't want to talk about it?" "No, he talked about it." "Then what's the problem?" "He was lying." Anarian glared at Mandorin, looking as if he wanted to argue. He turned back to Kaylin instead. "I want to know your side of the story." Meaning, of course, that he agreed with Mandorin's assessment. "I've got the usual mortal memory," Kaylin replied evasively. "And I might lie as well." Mandorin snorted again. "Your attempt at lies are so pathetic, you should probably use a different word to describe them." Kaylin glared at Mandorin. Bellasdeo, however, said, "He has a point." Kaylin wasn't certain how she would have answered. She was saved by the appearance of the last of her housemates. Moran, Sergeant Carafel in the office, entered the dining room. Moran was almost never late for anything, even breakfast. Clearly, she had some reason for being late now, and it wasn't a pleasant one. Her wings, or what remained of her wings, were stiff and as high as they could get with their protective bindings. Her eyes were blue. Aerian eyes and Barrani eyes overlapped in only one color. Moran was either angry, worried, or both. Kaylin had risen before she realized she'd left her chair, which did nothing to improve Moran's mood. Moran did not appreciate any worry that was aimed in her direction. Ever. As you were, Private. She sat on the stool provided for her. Aerian wings and normal chairbacks didn't get along well. To Helen, she added, "The mirror connection was smooth and solid." It certainly hadn't started out that way. Helen had a strong dislike of mirrors, or rather, of the mirror network that powered their communication. Regular silvered glass didn't bother her in the slightest. "I made a few adjustments, dear. I'm terribly sorry that the faulty connections to date have caused so much difficulty for you." "They haven't," Moran replied, her voice gentling, her eyes darkening. Helen's avatar smiled. "They have. The people on the other end of the connection have caused, or are trying to cause, the difficulty. It has nothing at all to do with you. If the connection had been faultless and solid, it would have given them more time to make things even less pleasant. I'm grateful for the respite." Her eyes had shifted to a more neutral gray by the time she reached the end of her reassurance. She looked across the table at Bellisdeo. "Was it the cast court?" Kaylin asked. Helen frowned at her, but said nothing. Moran glared Kaylin into the silence Helen would have preferred, but then relented slightly. "It was 2 cast lords and 1 hawk lord. Before you ask, none of them were particularly happy. And it is cast business. Aerian business. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir." "Good." Moran then turned to Bellisdeo. "Are you accompanying us to the halls today?" Bellisdeo's eyes were golden. "Of course." Moran then concentrated on breakfast. Anarian's attention had fallen on the Aerian, as had Mandorin's. Neither of the boys interacted much with her except at meals, and while Moran was polite, she wasn't highly talkative. "Helen," Mandorin said, "what happened?" "I don't think she wishes to discuss that, dear." "That's why I'm asking you." Even Anarian looked pained. "He's gotten worse since he arrived in this city. He used to be capable of actual manners," he said to the table at large. "When they were necessary, yes. Here, no one needs them, and I hate to go through the effort when it won't be appreciated in the slightest." Less than 10 minutes later, Tila and Tane appeared in the dining room, as if they'd been summoned. What was left of the breakfast conversation died as they were noticed. "What? Are we not welcome?" Tila asked as she sauntered in. She was wearing a sword. So was Tane. "You are always welcome," Helen told her. "Any friend of—" Yes, thank you, Helen." Chairs appeared at the long dining table as if by magic. Well, actually, by magic. Tila turned one of the 2 so that its back almost touched the table's edge. She sat, folding her arms across the top rail and resting her chin on her forearms. To Moran, she said, "What kind of trouble are you expecting?" Moran glared at Mandorin. She knew the boys could communicate with Tila the same way they communicated with each other. They knew each other's true names. All of the children that had been taken centuries ago to the West March did. Kaylin thought it a bit unfair that Moran immediately blamed Mandorin. Mandorin apparently didn't. "What?" he asked, spreading his hands. "You asked the dragon if she was heading into the halls today. You know it gives Kaylin's sergeant hives the minute she crosses the threshold. You've never asked before. Obviously, you're concerned that something requiring brute strength or magical competence might happen." Moran was silent. "There are perfectly competent Barrani here. I'll be damned if I let you depend on a dragon for heroics. And Tila has to go to the halls anyway." The dragon in question said, "I'm still going. And in case it's escaped your notice, Barrani can't fly. Some can, not naturally." Mandorin shrugged. If we're going to get technical, you can't legally fly either, not without imperial permission." The word permission touched off a distinct orange in Bellisdeo's eyes. Tila glanced at Moran with some sympathy. "I hear," she said, her eyes almost green, the Barrani happy color, "that you have a lovely suite of personal rooms. I do hope they make up for the shared spaces." Moran was silent for half a beat. "Yes," she finally said. "They do. They're very quiet and very peaceful." She surveyed the table with weary resignation. "I suppose I shouldn't have expected that the rest of the house would be the same. Kaylin lives here, after all." Helen wouldn't tell Kaylin the content of Moran's mirror-based discussion. Normally, this wouldn't have bothered Kaylin. Today, for reasons she felt were obvious, it did. "They are not obvious to Moran, dear," Helen replied, although Kaylin hadn't spoken that part out loud. It didn't matter. Helen could read the thoughts of almost anyone who crossed her borders. This bothered some of the immortals. It didn't bother Kaylin. Helen was not judgmental about anything. "You understand that she is older, of a higher rank, and has handled far larger responsibilities than you currently officially have." "Yes. She did not come here to put you in danger. I know all that, Helen. She does not wish you to worry. And, Kaylin, while this is your home, Moran is a guest here. Her privacy and her concerns are important to me. Had she no privacy, this would not be a home to her. It would be a prison. An imposition. That is not what you wished for her when you invited her to stay." "But Moran's worried about her physical safety." "Yes, but she is not in danger while she is here. She's not staying here, Helen. She's going to the halls of law." "Yes, that is also her choice." The small dragon squawked in Kaylin's ear. When she'd ignored enough of this, he started to chew on the stick that kept her hair out of the way. "Fine." "Are you coming?" Mandorin shouted. Yes, I'm coming." Kaylin was at the front door of the foyer before the implication of his question sank in. "Where do you think you're going?" "Nightshade's supposed to visit today. I'm going to the halls with the rest of you." Mandorin, "I don't have trouble masking my presence. Anarian still does. But he's going to spend another several hours shouting at his brother. Or being coldly disappointed in him. I'm not sure which one is worse. Being here while he's doing either, however, sucks." He grinned, his eyes almost green. "And it sounds like you're going to be having far more fun today than I would if I stayed here. I wouldn't miss it for the world." Kaylin sent Tila a mute glance. "Don't labor under the misapprehension that I can tell Mandorin what to do." "She's already tried," Mandorin added cheerfully. "I've been using some of your favorite phrases in private." Given what Kaylin's favorite phrases were, the private part was probably for the best. She offered Moran a very, very apologetic glance. "It's not always like this," she told the sergeant. "No," Moran replied, her eyes a steady blue. "It's frequently worse." Stepping outside the open gates that formed the demarcation of Helen's territory, she felt her skin begin to tingle. Kaylin had what she called an allergy to magic, at least when she was trying to be polite. It made her skin ache. The stronger the magic, the greater the ache. In the worst cases, she felt as if her skin had been sanded off the rest of her body. She looked down at her arm. The marks that covered 2/3 of her body weren't glowing through the long sleeves she always wore. When they did, they took on a particular color, usually blue or gold, sometimes gray. It was never precisely a good sign. Tila noticed her glance immediately, and her eyes lost their green, the Barrani happy shade. Bellisdeo's eyes were orange. Mandorin had annoyed her enough, or had reminded her of how annoyed she should be. The dragon glanced at Moran, who was silent, her eyes a blue that almost matched Tila's. Mandorin's, on the other hand, remained green. "Once you get used to the smell," he said to no one in particular, "the city's not so bad." They had turned onto the more crowded streets. People multiplied, and carts, wagons, and carriages began to demand room, or at least their ill-tempered drivers did. No one appeared to hear him. "Kitling?" Tila said. Kaylin nodded. "It's getting worse." And it was. Her arms now ached. Magic sensitivity wasn't exactly directional. But Kaylin looked up. The sky, absent a few patrolling Aerians, was crisp, clear, and empty. The small dragon jerked to a full sitting position. He opened his mouth on a very, very loud squawk. Tila cursed, drawing her sword. "Corporal?" Moran said quietly. "We have visitors." Kaylin reached out and grabbed Moran by the arm. In the halls of law, it would have been safer to cut off her own hand, and probably ultimately less painful. The marks on her arms flared. She could see the dim glow of their outlines through her sleeves. That cloth rubbing against her skin was hideously painful. Moran didn't fight her. That's what she would remember with wonder later. Moran let herself be drawn, instantly, into the tight circle of Kaylin's arms. Kaylin barely had time to close her eyes as the world directly in front of them exploded. Chapter 2. Stone shattered as if it were brittle glass, fanning out from the spot where Moran had been standing. None of the resulting shards hit Kaylin or Moran. They were protected by a bubble of shimmering gold, courtesy of Kaylin's familiar. But Darrow Lane wasn't empty at this time of day. The shards hit pedestrians, wagons, and fences. It was the pedestrians who screamed. Other voices picked up the sound as fear turned to panic and people began to flee, often into other people. Kaylin looked up, scanning the windows of the buildings to either side of the road. Some were open. An old woman and a young child peered down at the street. While it was possible they were responsible for the magical attack, Kaylin doubted it. "Private." Kaylin immediately loosened her grip on Moran. She didn't completely release her. "Don't move from here," she told the sergeant. "We have no idea if that was the only attack." Moran looked at the broken stone inches from her feet. "I need to clear the area." "You don't need to clear the area. You're the target. If you attempt crowd control here and they're not done yet, you'll just get people killed." It was a small miracle that no civilians had died, and Kaylin knew better than to bank on another one. "You need the streets cleared?" Bellisdeo asked. She turned toward Kaylin. The front of her very practical clothing was smoldering. There were more holes in it than there was cloth. Bellisdeo had not been within the bubble's radius. The dragon's eyes were very, very orange. If eyes were windows into the soul, Bellisdeo's was on fire. Kaylin nodded. "Good." Bellisdeo roared. In the middle of the crowded Darrow Lane Road, this caused even more panic, which was probably why dragons were technically forbidden to speak their mother tongue in public places. But the roar, unlike the explosion, continued for enough time that people could identify its source and get the hells away from it. Kaylin then looked for the rest of her companions. Mandorin was untouched. Tane wasn't in immediate sight. Tila was. In her left hand, she carried a naked, runed blade. It was glowing brightly. Something about the metal of that blade reminded Kaylin of Severn's weapon chain, which could combat magic if wielded properly. "Mandorin," Bellisdeo said, "you've been picking up Elantran at an astonishing rate. You've perhaps heard some of their colloquial phrases." "Far, far too many. Why?" "I'm wondering if you've encountered this one. It's better to beg forgiveness than ask permission." Mandorin looked at Bellisdeo, his perfect brow rippling in minor confusion. I don't think either of our peoples are much given to begging for anything. Why do you ask? Bellisdeo roared again. The first roar had pretty much cleared the street around them for a good 10 yards, although it had also panicked horses. Her smile was almost feline. She didn't bother to shed her ruined clothing. There was no salvaging it. She dropped to her hands and knees and began to shed her human appearance as well. Kaylin found the transformation between two solid shapes disturbing. She always did. Flesh wasn't supposed to be liquid. It wasn't supposed to twist and expand, changing in both color and texture. Bellisdeo grew golden scales, the largest of which could have served as a very good shield had it been detached. She gained both height and length, and wings. "Kitling!" Tila shouted, not bothering to glance back. "We're good," Kaylin replied. "Moran, I'm fine. The road isn't," the sergeant added, looking down at the blistered, cracked, and shattered stones at their feet. "If you let go of me, will I still be safe?" "Depends. On whether or not Tila's going to do something with that sword other than pose." Van Doren laughed. He was the only one who did. "She's going to have to move fast," he said. "Van Doren, I won't hurt your precious citizens. Well, not all of them, at any rate." Bellisdeo spoke in a lower and fuller voice that was nevertheless distinctly her own. "I'll leave the corporals in charge of apprehending the would-be assassins. Sergeant?" Moran looked at the golden dragon. And she was a golden dragon now, a very large, very imposing one with jaws that were the size of Kaylin. "I assume you haven't ridden bareback dragon before," Bellisdeo said to the sergeant. "There's a first time for everything." "A last time, too," Kaylin muttered. She was still holding on to Moran. Bellisdeo's orange eyes paused over her worried expression, which was clearly reflected in them. "Magic?" Kaylin nodded. "I don't think they've finished yet." "Then get on, and don't let go of Moran until you're seated." Mounting a dragon wasn't exactly a no-handed operation, but Kaylin kept this to herself. She understood exactly why she was going to try her best to obey the command. If it weren't for Kaylin's alert and bristling familiar, Moran would be dead. Kaylin would probably be dead as well if it had come to that. "Has anyone ever tried to assassinate you before?" Bellisdeo asked the Aerian. To Kaylin's surprise, Moran answered, "Yes. Often." "No. And before you continue the interrogation," she added, struggling her way into a seated position between spinal ridges along the dragon's back, "never with magic." "I thought the damn cast court wanted you back," Kaylin said, trying not to sound as outraged as she felt. "Some of them do. Some clearly don't. And both factions are going to cause boatloads of trouble at the office." "Yes. I did warn you." Kaylin snorted. As Bellisdeo pushed off the ground and lifted her wings against the pull of gravity, Kaylin shouted, "You've got nothing on Bellisdeo." "Don't," the dragon rumbled in response. "Make me drop you. You might deserve it, but the sergeant doesn't." The streets directly in front of the main entrance to the halls of law were crowded. They often were. Bellisdeo could have landed in them anyway. The approaching shadow of a very large dragon was more efficient at clearing the streets than a full squad of mounted swords. She chose instead to land in the stable yards, which had the advantage of fewer civilians. There were more horses, and the horses weren't thrilled, but that would quickly become someone else's problem. Kaylin slid off Bellisdeo's back. Moran followed. She was a lot shakier on her legs than Kaylin, but then again, she'd never ridden on something the size of a dragon before, or possibly on anything else either. The small dragon flopped across Kaylin's shoulder, lifted his head and squawked. "We're good to go," Kaylin said. Bellisdeo was reassuming her mortal shape. Given her lack of clothing, she instead donned dragon armor, scales becoming plates that girded the whole of her body. Kaylin knew this included a helm, but Bellasdeo wasn't fond of helms. Her hair was a glorious spill down her back. It matched and softened the rest of the armor. "The Emperor is going to kill me," Kaylin told the dragon glumly. "He wouldn't dare," Bellasdeo said with a quirky smile. "This one wasn't aimed at me." Before Moran could speak, Kaylin turned to her and said, "Don't even think it." "Think what? Helen is the safest place for you to live in Elantra. You're not moving out. There's a reason the Emperor is willing to let Bellasdeo live with us." "I hadn't even considered it," Moran replied. When she saw Kaylin's expression, she added, "It's the truth. I'm busy considering who might feel desperate enough to kill me today, and why." "How many candidates are there?" Bellasdeo asked as they headed into the building. "More than one." The sergeant's eyes were a steady, darkening blue. "I'd ask you not to mention this," she added, "but given our method of arrival and escape, it's impossible to keep it secret." "From who?" Kaylin demanded. "Lord Grammaire." She closed her eyes. "And the rest of the Aerians." "The rest of the Aerians are hawks, Moran. There's only one way to take this." Moran's expression made her look older and frailer. "The rest of the Aerians are people, Kitling." She almost never used the Barrani-coined diminutive. "They have lives outside of the halls of law, and most of those lives take place in the Aerie. It's not as simple as you'd like it to be." "No, of course not," Kaylin replied. "Nothing ever is." The first argument occurred within the halls, rather than outside the main doors. Kaylin didn't want to let Moran go to the infirmary on her own. Moran pointed out correctly that Kaylin's job depended on a different sergeant, and he was probably orange-eyed and long-clawed by this point. "He needed a new desk anyway," Kaylin replied. "I don't expect mages to show up in the infirmary to kill you, but it doesn't take a mage. I can take care of myself. You could, before, but you can't even use one of your wings." Those wings were not just for flight. They could be used to devastating effect in close physical combat. Although Kaylin had never seen Moran fight that way, she had seen Clint at work. It wasn't pretty. "Let me heal it, Moran." "No, let me heal it, or I'm not going." Bellasdeo silently lifted Kaylin off her feet. "If it's acceptable to you, Sergeant," the dragon said, "I would like to remain in the infirmary with you. The private, of course, has other duties." "The Emperor isn't going to like that," Moran said, but her lips were quirked in an odd smile as she met the dragon's gaze. "No, he isn't, is he?" Bellasdeo's eyes lost a lot of their orange then. Moran's lost a lot of their blue. Kaylin's gaze bounced between them while her feet dangled off the ground. "Yes, it's acceptable to me. Please, see Private Neya out." "Don't even think it," Bellasdeo said as she deposited Kaylin on her feet. "I am tired of being treated with condescension." I am a dragon. You are a mortal. The sergeant is willing to have me play bodyguard in the infirmary. Push the issue and she will have neither of us. Is that what you want?" Before Kaylin could reply, she added, "I am endeavoring not to feel insulted. Your hesitation implies that you think you would be more effective." Insulting dragons was the definition of career limiting, and Bellasdeo was right. Mostly. "What if there's an arcane bomb?" "Fine. If it makes you feel better, you can leave your familiar here as well." The small dragon squawked. Bellasdeo rolled her eyes. "Yes, I realize that. But they're not going to get an arcane bomb through the front doors, the side doors, or the back doors. And anything else is just going to annoy me, not kill me." She walked back into the infirmary and shut the door loudly in Kaylin's face. The familiar stayed where he was, but complained more. Moran was right. As Kaylin approached the office space designated for the Hawks and their much-hated paperwork, she could practically hear Leontine growling. Marcus was seated at what remained of his desk. He did, however, have paperwork, and it seemed to be more or less in stable piles. His eyes were orange. His bristling fur made his face look 50% larger, and his fangs were prominent. Clearly, he'd already gotten the news. "Private!" She scurried over to the safe side of his desk, which at this point meant the side that was farthest from his unsheathed claws. "Where's the dragon?" "In the infirmary." Marcus's eyes went from orange to near red. Bellisdeo was the only female dragon in existence. Her survival and safety meant more than almost anything else to the Emperor. Having her tangled up in magical assassination attempts, even if they weren't aimed at her, was going to cause what was politely referred to as politics. Bellisdeo wasn't injured, at all. She's there to help Moran. This reassurance smoothed some of the Leontine's fur. Marcus's eyes remained orange, however. "What happened?" "I'm not entirely certain." This was apparently the wrong answer, but Marcus held on to patience. Barely. "Someone attempted to kill Sergeant Carafel with magic while we were on the way to the halls." "They failed." Kaylin nodded. "You entered the building through the stable yards." Kaylin nodded again. When Marcus glared at her, she confessed that Bellisdeo had flown Moran to the halls. "Marcus, what's going on? Why is someone trying to kill Moran?" "Did you see the assassin?" "No, sir." "Did you see anything?" "No. I felt it before it hit. I would have stayed to investigate, but Tila wasn't certain they'd finished yet, and we wanted to get Moran to safety. If the assassin was actually an Aerian, we had Bellisdeo. In aerial combat against dragons, the Aerians are kind of mortal." "You are going to make me lose most of my fur," he growled. His eyes were probably as gold as they were going to get for the rest of the day. "Corporal Handred is waiting for you. Get to work." The mirror at his desk demanded attention. Loudly. Kaylin almost escaped it, heading for Severn, who was leaning against the wall beside the duty roster's board. If she'd run, she might have. "Private!" Severn met her gaze, raising one brow in question. She mouthed, "The Hawk Lord." Her back turned to Marcus. There was no point in whispering. Leontine's hearing would pick it all up anyway. She turned back to the sergeant. "The Hawk Lord would like to see you. Now." Severn accompanied Kaylin up the tower stairs. While they walked, she told him about her morning. Unlike Marcus, he seemed to take the information in stride. No one had been injured, except for the would-be assassin. Tila and Tane hadn't arrived at the halls yet, so it was possible they were still in pursuit. "I asked Clint what was going on with the Aerians," Kaylin added. "He won't say a damn thing, but he definitely didn't want Moran to be living with me." "Probably for your sake," Severn pointed out. "And given the start of your morning, he's not wrong to worry." "I'm going to have to invite him for dinner one day. He'll change his mind." Severn glanced at her and shrugged, which was his polite way of disagreeing. "No assassin is going to get anywhere near her while she's with me." "She doesn't spend every hour of her waking day in your house. She spends some on the way to the halls, in the halls, and on the way to your home." Kaylin glared at him. "I'm not disagreeing with your decision. I think Helen is the safest for Moran. And given the sergeant's general expression these days, Helen might be offering more than just safety. But Clint's right. You're in danger while you're with her. You accept that danger. Don't look at me like that. I accept it. I also acknowledge it." "What do you think the Hawk Lord's going to say?" "I don't know. Even odds he's going to tell you to ask Moran to move out." "He can get stuffed." I didn't say he'd expect you to agree. Kaylin hated politics. Hated them. She hated the stupid decisions, the game playing, the grandstanding. She hated political decisions made by people who never had to do any of the law's actual work. She hated the pervasive sense of superiority and smugness that underlay all of the rules. She was going to try very, very hard not to hate the Hawk Lord. He wasn't the source of the bureaucratic rules that were often handed down. He was simply the mediator, and their only shield against the worst of them. She told herself that grimly as she faced his closed doors, and the door ward that girded them. "Let me," Severn said quietly. She shook her head. "I don't know if he knows you're here." "He knows." "Fine. I don't think he summoned you. He'll probably tolerate your presence. You are my partner, after all." Gritting her teeth, she lifted her left hand and placed it against the ward. As usual, the magic required to open the door shot through her palm, numbing it instantly. All of her skin screeched in protest. The small dragon squawked. She was tempted to let her familiar melt the damn door ward. She just didn't trust him to melt only that. And her meager pay wouldn't stretch to cover the cost of doors specifically prepared to carry magical wards. The doors rolled open. The Hawk Lord was standing in the circle at the center of the tower, his eyes a dismal shade of blue. Kaylin was heartily sick of blue eyes, and the working day had barely started. Unfortunately, she didn't expect to see many colors that weren't blue or orange today. Severn, being human, had eyes that didn't change, for which she was grateful. "Private," the Hawk Lord said. She executed a very precise salute. Severn, by her side, did the same, and did it better. "Corporal." There was a question in the word. It bounced off Severn's completely shuttered expression. "Very well." The Hawk Lord gestured. The doors closed. Only when they were completely shut did he speak again. "Private, you've had a very eventful morning." "Sir." His brows rose very slightly. "Is that a yes, sir, or a no, sir?" "It's a sir." "I see. You are no doubt aware," he continued, turning away from Kaylin and toward the tower's central mirror, "that my morning has become vastly more eventful as a result of yours." He gestured the mirror to life, and its silver reflective surface absorbed his reflection, scattering it to the edges of the frame. What remained was a kind of pale ash-gray sheen, or at least that's what Kaylin could see. "How was Moran adjusting to life with you?" It wasn't the question she'd been expecting, but it wasn't promising. "Shouldn't you be asking Moran that?" "She is not currently present." "You are." His tone made clear that his tolerance for insubordination was quickly reaching an all-time low. "She's doing well. She likes Helen." "The avatar of your home?" "Yes. Helen likes her. She has her own rooms in the house. Everyone does." She hesitated. The Hawk Lord was expressionless. "Helen makes rooms for people who are going to be permanent guests. She made rooms suitable for an Aerian. She's got furniture suitable for an Aerian, and the ceilings are tall." "Moran is not flying." "No. She won't let me heal her." "Yes, I forbade it." Kaylin stared at him in outrage. She managed to shut her mouth before words fell out. "I did not expect you would become involved with the sergeant. She is in the infirmary. You are a street hawk. You have a sergeant, and if he growls incessantly about the difficulty of having you in his ranks, he is capable of containing any damage you cause." The Hawk Lord exhaled. "I did not expect that you would come to work with a dragon in tow. I have been told very, very quietly that the dragon is worth more to the Emperor than the rest of the hawks combined, including myself." "By the Emperor?" "Yes. Lord Bellasdeo has occupied much of my time. I would ask you to leave her at home. But it has also been made clear that the choice is to be Lord Bellasdeo's. I did not expect to add Moran dar Carafel to the list of things with which I must deal. What are you trying not to say? The Emperor is fine with Moran living with me. The Hawk Lord closed his eyes briefly. Is it too much to hope that you did not hear this directly from the Emperor himself? Yes, sir. The Emperor may change his opinion soon. It is his prerogative. Kaylin said a lot of nothing for a long time. I wish to know 2 things. First, tell me what happened this morning. Records map. The mirror finally surrendered an image that Kaylin could see. She obligingly approached it, scanning the lines that were supposed to represent streets and buildings. She lifted a finger and a point appeared, in bright scarlet red, beneath it. Here. Kaylin then recounted the events of the morning, leaving out the general snark that passed for conversation between Bellisdeo and Mandorin. In fact, she tried to leave Mandorin out of the discussion altogether. The Hawk Lord wasn't buying it, and she surrendered and answered his pointed questions. Have you examined the site? No, we came straight to the halls. Moran was the target, and we couldn't see the assassins. We wanted to get her to safety. The halls have some of the most impressive protections against illegal magic in the city. Only the palace has better. Are the Imperial mages at the site? That would be one of the many, many difficulties this morning has caused. What difficulty? The nature of the assassin is unknown, yes? Kaylin had just finished saying as much, and chose to wait. The Aerian caste court is, however, attempting to invoke the laws of exemption. They do not wish the incident to be investigated at all. As a hawk, Kaylin despised the laws of exemption. The laws were the laws, crimes were crimes, but exemptions could legally be granted to the racial caste courts if both the criminals and the victims were all part of one happy race. She understood, as only someone born in the fiefs could, that money and power created their own special laws of exemption on either side of the Oblain River. But damn it, she hated official sanction. On what grounds? She demanded. He was silent. First, she said, raising a finger, the attack took place on Darrow Lane. It's one of the busier stretches of Elantran street front, and it is definitely not in the Southern Reach or the Aries. The Hawk Lord nodded. Second, we couldn't see the would-be assassin. We have no idea who or what he or she was. They could have been Barrani. They could have been mortal. In order for the laws of exemption to be invoked, the assassin would have to be an Aerian. She slowed down then. Is there a third point? Third, there was visible property damage. The street was shattered. No argument can be made that the magic used didn't affect the rest of the non-Aerian population. People were probably injured by bits of flying debris. Can I go back to the second point now? Yes. If the caste court is attempting to invoke exemption, they're pretty much declaring the assassin was Aerian, which strongly implies that they know who the assassin is. Or was. Yes. Kaylin swore. A lot. The Hawk Lord didn't even grimace. Lord Grammaire, who exactly is Moran? He exhaled and turned back to the mirror. You said that Tila, Tane, and Mandorin were in pursuit of the assassin. Kaylin nodded. Tila must have expected serious trouble. She brought her ruined sword. If they catch the assassin and the assassin isn't Aerian, the caste court can go... Yes. The second matter I wish to discuss with you is Moran's rooms. Her rooms have nothing to do with the halls, Kaylin replied. The Hawk Lord waited. She's a guest. She's under Helen's protection. If Moran won't discuss the rooms with you, it's not right that I do. I have spoken briefly with Moran about her current living situation. He waved a hand across the mirror. Records. Personal. Kaylin dared a glance at Severn. Severn was frowning. It was his concentration frown. He wasn't expecting danger. He watched the mirror's rippling surface while it stilled. The Hawk Lord did the same. The image that came into view made Kaylin wonder if the Hawk Lord had somehow already seen the inside of Moran's rooms. She understood that asking questions to which one already knew the answer was an interrogation technique, a way of gauging how much someone else knew or how much they were willing to admit to knowing. It was also a way of determining how much truth you were likely to get. "Do you recognize this?" the Hawk Lord asked. The records capture looked like Moran's rooms, the ones he'd asked about. But as the mirror's view pulled back, she realized that these weren't Moran's rooms. There was too much sky and too much rock in the distance. Mostly rock. She could see Aerians flying precise, tight circles to the right and above. She thought she recognized the formation, but it broke and regrouped. "No," she said to the Hawk Lord's question. "I don't. This is in the Southern Reach?" "In one of its outer recesses, yes. It is considered a very primitive residence. They are not much used in modern times." This primitive residence, however, wasn't uninhabited. All of Kaylin's experience of Aerians was in the halls of law, or rather with hawks. There were no old Aerians in service to the imperial law. This was Kaylin's first glimpse of an elderly Aerian. Her hair was silver with age, hints of iron added color to what otherwise would have been a uniform white. Her wings were frosted in the same way, but they showed no other sign of age to Kaylin's admittedly unfamiliar eye. But they were rigid, held high. "Who is she?" she heard herself ask the Hawk Lord. "She was Jeanette." "Her flight?" No one used flight names in the office. The Hawk Lord had gently forbidden it. But Kaylin knew, from racial integration classes, that the Aerians were not distinguished by family name so much as flight name. She'd badgered Clint for his, but he pointed out that he was working on roster time, which meant he wasn't obliged to answer, was, in fact, obligated to do the opposite. The Hawk Lord was silent for so long Kaylin was certain he didn't intend to answer. "She had no flight," he finally said. "How could she have no flight?" "You think of flights as family," he replied. "They serve that function. They are almost analogous. But they are more and less than that. Jeanette, at the time of this record's capture, had kin, but she had no flight." "Did they kick her out?" "No, Kaylin." "Did she leave?" "No. And it is not of the flights that I meant to speak." But he watched, and so did Kaylin, as a child came running out of what looked like the mouth of a cave. An Aerian child. She was young, perhaps 6 or 7, maybe older. Her hair was dark, long. It fell about her shoulders and down her back, swishing as she moved. She was looking up and up again. Kaylin could see the shadows cross her upturned face. "That girl," Kaylin began. The Hawk Lord lifted his left wing in a snap of motion, as if he were shaking off liquid. The image shattered, scattering across a surface that quickly became simple and reflective. Kaylin faced herself and the Hawk Lord in the oval frame. "That child was all that remained of Jeanette's family." "Jeanette's dead," Kaylin said flatly, although she meant to ask instead of state. "Yes. How do you have this in records?" "It is personal." "These are official records." "Yes. Yes, they are." He turned to study her. "Have you seen Moran's quarters?" Kaylin nodded. When he failed to look away or respond, she said, "Yes." And then, taking a deeper breath and remembering everything she owed this Aerian, she continued, "Yes. Her rooms look very, very much like this impoverished residence. I think she was happy there." "That was Moran, wasn't it?" The Hawk Lord didn't answer. Chapter 3. Tila and Tane had arrived at the office by the time Kaylin had finished her meeting with the Hawk Lord, or until the Hawk Lord had dismissed her, which was more accurate. She had gotten no further information from him, and she wasn't certain what to do with the information she had gotten. She couldn't figure out what the Hawk Lord wanted her to do. But she was angry and disturbed by the Aerian application for exemption status. She wasn't certain what she hoped Tila and Tane had found. No, actually, that wasn't true. She wanted the assassin to be a Barrani arcanist, because everyone with any capacity for thought considered them to be raging social evils. She didn't want them to catch an Aerian. She accepted, as she glumly made her way down the stairs, that she was being unfair. The only Aerians she'd met were all hawks, and she desperately wanted the Aerians to be above something as grim and illegal as assassination. But of course, Aerians were people. If the hawks managed to be hawks first, it didn't mean there was nothing left over. Kaylin had always wanted family, ever since her mother died, and maybe even before that. But she wondered if the lack of family was a possible advantage to her working life. She didn't have family responsibilities that tied or bound her. She didn't have to choose, consciously or continuously, between being a hawk and being a human. She hadn't expected Clint's reaction to Moran's injury. She hadn't expected to be told to butt out, to not care, to offer no help, except by Moran. She wanted to storm to the front doors and shout at Clint, the way she'd been smart enough, barely, not to shout at the Hawk Lord. "She's a hawk, damn it!" "I think everyone knows that, kidling," a familiar voice said. "Everyone knows you think that's the only thing that matters as well." When Tila came into view at the arch that separated the tower stairs from the office, she looked up. "I assume you didn't mean to say that out loud." "Does it matter?" Kaylin replied, flushing. "It's not like it's going to change anyone's attitude anyway." The Barrani hawk shrugged. "If you're going to think out loud, you might want to do it in a place with less acoustical emphasis." Tila had not chosen to meet Kaylin at the foot of the tower stairs for no reason. Although Tane was absent, Mandoran could be seen in the distance, sprawled across Tila's chair. The rest of the Barrani hawks, there were only 2 in the office at the moment, viewed him with healthy suspicion. If he noticed, he didn't care. "Did you catch him?" "That's making an assumption." "Fine. Did you catch her?" "No." "Did you at least see the assassin?" "Not directly." "Tila, Kitling," Tila said gently. "We've been pulled off of the investigation. The Aerian caste court can stuff itself." "Perhaps," was the neutral reply. "But until the caste court is told to, as you put it, stuff itself by the Emperor, that call's not ours to make." "What did the Hawk Lord say?" "He told me that the caste court had applied for pretty much instant exemption." Tila nodded, as if she'd expected no less. It made Kaylin feel vaguely stupid or naive, neither of which she enjoyed. Her life in the fiefs, or her life since she'd been 13, should have destroyed that naivete completely. But they were Aerians. You need to stop idolizing the Aerians. As comforting statements went, this was about rock bottom. But it was pure Tila. "I don't idolize them." "You do. Kitling, they have wings, yes, but they're mortal. They're people. Wings don't give them any moral or ethical advantage over anyone else who lives in this city. I know there are no Aerians in the fiefs, but there were no dragons either, and you don't expect the dragons to somehow be paragons of virtue. They're not a single thing. They're people, like the rest of us. And some of them are going to be unpleasant sons of bitches. It's just the law of averages." "I don't expect them to be paragons," Kaylin replied. "Good. That'll make things in the near future much less painful for you." Kaylin did not immediately leave to go on patrol. She should have, but Marcus was busy growling at paperwork and his mirror. He was aware that she'd return to the office, but he wasn't yet of a mind to object, or dock her pay. She tapped Mandorin on the shoulder. He looked up at her. "Are we leaving?" he asked, deserting the chair Tila was almost certain to kick him out of anyway. "Yes, we're patrolling Alani. You always enjoy that." "And the dragon?" "She's staying here." "Good." Kaylin exhaled heavily. She liked Mandorin most of the time. It didn't stop her from wanting to smack the back of his head. "You know, I think you'd actually like her if you could treat her with a smidgen of respect." "Not worth the effort," he said, straightening his clothing. His hair, being Barrani hair, was straight and perfectly untangled. "I like Bellasdeo." "Yes, and she likes you. Bellasdeo and I were born, raised, and trained in a world that doesn't exist anymore. I am never going to be happy about dragons, and she is never going to be happy about Barrani." "She seems to like Tila." "Tila is hardly Barrani." "I heard that," Tila said, a distinct edge in her voice. "And if it came from anyone else, they'd be picking up teeth or body parts." To Kaylin, she said, "Try to keep him out of trouble, Kaylin's beat was Alani Street, and she headed there with Severn and Mandorin in tow. Only years of long practice stopped her from patrolling in ground-eating angry strides. She made clear what she thought of politics in several different languages, settling at last on Leontine as the most appropriate, because it implied the most violence. Mandorin understood every word. He'd picked up most of the phrasing from Tila without the need to actually learn it himself. Kaylin's extremely foul temper seemed to be a balm to what had started out as a gloomy, bored mood. "Did you see the assassin?" Kaylin demanded. "Of course I did. Did Tila?" Sensing her mood, he answered, "No. And before you ask, I don't know why I could see her and Tila couldn't. She could, however, take a look through my eyes. Male or female? Is there a bet riding on the outcome?" Kaylin rolled her eyes. "What? If you could be careful enough to count every breath you take during an average day, you'd bet on that." It was more or less true, which was annoying. So far, the morning had been nothing but annoying. "Let me guess. You didn't think to make a bet." She hadn't. It doesn't matter. Was the would-be assassin an Aerian? It was the only question that actually mattered. She desperately wanted the answer to be no, because she desperately wanted to be able to thumb her nose at the cast court. And if she were being honest, that wasn't the whole of the reason. She was upset because Tila was probably right. For some reason, Kaylin expected better from the Aerians. "It depends." Kaylin glared. "On what? Did they have wings?" "Yes." What was left of her hope curled up in a ball on the inside of her chest. Mandorin, however, stopped walking, forcing her and Severn to stop. When she turned back, he said, "Am I Barrani?" She didn't answer the question immediately, although anyone else looking at Mandorin would have. He looked like the Barrani. He didn't look young or old. His age was only obvious, according to Tila, because of his behavior. But he had the same skin tone, the same eyes, the same perfect hair and flawless skin, and even the same height. But she knew that the answer was both yes and no. Mandorin was in Elantra for Anarian's sake, but he was trying to relearn the art of being Barrani, the race to which he'd been born, for his own. "Does Tila know?" "Of course she does. Tila couldn't see her," he added. "I imagine only your familiar and I could. She could see what I saw when she chose to look." Her. Mandorin grinned. Kaylin couldn't. "Tila's talking to your sergeant now. Oh, no, wait. She's heading up the tower stairs to talk to the Hawk Lord." He frowned. "She's just shut me down, so I can't give you a report on what he has to say. This is bad information?" It means the caste court is likely to get its damn exemption, yes. She walked for 2 full blocks, Mandoran keeping easy pace with her stride. She wasn't like you. No, but she wasn't entirely Aerian to my eye. She had the form, the shape, the wings, and she also had an odd weapon, as well as a healthy command of magic. But Tila said her invisibility wasn't entirely due to a spell. What was it due to, in Tila's opinion? Don't give me that look. If I ask Tila, she'll just pat me on the head and tell me to mind my own business. Not entirely clear. Kaylin hesitated. Can we take a small detour? She asked Severn. He nodded. Darrow Lane? How did you guess? As it happened, they didn't make it to Darrow Lane, an area that would have taken investigational difficulty to new heights, given the midday traffic. Kaylin had been considering the logistics glumly while they walked very briskly to the site of the attack, but she stopped as a passing shadow grew larger and darker overhead. It was an Aerian shadow, and it wasn't doing a patrol flyby. She wasn't surprised to see Clint join his shadow as he landed. She wasn't even surprised to see that his eyes were very blue. Disheartened, but not surprised. I've been sent to find you, he told her. You've been sent to chase me away from Darrow Lane. I've been sent to make certain that you observe the etiquette of the laws of exemption, yes. His expression made clear that he didn't care for exemptions, but no one in the halls did, unless the exemptions were for the Barrani. That was just practical. The Barrani were pretty much death for any hawk who wasn't. And, Kaylin thought silently, even the Barrani didn't care much if the Barrani were murdering each other. Clint, what's going on? I'm not on the caste court, he replied. And no matter how much I rise in rank, I'm never going to be on the caste court. I can't answer your question. Would you, if you knew? Laws of exemption, he replied. Her hands found her hips as she looked up at her favorite Aerian. Laws of exemption apply to legal consequences. They don't govern answering bloody questions. Kidling, the human caste court isn't the Aerian caste court. They exert different powers. The human caste court might as well call itself the Order of Merchants with jumped-up titles and pretensions for all the difference it makes to anyone who isn't the Emperor. Do you know what happens to outcast humans? Kaylin frowned. What do you mean? What happens? Are you, that you know of, outcast? No, she paused. I don't think so. Exactly. The human caste court doesn't give a damn about you. As far as I can tell, they don't give a damn about humans in general, except the rich and powerful ones. You don't give a damn about them. You probably can't name the members that constitute the caste court. It's not relevant to my life or my work, she said, sounding defensive, hating it and unable to stop. She'd never liked being called stupid, even by implication, and while she'd made strides in her response, the feeling never completely vanished. No, it's not, Clint replied, his voice gentling. He'd known her for years. You're a hawk. You're a human. There's no point in learning all of this crap because it doesn't make a difference to either your life or your work. But Kidling, the Aerian caste court isn't the human one. You've never mentioned it before. It's never been relevant. If Moran weren't a hawk, it wouldn't be relevant. There's a reason she's in charge of the infirmary. Because she's terrifying? He winced, giving in for a moment to amusement. It died fairly quickly. Other than that, do you know what happens to outcast Aerians? She didn't. She shook her head. Was it covered in racial integration classes? No. The human caste court adopted many of the practices of the Barrani caste court. They adopted many of the same attitudes and the same pretensions. If Barrani are made outcast and they are powerful, they are simply shunned. But the Aerian caste court adopted many of the practices of the dragons. Do you know what happens to outcast dragons? They die, Unless they fly into Ravelon. Yes, it is the duty of each and every dragon to exterminate the outcast. Well, yes. Now, there's only one remaining flight, and its boss happens to be the Eternal Emperor. The Aerian caste court is far crueler, in my opinion, than the dragon court. Kaylin almost gaped and pressed her mouth into a tighter line to stop that. What happens to outcast Aerians? She had never asked. It had never occurred to her that it would be relevant, and damn Tila anyway. She had never truly imagined that an Aerian could be outcast. They cut off our wings and abandon us on the ground. She stared at him. Cut off your wings. Yes. Your wings. Yes. He looked down at her, some of the harshness leaving his expression. But Moran, the sergeant, will never be made outcast. So they'll just murder her instead. Yes. Clint, I don't understand what's going on. No. But Kaylin, you have a knack for kicking the hornet's nest, even when you can't see it. Look, I've known you since you were a kid. I know that you'll only kick the nest when you're in a big hurry to help someone. You probably won't see it until there are swarms of angry insects buzzing around your face. I can ask you not to get involved. His acute stare made it clear that he already had. What I need you to understand in this is that the hornets aren't going to sting you. If you kick this nest, they're going to sting Aerians. In the worst cases, we won't get welts. We'll lose our lives in every meaningful sense. And yes, before you ask, mutilation is covered by the racial laws of exemption as long as both the involved parties are Aerian. The only person who can safely discuss this with you is Moran. Ask me, ask anyone else, and get any answer. He trailed off, his meaning clear. I can't even look at the attack site? No. The exemption has been granted. There were no more detours on the way to Alani. Mandoran's eyes were a restless green with hints of blue when he turned to Kaylin. He's wrong about the Barrani court. In theory, it is the duty of Barrani lords to kill the outcast. Nightshade, was her flat reply. We're a pragmatic people. You invented freaking table manners, I swear. How is that pragmatic? Using utensils, I get. But why do we need 5 forks? Kaylin had to force herself not to march. It's almost never 5. More seriously, he continued, we're pragmatic. Only when politics are heavily involved does it become trickier. Meaning, if the High Lord wished to rid himself of a particularly fractious member of his court, he would order that lord to destroy the outcast in question. Let's use Nightshade as our example. If the fractious lord doesn't wish to become outcast on a flimsy technicality, he has only one choice. He must attempt to destroy Nightshade. Mandoran's tone made clear how unsuccessful this theoretical lord would be. So, don't tick off the High Lord. That's always good advice. Nightshade has survived all prior attempts on his life, and he is considered a favorite in spite of his status with the lady. And now, you've distracted me. You were doing most of the talking. True. What I meant was, if the High Lord were intent on the destruction of a Barrani lord, that lord would die. Period. Clint's not wrong. That wasn't what he was saying. No. I admit Tila doesn't have all that much information about him, at least that she's willing to share. He's telling me that my interference could cost him his wings, his literal wings, because the implication is the caste court takes its excommunication very, very seriously. And clearly Moran is at the heart of it. He's also telling me that Moran won't be stripped of her wings. The worst she can do is die. But he didn't make that claim for the Hawk Lord. Her shoulders were bunching themselves up near her neck, which annoyed the familiar, who squawked loudly. "And I owe Lord Grammaire my life. All of it." She glanced at Severn. "What do we do?" "Our jobs," he replied. "And until we figure out where the hornet's nest is, only our jobs." The Alani beat was relatively quiet. The Hawks broke up one fight, stopped someone from breaking a window, gave directions, and withheld advice, which was much, much harder, to new visitors to the quarter. Mandorin headed into Margot's house of fraud, leaving Kaylin and Severn to their actual work. "If you're doing that just to annoy me, it's working," Kaylin told him. Mandorin grinned. "Tila's advice, so you know who to blame." It was, if one ignored the assassination attempt, and apparently she'd been ordered to do just that, a very normal day. The type of day she yearned for every time she left her own front doors. The unusual part of the Alani patrol, and really on a street full of fortune-telling frauds and miracle medicine sellers, angry ex-customers trying to cause damage was the usual, came at the end of the patrol. Mandorin had rejoined them, his lips a suspicious shade of red that didn't look entirely natural. He probably deserved to be clipped by a door that flew open without warning. The door belonged to Eventon's shop. Grethen, Eventon's apprentice, stood in the open frame, looking vaguely anxious. The anxiety cleared as the small dragon launched itself off Kaylin's shoulders and onto the young apprentices. Kaylin and Severn, who had come to an instant halt, shared a glance before speaking. "Were you looking for us?" Kaylin asked. Grethen nodded. "Eventon wants to speak to you. He's in the kitchen with tea." "And, tea?" He has another guest. The lady's been in, on and off for the past 3 weeks. She wants him to make something he's not certain he wants to make." "And he's asking my advice? Did he fall and hit his head?" "No. If he fell, he'd probably manage to hit my head instead," was the morose reply. "I'm not sure why he wants to see you," he added. "Does he want to see the rest of us?" Mandorin asked, remaining outside in the street. Given Mandorin's previous visits, which had involved a lot of water in the wrong places, this was a perfectly reasonable question. "He didn't say," Grethen replied, "but I think it should be fine." Mandorin looked dubious. "I think he actually likes you and your brother. He just thinks you're walking disasters waiting to happen." "They are," Kaylin said before Grethen could continue. "You coming in or waiting outside?" The small dragon liked Grethen. He always had. Grethen, therefore, remained his perch of interest, while the apprentice led them to Eventon and his mysterious guest. They were, in fact, in the kitchen, a functional room that had never been intended for guests. The table could comfortably fit 4. Eventon's expression made clear it was going to uncomfortably fit 5, although he did take pity on Mandorin after everyone else was seated.
"You can wander around the store if you'd prefer. I would ask that you not touch anything without checking with Grethen first."
Mandorin looked to Kaylin, who nodded with some envy. Kaylin tried to gauge the importance of this visitor. Eventon didn't let just anyone into his kitchen, probably some mix of pride and self-preservation, but guests of import or power were usually led through the rickety hall in the back to the keeper's garden. Tea was poured, and Eventon had a cup situated somewhere in front of him, although he didn't generally like to drink it. He watched Kaylin for a long, silent breath. "What did I do wrong this time?" It was a surrender on her part. Someone had to speak first, or they'd be here all afternoon.
"That really is the question, isn't it?"
Eventon exhaled. He turned to his guest.
This is Private Kaylin Neya and Corporal Severn Handred. They are, as you can see, Imperial Hawks, Ground Division."
"I'm not sure we call it a division," Kaylin said. "The rest is accurate." She was an older woman, not as old as Evanton, of course, but her hair was silver with shots of rooted black, and her square face was lined. Her eyes were a pale gray. She was what Kaylin thought of as handsome. There was nothing frail about her, but she had a compelling face. At one point in her life, she might have been considered beautiful. She apparently had no name she was willing to have divulged, because Kaylin and Severn were the only ones who were introduced. Kaylin didn't much care about manners for their own sake, but she was as curious as the next person, and the lack of an introduction made her wonder who the woman was, what she was hiding, and what laws she'd broken. Then again, Kaylin was a hawk, and her mind often ran in that direction, full tilt. "Grethin said you wanted to see us."
"Yes, I wish to ask your opinion."
Evanton's guest clearly didn't want him to do so. She drank her tea looking stiff and increasingly uncomfortable in every possible way. "Ask then. We're on the clock and the sergeant is in a foul mood."
"I would imagine he is, given the assassination attempt."
Kaylin stiffened. Severn appeared to relax. Only one of these things was accurate. "You're not just bringing that up to make conversation."
"No, I try very hard not to waste my own time, given the number of people who seem willing to waste it for me."
"What do you know about it, and how much do you want me to pass on?"
"I know that the would-be assassin was an Aerian."
"How do you know that?" Severn asked, in the conversational tones people used to talk about either sports or weather. Evanton ignored the question.
"This is not a matter for the Hawks," he said. "I believe it will be classified under exemption status. The target was Aerian, the assassin was Aerian, and I do not believe the target will seek to have justice done in the Imperial courts. I would even be willing to wager on it."
Evanton was aware of the Hawk's propensity for betting, and he knew who most of that habit had come from. "With your own money?"
"Not with money."
"Odds?"
"Any odds."
"Fine," Kaylin folded. "What do you know about the attempt?"
"Very little. It was carried out by magic. The mage responsible will not be catalogued in the Imperial Investigative Archives, so there is no point at all in bringing in Imperial mages, even if the case were remanded to the regular system."
"Do you know why?" Evanton looked to his guest, who stiffened, her hands tightening around the bowl of the teacup as if to draw strength from it. She looked across the table at Kaylin.
"If Moran da Carafel is dead, the wings will pass on."
"The wings?" The woman's lips tightened. This was followed by a downward shift of shoulders as she bowed her head. She was silent for long enough that Kaylin thought she wasn't going to answer. Evanton said nothing. He waited, as if he were patience personified. Given the way he generally treated both Grethin and Kaylin, this was unusual.
"I was reluctant to involve you,"
he said to Kaylin.
"I am still reluctant. You have a way of causing snarls and snags in the cleanest and simplest of tasks, most of which are not predictable and therefore not controllable. But in this case, there is no other option. Lilius, if you will not speak, I must allow the Hawks to go back to their duties."
Lilius. It was not a familiar name. Kaylin waited while the woman struggled in the silence left by Evanton. When she finally lifted her head, her eyes were a deep blue. Chapter 4. Part of Kaylin was wondering if she'd seen the woman's eye color incorrectly the first time, because part of Kaylin wanted that to be the truth. but this blue was a color specific to Barrani and Aerians. She had never seen humans with eyes this particular shade, and she had never seen Aerians without wings. She wanted to ask the woman if her wings were somehow hidden, invisible, but she already knew the answer, and her mouth was suddenly too dry for questions. Every word Clint had said while he stood in Darrow Lane came back to bite her. She tried to keep the horror off her face, but had no idea whether or not she succeeded. But she would not show pity to a stranger she knew almost nothing about, even if the thing she did know was larger than nightmare.
Moran, Dark Carafel's wings are unique in the flights of the Southern Reach. They are not unique in the history of the flights. They do not exist in every generation. But if one is born with those wings, they are the only ones who can or will bear the markings. No others will be born while the bearer lives.
She spoke slowly, as if weighing all of her words and picking out only the good ones. Are the marks determined by gender?
No.
Are they significant in any other way?
Silence.
When it was broken, it wasn't broken with an answer.
Moran, Dark Carafel, was injured in her duties here, duties which would be almost anathema to the leaders of the flights. She was not given permission to undertake them. She was not given permission to risk her life in combat. She could not, however, be made outcast.
The last word was said bitterly, so bitterly.
And now, she is crippled.
The wings will heal, Kaylin said, with more force than the statement merited.
Will they?
One way or another they would. She nodded grimly. Aerians are trying to assassinate Moran because they want someone else to be born with those wings. It wasn't a question. It was a statement.
Her birth was a grave disappointment.
Lilius agreed, staring into her tea as if she were reading leaves and not much enjoying what she found there.
She was not originally Carafel. Her mother and her mother's line lived in the outer Aries beneath open sky. We have a saying in the Aerie.
She stopped, shook her head.
Her mother was adopted into Dark Carafel, and even that was bitterly divisive.
Her father?
Lilius grimaced. The child was not legitimate. Were it not for the wings, nothing would be known of the father.
And because of the wings?
It was proof that he was of the first families. No one came forward to claim either the mother or her daughter as their own, and the mother never revealed the father's identity. There is prestige, of course, in bearing such a child, or there should have been. The mothers of such children are accorded respect in great measure. There is no equivalent in human society, but the child was illegitimate. Either the father perished, or the father was mated, bonded, or both.
Wouldn't this also elevate the father?
Yes, but not if the father was bonded, married to another.
Eventon nodded.
If he was of the high clans, and he was married, it would be a disgrace. It is possible Moran's father is alive and well. It is possible he is dead. It is also possible that he would have been free to marry her when evidence of the child's importance was known.
You don't believe that?
No. Moran did not have a happy childhood. Her mother withered in the confines of the High Reach, treated with the contempt reserved for an unbonded mother in the upper reaches. And when she finally passed away, the child was returned, for a time, to her grandmother's care. It is there,
that she was happiest. Kaylin nodded. She could fly. The woman's voice softened. You have never seen her truly fly. Kaylin could remember seeing Moran fly only once, but even so, it was a blur. Kaylin had been on the back of a dragon at the time, and she'd been watching large chunks of the high streets turn into molten rock. She'd been watching Aerians falling from the sky. Some would never rise again. She shook herself. No, she said. I've never seen her fly. It wasn't even really a lie. She had never seen her happy either, but she'd imagined that as a sergeant, happiness had somehow magically been drained from her. Kaylin didn't know any happy sergeants. This was different. The silence that fell after her comment was heavy, weighted. It destroyed all movement at the table and all sound. Kaylin dragged her head around to meet Eventon's gaze, because it was Kaylin, not Lilius, that he was watching. Why did you want to see me? She asked him.
Because Lilius needed to speak with you.
You said she asked you to make something.
No, Kaylin, I did not.
His frown was pure Eventon. Well, pure Eventon when he was displeased with poor Grethen. He exhaled.
Lilius.
She is not of the people, Lilius mumbled.
No, she is not. But technically, neither are you.
Kaylin sucked in air, sucked it in and had trouble expelling it again. Eventon's voice was gentle, but the words... Can I ask you why you were made outcast? She cringed even as the words left her mouth. No, I'm sorry. Let me take that back. Can I ask if it had something to do with Moran? The woman was older than Moran, even given the age that despair and desolation added to her features. Yes. Have you spoken to Moran since? Silence. Mandorin had said that he had seen wings during the failed assassination. Lilius clearly didn't have any. Whoever the assassin had been, it wasn't her. How much danger is Moran in? Eventon clearly considered this a stupid question.
More danger,
Lilius replied,
than you can imagine. The keeper told me that you were responsible for her survival this morning.
Not me, Kaylin said. She survived because of my familiar and a dragon. Lilius frowned and turned to Eventon. In Aerian, she asked,
Is this true? Is there a dragon involved?
Kaylin answered before Eventon could, in Aerian. Yes, it's true. The woman's eyes were already as blue as they could get, so they didn't darken. Her skin did. It flushed. It occurred to Kaylin that the elderly seldom blushed. I'm a hawk, Kaylin said gently, although she was wearing a tabard that clearly marked her as such. We've got a lot of Aerians working in the halls, and I joined the halls when I was a child. My Aerian isn't great, but I can speak it. I'm sorry. Keeping her voice gentle, she asked, What did you ask Eventon to make? The woman's hesitation was sharp, filled with questions or doubts or both. But she eventually bowed her head and said a word in Aerian that Kaylin had never heard before. Bletzian. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that word.
No, you wouldn't be,
Eventon said.
Neither would the majority of the Aerian hawks. It is an old word. The dragons would be familiar with it.
He frowned.
Or at least the Arkin would.
It's magical.
Yes. Before you look askance, you have 2 enchanted daggers on your person. Not all magic is of the arcanist variety, as you should well know.
Kaylin, still frowning, turned to Lilius. Why would you come to Eventon for magic?
Why did you?
Eventon countered. Tila made me. I would never have known otherwise given the location of your shop.
Margot,
Eventon said, pinpointing the chief source of Kaylin's dislike,
is not entirely a fraud.
We're not talking about Margot.
No, I merely point out that your dislike of her, while possibly deserved, does her an injustice. It is possible to be both genuine and distasteful.
Most of what she does
is fraud, yes, but not all. And Kaylin, where else would she be safe to practice her gift? She is in the open here.
Look,
she is not confined to the oracular halls, or worse.
Kaylin closed her mouth. We weren't talking about Margot.
No. You were implying that nothing genuine is known to be found in Alani.
Baldness cures? Come on, Eventon.
Ilani, very much like any other neighborhood, is not all one thing or the other. I, after all, am here, and it is to me Lilius came.
Lilius was listening to this conversation with obvious confusion.
Where else would I go? Private Neya feels you should have approached either the Imperial Order or the Arcanum.
Kaylin doesn't feel anyone should approach the Arcanum, Kaylin snapped.
Ah,
Lilius, Severn said, joining the conversation, as he so often did, late.
Forgive our ignorance. What is a Bletzian?
It is a blessing, the old woman replied. A blessing of wind, of air.
It is a gift,
Eventon told Kaylin,
that she wishes delivered to Moran da Carafel.
Moran's not big on gifts. Eventon ignored this.
She cannot deliver it in person. You, however, can. If you are willing to do this, I will create what has been requested, and I will hand it directly to you. There will be no tampering and no interference.
Lilius, what does this blessing do exactly?
It confers,
Eventon said, after it became clear that Lilius would not answer.
Flight. Literal flight. It does not and cannot last, but some small part of the elemental air will carry the bearer as the bearer desires until the breath of wind is consumed.
Kaylin looked at this wingless, outcast woman. You're certain, she said to Eventon, although she didn't move her gaze. Whatever you give me will be safe for Moran?
Yes.
Because the assassin used magic, and not a small amount of it. She almost growled. And no, I don't, and won't, know who the assassin was or what magic was used or how powerful the spell was because the entire thing is under exemption embargo.
Kaylin,
Eventon replied softly.
Stay out of this.
You're asking me to deliver a magical trinket to a sergeant in the halls of law, and I'm supposed to stay out of it? She's living in my house, Eventon.
I am aware of that. I do not disapprove in any regard save one. You know too many Aerians, and you consider them family.
I consider them hawks.
They are. My point, however, stands. This is not your fight, Kaylin. Do not make it your fight.
To Lilius, he said,
You see how she is?
As if Kaylin had been a topic of discussion. Lilius turned to Kaylin then, as if making a decision. Her expression was more open, more generous with pain and loss than it had been when Kaylin had first entered the kitchen.
Moran's mother did not immediately reveal the child. She was poor, even by the standards of the flights. She was considered fine-feathered, strong, healthy. But she was of no good flight. She bore a child, hidden, with only her own mother in attendance. But the child was Illumin Prevolo.
Kaylin opened her mouth to ask the obvious question, but before the words could fall out, Eventon reached out and placed a hand over hers. He shook his head, his expression implying that an interruption wouldn't just break the flow of words, it would dam it entirely. Lilius spoke the words as if they were almost a prayer. Given Lilius's constant hesitance, Kaylin filed the words, Illumin Prevolo, away for later use. Had she gone to the upper reach immediately, it is likely the child would have been removed from her and passed off as the legitimate issue of a more suitable man. And that is why she did not do so. She kept the child hidden until the child could no longer be hidden. And so the flights came, at the whispered rumor that a Prevolo had been born. Before you make that face, understand that humans are not the only sellers of dreams and fraud. The rumor was not given credence until it grew. Such rumors are always with us in the absence of a Prevolo. She was underfed, undereducated, undertrained. Were it not for her markings, her wings, so unlike her mother's, she would have been considered mediocre at best. But she was indeed Prevolo. They could not deny it, and did not try. They offered the mother respect, praised her for keeping the child alive and hidden. They bade her to continue to do so, flew her to new quarters vastly larger and better appointed, and left to make their report. The cast lord was enraged at what he considered the waste of it. A child who might have been a boon if born to the upper reaches was now a weakness. Had she been just another, what is your word? Bastard. At Kaylin's stiff nod, she continued. She would have been insignificant. But the cast lord felt that she had illegitimately taken hold of the equivalent of an artifact, something to which she should not have been born, and of which she could never be worthy. The cast court decided, at that time, that her death was regrettable, but necessary. If she perished, the wings would return again, and this time they would be watching. They would be alert. They would not make the same mistake. Kaylin hadn't touched her tea. If she were drinking it, she'd have choked. It was the cast court's decision to make. Kaylin hated the laws of exemption with a blinding passion at this moment because Lilius was talking about the perfectly legal murder of a child. She managed to contain every visceral Leontine phrase that tried to tear itself out of her mouth. Moran's still alive, she said. Did they decide to wait and see? No. An attempt was made. 3 attempts were made, actually. 2 involved poison. Neither poison was successful. It was assumed that the poisoner was incompetent or deliberately treacherous. As it happened, they were neither. They poisoned the food. The child ate the food. The poison failed to take effect, and the child did not die. Her mother, however, did. History was then studied, but our historical records are not like your records. The cast lord could find histories of the deaths of the Prevolo, but not one had fallen to disease or poison. Not one died in childhood of the things that might otherwise take the young. And so it was decided that she would have to die in a different fashion. History did record other deaths. The Prevolo were not immortal or invulnerable. Moran's grandmother died in the 3rd attempt. Moran had servants, of course, but they did not serve her, and they were ordered to other duties that day. The child was alone with her grandmother. Not all of the servants who absented themselves intended to turn a blind eye. One traveled some distance up to find someone who would listen and care. The orders were quiet
but absolute. They were not meant to leak down to the people beneath the upper reach, and there was some concern that the decision would not be popular. Someone intervened, not in time to save the grandmother, but in time to save Moran.
But wouldn't they just try again?
They would, yes. They would have. But Moran's wings were then made public. She was flown. No, Kaylin. She flew through the entirety of the Aries, through every crag, every valley, to every peak of the southern reach. She wept, and she raged, and she soared until flight was the only thing she felt, the only thing that mattered. And we saw her. Upper reaches to outer, we saw her. We knew that she was Illumin Prevolo. Every one of us. They could not kill her then.
But they're trying to do it now.
She cannot fly,
Lilius said, as if that explained everything. She can't fly yet. And this was going to get them both nowhere. What do the wings mean? What exactly is the Illumin Prevolo? Kaylin demanded.
The wings mean nothing,
Lilius replied, ignoring the second question.
Because Moran dar Carafel will allow them to mean nothing. In the past, that was acceptable, but only barely. But now it is much less so. As I said, she cannot be made outcast. She can be summoned to the Aerie, but because she is an imperial hawk, she can disobey. The laws of exemption require her permission to be invoked if she is at the center of the controversy.
For one moment, Kaylin saw the bright gleam of a way out. It guttered. If the laws had been invoked, if Clint believed they had been accepted, it meant Moran had accepted them too.
Lilius shook her head. She has not chosen to heed the summons.
She probably can't if she can't fly.
Yet, she was capable of flight before. She has never heeded the summons. The caste lord responsible for the death of her mother is dead. The caste court is comprised of different men, different women. Until she was injured, she lived in the upper reaches, but she spoke with no one. She has never forgiven the Aerie for her mother's death.
Or her grandmother's? Lilius said nothing. Why do you want to help her?
Is that what you think I'm doing?
The old woman replied. Before Kaylin could answer, the woman closed blue eyes.
Do you believe in her? She asked softly.
It wasn't the question Kaylin had been expecting. Then again, she wasn't certain that she'd expected any of the conversation Eventon had forced on both of them. How can I not believe in her? Kaylin replied, although it took time. I'm a hawk. She's a hawk. She got her injury fighting something that was powerful enough to take down dragons. Plural. She got that injury doing her duty, doing what the Aerians could do that the rest of us, wingless, couldn't.
And her duty to her own people?
Kaylin struggled with this for longer. The Aerians had murdered her mother and her grandmother. She owed them nothing. There were racial tensions among hawks, but there were personal tensions as well. They were all people, and they were all people who decided, despite race or even because of it, to serve the imperial law that protected those who didn't have a lot of money or power. Were they perfect? Hells no. But they were trying. It was more than the fief lord of Nightshade had ever done. It was more than any fief lord, with the exception of Tia Maris, had ever been rumored to do. Kaylin felt no particular attachment to her own race. She had daydreams of being born to a different one, Aerian, usually. She hadn't ever considered what she owed the human race. Then again, she hadn't really considered what she owed anyone who wasn't a hawk. She was chosen. That was special. But chosen, or rather being chosen, didn't depend on race. Kaylin wasn't certain what it did depend on. She wasn't even certain what it meant on most days. Had it been dependent on being human? Had humanity somehow required it? Would she have changed her entire life to fulfill the debts and obligations she'd never asked for? Would she do it if that debt and obligation had indirectly killed her mother? "I'm sorry, Lilius," she finally said. "I don't know. I admire her. She's always been slightly terrifying, especially if you're already injured and she decides you need to be strapped to a bed for a week. But she's a hawk. I don't see her the way you see her." "Do you even know how I see her?" "No, you haven't said. I'm willing to listen if you want to talk about it." Lilius nodded. She turned to Eventon instead of speaking. Eventon turned to Kaylin.
"I will do as Lilius has asked, but Kaylin, stay out of this. Everything you can safely do, you've done, and I do not think you are ready to pay the cost for more."
He rose.
"I will see you out."
To Lilius he added,
"I will be but a moment."
Kaylin hit the street in an internal fog of confusion and anger. She had retrieved her familiar from Grethen's shoulders, and he had immediately wrapped himself around hers, squawking in soft complaint as he did. She barely noticed. He was so much a part of her life. "Did he do that on purpose?" she asked her partner. Mandorin, retrieved from the bowels of the oldest shelves in the building, glanced at both of them. It was Mandorin who answered. "Of course he did. Do you even know what I'm talking about? Introducing you to the Aerian woman, the wingless one." Mandorin stared at Kaylin, his eyes an odd shade, not green but not blue, and not the usual blend of both, which was almost the Barrani resting state. "You like Aerians. You like hawks. You like Aerian hawks better than you like most of the rest of the hawks, with some obvious exceptions. She lost her wings. She's outcast. If you push this, some of your hawks are likely to end up the way she did. He wants you to understand that as more than theory." Mandorin stopped in front of Margot's sandwich board. "Did you?" "Did I what?" she asked, irritable and restless. "Did you understand it? Could you imagine Clint without wings?" He froze for a moment, his eyes going flat. "Tila tells me I should apologize for that. Don't bother unless you mean it. That's what I told her." The rest of the day was uneventful. The Hawklord did not demand to see her again, and Marcus, while growly, was content to snarl at everyone, and not Kaylin in particular. Tila and Tane had not returned from their own bee when Kaylin checked out. Severn remained with her instead of heading to his place. She stopped at the infirmary to pick up Bellisdeo and Moran and discovered that there had been trouble on the banks of the Oblain. No surprise there. If there was trouble anywhere in the city, odds were it had occurred on or near the Oblain's many bridges. The bridges that fed into the fiefs, with the growing exception of Tiamaris, were in low-rent areas. But this trouble was only a mundane knife fight, and the Hawks had come out on top, although they'd pulled in a couple of swords. It was the swords who required medical attention, and they received it with their usual stiff upper lips. The Hawks, Kaylin reflected, cursed more, and in better languages. They were late heading home, and by the time Moran was ready to leave, Tila and Tane had returned. They were waiting, lounging really, outside the infirmary doors. The infirmary was strictly for mortals, as far as the Barrani on the force were concerned. Moran contested this from time to time, but the Barrani, accustomed to kin who were just as likely to kill them as come to their aid, weren't bothered by the sergeant's demeanor. Moran's lips tightened as she caught sight of the Barrani, but she said nothing. She locked the office with the touch of a palm and a 3-word command, and headed out of the building. The guards had changed shifts and happened to be human, not Aerian. which made passage between them less awkward. And it was going to be awkward, because Mandoran's questions still cut her when Kaylin returned to it. She wanted to help Moran. Was she willing to risk Clint losing his wings if she made a mistake? Was she willing to risk Lord Grammaire losing his? Helen was waiting for them at the door, and as Kaylin stepped into the front foyer, she felt her jaw unclench. There had been no further problems on the way home, no invisible assassins, for one. Helen gently draped an arm around Kaylin's shoulder, taking care not to crush the familiar, who lifted a lazy eyelid to look at her before he shut it again. "Why is he so exhausted?" Helen asked. "Who knows? All he's done today is complain and sit on people's shoulders. Except for saving Moran's life." Kaylin glanced apologetically at the familiar, who failed to notice. The small dragon squawked without opening his eyes. "You visited the keeper?" Helen asked Kaylin. Moran stiffened. "I'm going to take a bath," she told Helen. "I'm not sure I'll be down for dinner." "That's fine, dear. I'll have food sent up if you aren't." She watched Moran mount the large staircase, but waited until she had disappeared before speaking again. "She's worried about you," she told Kaylin. "I'm beginning to understand why people hate worry so much," Kaylin replied. "You guys eating here?" Tila glanced at Tane, who shrugged. "Looks like a yes. We're going out drinking after, if you want to come." "Maybe." The Barrani exchanged another glance. "I'm going to get changed for dinner," Bellisdeo told them all. "I'd appreciate it if you didn't leave without me." Her eyes were close to gold as she met Tila's. Tila's were closer to blue. Unable to ditch her Barrani guests, Kaylin looked to Severn, who raised a brow. But he did nod and headed toward the dining room, which had become the equivalent of an informal parlor. There was a lot of room. It had chairs, and it was always well lit. The Hawks used it the way they used the benches in the mess hall. The parlor was almost intimidating in its formality by comparison. Kaylin hung back. "She knows what you're doing," Mandoran said cheerfully. "Great. Can you tell her that I enjoy being worried about as much as she does?" "Yes," Tila said, before Mandoran could reply. "And when you've got centuries of experience under your belt, I'll stop." Which, of course, meant never, because Kaylin wasn't immortal and was, in all likelihood, never going to see 1 century. She kept seeing Clint without wings. It was his wings she had loved first. Everything else had followed, as wings, and what they meant to Kaylin made way for the person to whom they were attached. And yes, that probably meant Tila was right. The Aerians were people just like any other people. The fact that they had one physical characteristic that was at the heart of Kaylin's many, many daydreams and longings was Kaylin's problem, not theirs. They didn't owe her her dreams. They didn't have to live up to them. To Helen, she said, "Can I use the mirror?" "Now, dear?" Sarcasm came and went. Kaylin managed to keep it to herself, but Helen, who could read the thoughts of almost anyone who entered the house, heard it all. Helen, like Tara, didn't mind hearing it all. "Why is now bad?" "Lord Nightshade is still speaking with his brother, and I still don't trust him. It requires a diversion of attention in order to properly contain the intrusion of the mirror network. I honestly don't think he's going to do anything damaging or stupid, at least not to you." "No, but an Aerian is at his least stable when his brother is visiting, and it takes some effort to contain the possible danger of his instability as well." Kaylin exhaled, nodding glumly. Moran did not come down to dinner. Bellisdeo and Magarin did, the former dressed in something other than her armor. Kaylin was certain she'd be hearing about the armor sometime in the morning, and tried not to think about it too much. The entire dining table fell silent when an Aerian joined them, because an Aerian brought his brother. Both he and Nightshade were blue-eyed, and it wasn't the resting state of caution and natural superstition. It was dark. Anarian bowed very formally and very correctly. Mandorin snorted, loudly. While both Tila and Tane had stiffened into the type of formality that signaled the possibility of upcoming death, Mandorin lounged. He nodded at Nightshade as if the fief lord were mortal. Helen set a place for the unexpected guest without being asked. But Helen, like Tila and Tane, had an air that was distinctly more martial. The dining room became, with the insertion of Nightshade, a small battlefield. On the other hand, the cutlery didn't turn into daggers or swords. Nightshade's seat was not beside Anarian, nor was it beside Kaylin. It was between Bellisdeo and Tila. A dark, perfect brow rose as he glanced at Helen, his lips folded into something too sardonic to be a smile. An acknowledgement, perhaps. Her suspicion did not offend him. No, Kaylin thought with some surprise. The only thing in the room that appeared to do that was the younger brother he had come to visit. Chapter 5. The table was silent for a good 5 minutes. This was almost miraculous for a house that contained Kaylin and Mandorin. Kaylin was willing to swallow words. She was too ill at ease to speak without thinking, and her thoughts were so tied up in the Aerian problem, she didn't have any left over to waste on not offending Barrani. "You will not offend me." No one but Kaylin could hear Nightshade's voice, a reminder, probably deliberate, that they were bound by his true name. She started, flushed, and met his gaze. His eyes were much greener, but given his seating, not green. "You have this thing about dignity and proper respect. All of you do, except Mandorin," Kaylin replied. "I was long considered overly tolerant among my own kin. How many of those that believed this are still alive?" His eyes widened. She'd surprised him and amused him. The two expressions chased across his face, easing the lines of tension slightly. "A few. At least one of them is at this table now." He could only mean Tila. Kaylin's gaze swiveled toward her and veered at the last minute. Too late. This amused Nightshade as well. It had never been Kaylin's life's ambition to amuse Lord Nightshade. "I hear," he said gravely, "that you had an eventful morning." She nodded, glaring at Mandorin. Mandorin shrugged his lazy, bored shrug. It was too long, too indolent, and too graceful to properly be the fief shrug that he was trying to copy. Anarian was worried. "Don't try to shift blame," Bellisdeo said. "You were bored." "Well, I was until the street cracked," Mandorin replied with an unrepentant grin. "Pursuit was interesting as well. Everything else has been a letdown." Nightshade glanced at his brother, who was glaring at Mandorin silently, but not, Kaylin was certain, wordlessly. Anarian said only that there had been an attack, a possible assassination attempt. Did he not refer to Lord Bellisdeo? Mandorin snorted. "No, I'd understand it if someone tried to kill her." Magarin was destroying cutlery in the sudden tension of his grip, his very large grip. No one spoke. "Interesting. Who was the target?" Nightshade asked Kaylin. She really hated Mandorin at the moment. "And that is interesting. You lie even when no one else can hear you." "Someone can always hear me," she shot back. "I have been somewhat occupied of late. Your Helen does not trust me at all. She is willing to tolerate me, but only for Anarian's sake. She does, however, bear obvious fondness for him. I am therefore guarding myself on 2 fronts, and even this conversation is likely to annoy her immensely." He was probably right. "I cannot hear your thoughts when you are in your home." "You can hear them now." "Yes, and that is unexpected. I am not certain why she allowed my words to reach you. Perhaps she hoped that it would make the rest of the discussion less awkward." "What discussion?" He chuckled, although his face was perfectly composed.
You did not answer my question.
Not mine to answer. She thought of Moran, just a brief flicker of awareness of how little Moran wanted to be the subject of any discussion. And of course, that stray thought was enough. But she hadn't expected the stillness that spread out from Lord Nightshade. She'd thought him still and composed when he sat. She'd thought him still and composed during the opening salvos of what promised to be a less than comfortable dinner. He was frozen now, for one long minute that threatened to spiral out of control, taking what little sound and light there was entirely out of the room.
"What,"
Nightshade said,
"are you doing housing the Illumen Prevolo? Have you lost your mind?"
Kaylin wondered briefly why he'd asked the question out loud. "I thought it best," Helen replied. "I am somewhat occupied at the moment, and I did not feel that dinner conversation would become difficult. I apologize for my lapse in supervision." Kaylin realized two things then. First, Nightshade would no longer be able to speak with her through the bond of true name. Helen had killed that avenue of private discussion. Second, and more troubling, that Helen had allowed it to begin with. Kaylin didn't believe that the lapse, as she called it, was accidental, nor did she think that Helen truly believed that the conversation would not be difficult, given the way she clearly felt about Nightshade. Her house had lied to her. What she couldn't understand was why. And just in case Helen was listening in, she made it clear that she didn't need to understand why right this very second. Later would do, if they all survived the meal. "What did you say?" she asked Nightshade.
"I asked if you had taken leave of your senses."
"Before that."
"Illumen Prevolo."
They were the exact words Lilius had spoken. Lilius had been fragile, nervous, afraid. Nightshade was none of those things. "Yes, that. What does it mean?"
"It means nothing to humans,"
he replied. His eyes were glittering blue, hard as sapphires as they absorbed the room's light.
"It means much to Aerians."
"Was it the Illumen Prevolo who survived the assassination attempt?" "Yes."
"They do not belong here."
"Thanks, but it's my house, my castle. I get to decide that."
"Did you know before you offered shelter?"
Kaylin was irritated. "What do you think?"
"I think you were ignorant."
"Good. Now that we've got that out of the way, tell me why you think she doesn't belong here."
"She?
Damn.
How did you even come to meet her? I suppose I should not be surprised. You are certainly acquainted with the lady and with Lord Bellasteo."
"She's not like the lady," was Kaylin's flat and certain reply. "And she's not like Bellasteo either."
"No, she is not. But she occupies a central, singular place for the Aerians, as the consort does for the Barrani, or Lord Bellasteo for the dragons. It should not surprise me,"
he said again.
"But it does."
"Do you know what her role is?"
"We will trade information, perhaps. How did you encounter her?"
There was a beat of silence before Kaylin exhaled. "She works in the halls of law." His eyes shifted from blue to a very surprised gold, a color she very seldom saw in Barrani.
"You must be mistaken."
"I think I know the halls of law, and I think I know a sergeant when I see one. She works in the halls."
"A sergeant."
He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they had reclaimed the color blue. It was a lighter shade than Tila's. So was midnight sky.
"No wonder they tried to kill her. This has happened before."
"Not while she's been a sergeant." Kaylin set her cutlery down and folded her arms, tilting her chair back on two legs. She wasn't hungry, and while that didn't usually stop her from eating, she wanted to concentrate.
"Never."
"Not that I know of, no. But I'd say never covers it."
And before that?"
"It's not in records." She stonewalled. He couldn't read her mind now. He couldn't see her thoughts. Why would you expect that this wouldn't be the first attempt? He smiled. Because she is living here, Kaylin. Perhaps you do not understand why this is a crime in the minds of the Aerians. Some of the Aerians, as you say. Why does she not dwell with her kin? Why does she choose menial employ? She is Illumin Prevolo. And I'm the Chosen, Kaylin shot back. But I mean to eat. The Chosen does not mean to humans what your Aerian will mean to the Aerians. Perhaps it should. It certainly should, Bellasdeo interrupted. She is not treated with nearly the respect her burden is due. Kaylin lifted a hand in Bellasdeo's direction, and the dragon fell silent. She probably wasn't happy about it, but Kaylin didn't check. She was watching Nightshade as if he were the only person in the room. Do your Aerians not speak of it? Nightshade asked her. No, and I can't ask them. And she does not explain. No, she thinks it's not safe for me to know. He smiled. It was winter, but beautiful. And so you come to me. I didn't. She exhaled and regrouped. Yes, I'm asking you. Has it occurred to you that your companion may be correct? No, don't answer. You will say yes, but mean no. It is vexing. If you wish to know how I come by this information, he began. I know how. Ah, I forget. Yes, you probably do. The Prevolo is not a position like the consort within the Barrani. To become consort, there are tests. Tests of the tower. Tests of the lake. Failure does not always mean death, but the closer one comes to success, the higher the possibility of death becomes. We are not, like humans, a people to whom children come quickly or easily. The risk of death can be a strong deterrent. But it is the line's risk to take. Your friend did not have the distinction of determination or choice. She was born to it. It has been an essential part of her nature since that birth. Kaylin nodded, trying not to be impatient, or not to be obviously impatient at any rate. I understand that part. I don't understand why it's significant. I don't understand what it means. As I have said, to humans it means nothing. She's not a human, and she's living here. How much do you feel you have a right to know? He asked, almost gently. It was gentleness from Nightshade that she didn't trust. His violence, his arrogance, his intimidation were things that were obvious threats. If she does not wish you to know, and it is her secret, her life, how much do those wishes count to you? There was a disgusted snort, a sergeant's sound from the doorway. Everyone looked up. Moran stood in the frame, arms folded, eyes a blue that almost matched Tila's in shade. Lord Nightshade, I presume. He raised dark brows. You were the Barrani who marked Private Neya? Kaylin almost stood. Anarian's expression had drifted from mild interest into disgust and anger and disappointment. It is not one of my many titles, came the cool reply. He was staring at her, at the rise of her wings, or her one wing, at the bindings that kept the other more or less safe and in place. Is it you? Don't ask questions when you already know the answer. Among my kin, it would be considered polite. We're not among your kin here. She glanced at Anarian. We're in Kaylin's home, and Kaylin has never entirely grasped the intricacies of manners. She entered the dining room as a place, with a stool, magically appeared for her at the table. It was beside Kaylin and required some minor shuffling. I asked you, Moran told the private, to stay out of this. She didn't sound enraged. She sounded disappointed, which was worse. They tried to kill you. Believe that I'm aware of that. I'd like them to never try again. And I'd like to have normal, healthy wings and a living mother, Moran said with a shrug. We don't always get what we want, especially when it comes to the big things. She glanced at Nightshade. You were about to explain to the table what the Prevolo is. But you are now here. Your knowledge has precedence. Moran shrugged again. The gaze she leveled at Nightshade was about as warm and friendly as Tila's. My view is colored. If you've heard about the Illumin Prevolo, you didn't hear about it from the cast court or the upper reaches. You heard about it from the rank and file. I'd like to know what they think. You've never asked. No, it's not something that is ever discussed in the halls. By any Aerian. Very well. If you have no objections. My objections have rarely counted for so little. She shot Kaylin a glance, and Kaylin flushed the color of guilt. There was so much awkward tension in the room, it might as well have been a fractious office meeting with the lords. This is not the world to which the Aerians were born. No. It is the world they reached, in an era long past, through a stretch of endless sky. The Atunde, as it was called. Moran was staring at the side of his face, her brows slightly furrowed. They had their reasons for leaving their home. The world devourer? Kaylin asked. No, nothing so immediately deadly. You are aware that the Aerian's flight is improbable. They are, in build and general density, almost human. The activities that do not depend in any way on flight are not hampered by physical strength or build. Their wings, were they attached to the body of similarly weighted avian, could not achieve flight. Kaylin frowned. No, she hadn't been aware of that, and she wasn't in a great hurry to claim her ignorance. They are not magical creatures. In an absence of any magic, they will not cease to exist. They will, however, cease to fly. Moran was really staring at the side of his face now, but the midnight of her blue eyes had drifted into an early shade of clear night sky while she listened. So, their world ran out of magic? Kaylin asked. Yes. And our world is more magic-rich? Yes. Understand that in a world without magic, door wards and streetlights would not function. In order to utilize magical energies, there must be some sort of conduit. In most cases, training, but not in all. And the Illumin, yes, the importance of the Prevolo in this escape was critical. It was the duty of the Anointed to find a different world. The Aerian ancestors entered the Atunde without a compass. The Prevolo is said to have preserved the power of flight for the people, and the Prevolo followed a trail that only they could see. It led to this world. It is here they arrived, a world of dragons, Barrani, humans, Leontines. And here, too, there was Shadow. 2? I believe, although I am not certain, as the legends were somewhat garbled, that it was Shadow that drove the Aerians from their first home, Moran said quietly. At least that is most of our tale. The shadows deprived our wings of flight. You are skeptical? Nightshade asked her. Yes, actually. The shadows seem a thing of magic to me. But it's possible that to destroy Shadow, the ancestors found some way to destroy magic. I don't think they understood what the cost would be, and I think that the shadows did wane in that world. But the people could not survive. Not as they had. Ah, and so, indirectly, the necessities of war with Shadow did cause the death of flight. Moran nodded. So the Prevolo was born during that time? Kaylin asked. It's complicated, Moran finally replied. Understand that we have legends and tales. We're not dragons. We don't have ancient records to which we can refer. I'm not sure that born is the right word. She hesitated. It's the word that's been used. In theory, the Prevolo is born to the Aerian people at a time of great need or great conflict. But I believe, even in the tales that are handed down, that the first Prevolo was born then, You don't think born is the right word? I was born. I wasn't created. There was no cabal of ancient, powerful mages standing beside my mother as she conceived me. There were none in the birthing rooms where I was born. Her smile was wan. When I first encountered records in the halls, I searched them, and I went outside of the halls searching. I wanted information. Were you not told anything about your wings? I was told a great deal, Moran replied. I heard times beyond count that I was unworthy of the gift I had been given. I was told constantly about humility, chief among the characteristics I was to develop to be worthy. Yes, of course, dear, Helen said, although no one had spoken. She carried a drink, a hot drink in a very mundane mug, to Moran and set it in front of her, where lazy swirls of steam rose. I asked in the beginning what I was to be worthy of. Kaylin leaned forward, hurting for the child that Moran had been, and hoping it didn't show. No one wanted pity, and Moran was not that child now. I was told that to prove my worth, I was to respect the authority of the caste court. They were wise and learned, and of course deserved their positions by consequence of birth. I was a bastard, illegitimate, and my father refused to step forward to claim kinship with me. I still don't know who he is, she added, staring at the rising steam as if reading some fortune in it. I doubt I'll ever know. Would it make a difference? Tila surprised Kaylin by asking. Before you reply, I feel it necessary to point out that I killed mine, and I spent centuries building enough of a power base that I could survive doing so. He murdered my mother. Moran took her time digesting this information. It wasn't information the Barrani who worked in the halls would ever think to share. Her wry grin and eyes that were now drifting into a more normal Aerian gray cut years off her apparent age. The grin dimmed. It's possible that my father murdered my mother. I don't know. He certainly did nothing to protect her, and he did nothing to protect me either. But for all I know, my father might have been a younger son. No, less, a younger cousin, part of an upper reach flight in name only. He might have had no power. You don't believe it, though? No. She shook herself. To Tila, she said, Did killing him change anything? Yes. I became the line. That would never happen. I was illegitimate. The Barrani do not fuss with legitimacy in that fashion, Tila reminded her. I confess I don't understand it. The Barrani inheritance wars are brutal enough when they start that legitimacy would seem to be of paramount import. To an outsider, yes, but primacy is decided by power. What I take, I must be able to hold against all. If I am foolish, stupid, or incompetent, I will die. The line, however, requires someone who is none of those things. My death might be regrettable, but it would be seen as necessary. And our children are not so numerous that the parentage defines them. The only exception is the lineage of the High Lord. And even in that case, new reigns are ushered in by politics and death in almost all cases. Not the most recent one, Kaylin said quietly. No, and believe, Kitling, that there are lords who have been working constantly to ensure that the throne is in the hands of a ruthless, powerful man. A different man. Kaylin frowned. Told you, Mandorin said as he turned to Kaylin. He's been fighting a constant succession war since the death of his father. It shouldn't take more than another decade or two of your time before those challenges wither. Tila assumed you understood this. And that has nothing to do with our current predicament. Tila sent Mandorin a death glare. It didn't faze him at all. You do not know your father. Of your wings, you know only that they are of great import to the Aerian people, but not how or why. Moran nodded, shaking herself out of the web of memory that Tila's words had evoked. What was I saying? The Prévolo. I believe, although, again, it's conjecture, that our ancestors did not suddenly find themselves in possession of a miracle baby. Birth is not quite the word used, but there's no analogy that I can easily think of in Elantran. Maybe blessing? Kaylin stiffened, but said nothing. And it's clear, given the stories, that the Prévolo of that time could both fly. Soar is the word that is used to refer to him. And fight. His prowess in both was considered proof of the benevolence and love of our gods. And their existence, no doubt. Moran nodded. I'm not terribly religious. You're a hawk, which requires an entirely different kind of stupid, Mandoran said. Mandoran, Helen chided as if she were his mother. Am I offending anyone? In all probability, no, Helen replied. But you are offending me. Mandoran went still. Haziel, my first tenant, was quietly and devoutly religious. Kaylin, my current tenant, is devoted to the hawks. You are a guest here, and greater leeway is given to guests. But you will not insult them. I insult Kaylin all the time. He does, Kaylin said, partly in his defense. Mandoran didn't appear to hear her. He was staring at Helen, and Helen, or Helen's avatar, returned that stare with emphasis. Fine, Mandoran eventually said. His voice was all sulkiness, except for the bits that were humiliation. Kaylin wasn't certain this was smart, but even if it was her house, she wasn't Helen. No, dear, Helen said gently, but that's why you can be my tenant. I could never live with another presence that was too similar to me. Mandoran's snort was rude, but wordless. Tila pointedly turned her attention back to Moran. You think that the Prévolo was magically created? I think the power of the Prévolo must have been, yes. We know that a flight's worth of Aerians of both genders went into seclusion. They prayed, she added with a hint of self-consciousness. Those that were unworthy faced the wrath of the gods. They died. Moran nodded. They did not approach the gods with the proper humility and respect, she added. Believe that I heard this particular story frequently. I couldn't make sense of it until I joined the Hawks. I had no idea how many gods crowded each other for space in Elantra until then. Her gaze darted to Bellisdeo and away. I didn't entirely understand how dangerous the shadows could be in a global sense until very recently either. Be that as it may, I believe it was an investiture of power. And it worked. But the power isn't conferred that way now? Kaylin asked. Moran shook her head. But it's only the flights of the upper reach, or the offspring of those flights that are born with the wings. It's not a constant. There isn't always a Prévolo. We went 3 generations without one. But the birth of one, of me in this case, implies that their power will be needed. Has this proved historically true for the Aerians? It was Bellisdeo who asked. Of course it would be. If the genesis of Moran's damaged wings was related in any way to Shadow, it would suddenly become hugely relevant to the Golden Dragon. She had lost a world to those shadows, and she had the memory of immortals. She did not forget for 1 second. I am not permitted to speak of that. You aren't permitted to speak of this either, if I had to guess. Moran flashed a wry grin. Technically, there is nothing in this discussion that circumvents the proscriptions. But, yes, they've been relevant. I'm aware that the relevance could be entirely in the hands of historians. Historians weight everything with their own particular set of observations and meanings. And even if it was forbidden and my discussion were to be discovered, the hands of the cast court are tied. I cannot be made outcast. Kaylin had assumed until this moment that this was because she was special, that her unique gift granted her immunity to the judgments of the cast court. But memories of Lilius and of Clint's lecture now blended together with Moran's information. They can't cut off your wings. Moran stiffened. My wings, she told Kaylin, are not immune to damage, as you've seen for yourself. They could quite possibly cut off my wings if they had enough power and the will to do so. Kaylin felt cold in the brief silence that followed. The cast court doesn't cut off wings. No. They remove them. Yes. Magically. Yes. Kaylin's Leontine response was loud and heartfelt. And long. She wanted to ask if the wings could be put back. If they'd been magically taken off, why couldn't they be magically returned? She wanted to ask how the wings were magically removed. How did that work? Could the cast court magically remove arms or legs too? Or were wings like arms and legs? Once they were removed, did they rot? Bellis Deo, however, had other ideas, and they weren't bad or wrong. They just weren't where Kaylin's head was mired. Kaylin therefore surrendered curiosity and pulled herself back into the discussion at hand. Were all such emergencies of or related to shadow? Bellis Deo asked. You mean the ones I'm not supposed to talk about? Moran replied. Their relative secrecy is less of a concern, I admit. The sergeant grinned. I confess, Lord Bellis Deo, that you are not like any other dragon I've ever met. I can't give you a definitive answer, and not because of secrecy. I honestly don't know. But they believe, or you believe, that it is involved now. I am not, sadly, in the councils of the cast court. If I am not outcast, I am... What is your word? Pariah, Mandorin helpfully supplied. Yes, I am a relative pariah. Speaking to me will not immediately target an Aerian for court censure, but befriending me would draw much more attention than the rank and file really want. And don't make that face private. What face? The one which implies you're about to storm off to the halls and shout to the closest Aerians. I won't, Kaylin told her, thinking of Clint and Lilius. They have families. They have flights. They have, in many cases, children. Their concerns are very correctly with the people for whom they're responsible. I am never going to be one of them. Her voice softening, she said, and I'm happier that way. I don't want to be the reason their lives are destroyed. They don't owe me that. And you don't owe them anything? It was Tila who asked. Moran's smile was grimmer. I'm a hawk, she said. There's that, if nothing else. To Kaylin, being a hawk was not supposed to be a consolation prize. It was more. It was much more than that. The tabard, the ranks, the laws were supposed to be the thing that cut across the racial differences, no matter who or how they'd been born. Hawks had chosen to serve, to protect, and that service was offered independent of race to anyone of any race. I'm proud to be a hawk, Moran told Kaylin, as if Kaylin had been shouting out loud. I wasn't very good at it at first. As you might imagine, I didn't relish authority. I didn't trust people in power. I didn't trust the people of my own rank, and the Aerians were colder than even the Barrani. But I was determined to show them all, to prove to the doubters that I could and would do the work, the same work. She shook her head. It's hard. The Hawks don't understand what my life has been like. Have you ever explained it? Tila asked. Moran looked horrified at the idea. And become an object of scorn or pity? It would have the advantage of being based on facts. As far as I can tell, you are already an object of scorn. Perhaps, but not pity. Never pity. Do you know what would have happened to the Aerian hawks if they knew the truth?" Kaylin said, "Maybe you should let them decide whether or not it's worth the risk." But Clint, and she adored Clint, had made clear that to interfere in Moran's business courted a fate worse than death. And maybe the rest of the Aerians did feel, the same way. If Kaylin were Moran and in Moran's position, and that was what she could expect, Kaylin would be damned if she exposed herself to the hope of more. She understood why Moran had remained silent then. If life was crap, you could accept it. There was no point having a temper tantrum, and in the wrong streets of the city, a tantrum could just hasten your death. You learned to accept what you couldn't change, and you accepted it quickly. Justice, fairness, kindness, you could rail against the lack of those things in your life. Kaylin knew because she'd done it, and then she'd set about trying to survive that life because justice, fairness, and kindness were simply not on the menu anywhere she could afford to eat, figuratively speaking. She knew that hope was worse somehow. If you had hope that things would change, you stood on the edge of a precipice. You stood on the edge of an abyssal chasm. And if hope was betrayed, you ended up worse off than when you'd started. Yes, she understood. But she also understood that without hope, without that taking of chances, nothing changed. Nothing could change. It was something she hadn't known when she'd first stepped foot across the Oblane. It was something she had grown to understand with time. "You're being arrogant again, Kitling," Tila said. Kaylin blinked. "Me? Arrogant?" "Yes, in the most well-meaning way possible, but the end result is probably the same. You haven't lived Moran's life. She's not asking for your advice, and you're presuming that you can offer advice that would fundamentally improve her life." Tila's eyes were now blue-green. "I personally prefer well-meaning, but would just as soon avoid condescension." "I never give you advice." "Exactly. It's just that I want to help." Kaylin bit back the rest of the words. Maybe Tila was right, but she didn't feel powerful enough, significant enough to be arrogant, to be condescending. Awkward, flushing, Kaylin turned to face Moran. "I'm sorry," she said. "Tila thinks I have an obsession with Aerians." It took her another minute to fully meet Moran's gaze. Moran, however, didn't look offended. Gently, she said, "I'm like the corporal in one regard. I prefer well-meaning. And Kaylin, the Aerians have taken you under wing, and that phrase has a different meaning for my people. They've been kind to you. They've offered you acceptance, understanding, and tolerance. You have no reason to resent them." "I can't resent them on your behalf?" "I don't resent them," Moran replied. "And I don't expect them to be perfect. You're already upset at them, and they've done nothing wrong. Shouldn't they have to do something right?" "Not according to Imperial law, no." When Kaylin failed to reply, she continued, "I don't know what your life in the fiefs was like. I've never asked. You don't know what my life in the Aerie was like. You've never asked. You assumed it was like the rest of the Aerian lives. The truth is harder, of course, but I often think we all have harsh, hidden truths. I would never have starved. I was not moved to theft or thuggery simply to keep myself fed or warm. I did whatever the caste court told me to do. I obeyed them. I tried. For years I tried to be what they wanted. There was only one thing left in my life that I loved, and I knew what would happen to it if I rebelled. And if I endured every insult, every beating, every ugly half-truth in order to preserve the things I loved, how can I judge the rest of the Aerians for doing the same damn thing? How can I tell them what they should be doing instead? How can I tell them to put their lives outside the halls at risk when I didn't have the courage to do that myself?" Kaylin was silent. "You understand?" And she did. It was why she still had trouble dealing harshly with beggars and street thieves. She'd been there. She'd done that. She'd been desperate. Were they breaking the law? Yes. On this side of the bridge they were. She bowed her head a moment, found her voice, and lifted it again. Can we go back to the Prevolo, or would you rather we not talk about it at all? Let's compromise. Once we leave the dinner table, you never ask me about it again. Deal. Moran then turned to Lord Nightshade. I don't know how you came by your information, but I'd like to hear what your informant had to say. I consider my own sources to be highly dubious at this point. Some centuries ago, I met an Aerian, Nightshade began. He was Dar Carafel, a young man with magnificent wings and a strong dislike for politics. He had had some conflict with his flight, and when that conflict became dangerous, he fled. It was not possible to hide his wings. He was not a mage, nor had he lived a life in which anonymity was essential. His father was a man of considerable power and considerable expectations. A child had recently been born to the flight, and that child possessed pale, flecked wings. Moran was silent. It was, of course, a cause for celebration, but not for the young man, not for his father. The balance of power had shifted with that single birth. The newborn infant's father gained instant respect and instant political support. The child was an infant, but the wings were significant, as I'm certain you are aware. The father of the Aerian with whom I spoke grew increasingly bitter as the Prevolo aged. He grew to resent his son for the lack of those wings. I offered the Aerian shelter, and he chose in the end to remain within my castle. He glanced at Kaylin. Kaylin said, "The statuary." Yes. What I know of the Illumin Prevolo, I know from him. It is perhaps textured with his envy and his yearning. To him the Prevolo was both exalted and chosen. That child would have a life of luxury, a life of respect, a life of power. Moran's face was about as expressive as stone, which, in a way, was expressive enough. The Prevolo is born when there is a threat to the flights. Was there one? Moran asked. I do not know. If there was, it was never large enough to be made public. What was his name? There was a long pause. Chorus. Moran's eyes widened slightly. We spoke of the Prevolo and the significance of the Prevolo. It was not theoretical to him. He did not, however, understand all of the specifics. There were items that were associated with the Prevolo. They had the weight of the Emperor's crown to the Aerians. Moran nodded slowly. You do not possess them. I was a child. I was an illegitimate child. Nothing of the Prevolos was given to me. She hesitated. He marked it. Nothing of significance. He nodded then. Your legitimacy has been questioned. Yes, constantly. And you were not given the opportunity to prove your legitimacy. Oh, I was her bitter reply. But never, ever publicly. The caste court did not know of my existence until I was almost 7. They were deeply suspicious of me, of my mother, when I finally came to their attention, and they tested me. Thoroughly. She looked down at her hands. I wish I had had a chance to speak with your Aerian. I would have told him what life as a Prevolo was actually like. Nightshade's smile was slender but genuine. He grew less unhappy with the passage of time. He rose. He hadn't eaten much. He bowed to the table and to his brother. It is late, and I am expected at the castle. It was an honor to meet you. Chapter 6. Breakfast, the meal that Kaylin was never allowed to skip, was waiting. Moran had already come down from her room and was speaking quietly to an Aerian, of all people, when Kaylin entered the dining room. Where's Mandorin? "He should be here shortly." It was Helen's disembodied voice that answered. "There was a minor accident in the training room this morning. I've been making adjustments." "Did it hurt him or you?" "We are both quite fine," Helen replied, which wasn't much of an answer. But Kaylin had come to recognize that tone of voice. It was the only answer she was going to get. Kaylin started to sit, but Helen interrupted her. "Tila's coming to the door. Tane is with her. Shall I let them in?" "Yes, please." Helen appeared at the door to the dining room less than 5 minutes later, slightly in front of Tila and Tane. "Mandoran asks me to tell you that you will have to leave without him. He should be able to accompany you on the morrow." "What exactly did he do?" "He tried to walk through a wall," Aerian replied. "Let me guess. He didn't bounce." "No. He did some damage to the wall and some to himself, but managed to separate the two before more serious injury could occur." "Why in the hells was he trying to walk through a solid wall?" "Curiosity. He's been playing with shape, form, and solidity. We can't do it outside at the moment." She stared at Aerian. "Are you telling me you can do it inside?" "I can't, but Mandoran can." "Yes, but Helen says he's practically screaming, 'Look at me,' while he does it. But louder. He hasn't tried it outside of Helen's borders, and he won't." He added quickly, "But he wouldn't have had the mishap if he weren't trying to do it silently." "Why can't you do it?" Kaylin asked him. "I don't want to try," which is considered cowardly by half our cohort and sensible by the other half. "I consider it extremely sensible," Tila said, "and I'm sitting right in front of you." Aerian grinned. Kaylin had no doubt he was passing information to the rest of the cohort, who were across the continent. The grin faded. "My brother will be here later this afternoon. Can I ask you a question?" Kaylin nodded. "If you were willing to remove the mark, would you be willing to have it removed?" "It would make my life in the office a lot easier," she replied, then hesitated. "But I think it saved my life at least twice, maybe more. I don't know why he marked me. I know it's the mark an Aerian bears, but I'm still not sure what an Aerian is. I can't get much of an explanation out of any of the Barrani I know, but I'm guessing it's bad, because they hate the mark. Mostly they've gotten used to it, though," she added, trying to be fair. "That's not an answer." "I have his name," she replied. Aerian and Tila both rolled their eyes in an identical grimace. "Would it be easier for you?" she asked him. "It would be easier for me if he'd never marked you at all. It is comforting to know that it's only the mark, and not the rest of it, that you don't really understand what it means. But Kaylin, he could have made you understand it. He could make you do it now." "I have his name," she repeated. "One of the reasons Mandoran is willing, more than willing, to tell you his true name is that you're not actually powerful enough to use it." Kaylin reddened. "I don't think it's about power, per se, and I have used someone's name against them, just not your brother. They were probably trying to kill you. It makes a difference?" "All the difference in the world, yes." "What I was trying to say was that if he needs to find me, he can. We're connected that way. And as far as I can tell, there's no way to forget a true name. I don't need the mark for that. Did he offer?" "No. I just wanted to know." Aerian rose. "Mandoran is cursing. I'll go and help Helen before he shrieks the walls down." "Not that I want to defend Nightshade or anything," Kaylin said when Aerian had left the room. "But he had to survive centuries without his brother. He was outcast. Is outcast," she corrected herself. "It's not possible to be perfect for centuries. I can't even manage it for a day." "An hour," Tila corrected her. "You know what I mean." Tila nodded, grinning. The grin faded as she considered Aerian. "It's not enough for Aerian that his brother hasn't harmed you.
You hate the fief of Nightshade and what it meant to you. You particularly hate it now that Tiamaris has set up shop in the neighboring fief. You were afraid of the fief lord when you lived in his fief. You were terrified of the Barrani who served him. You had every reason to be both. Aerian is disillusioned. If you believe that that makes no difference to Lord Nightshade, you fail to understand the kinship they had in their youth. It's not your fight, Kaylin. It's not your responsibility. Nightshade is guilty of everything that has so disappointed his younger brother, youngest brother, and only surviving one. So many of us, she added, voice softening as she fixed her gaze on the flame of a candle at the center of the table, slip away from the ideals and the dreams of our youth. Many of my kin are raised without them. My mother. She shook her head. Those ideals, those beliefs, they're tested, they're broken. We accept their loss because we wish to survive, and perhaps we accept their loss because they're onerous in the end. It is hard to live up to a dream, a daydream. We surrender, then, the beliefs. We tell ourselves that those beliefs were proof of our naivete, our foolishness. We deride our youthful selves because we faced the reality, the truth. We all do this. You did. You thought that when you crossed the bridge, when you left the fiefs and the Oblain behind, you would find paradise, a place where everyone was happy, where people were free, where starvation was impossible, where people would be kind and accepting. Kaylin flushed and closed her mouth. All of this was true. Experience robbed you of that belief pretty quickly. Kaylin nodded, squirming a bit in her chair. Not all of our early beliefs are simple naivete, simple daydream. But it is sometimes hard to differentiate which are true or possible. It is impossible for you to have the world across the bridge that you daydreamed of with such visceral longing, because Elantra is occupied by actual people. People cannot be that perfect, even if every one of them had the same dream that you once had. We dream smaller dreams, Tila continued. Nightshade is being reminded, in a way most of us will never be, of what he's lost. No, of what he surrendered. It is not comfortable, and Aerian is coming face to face with that loss as well. The brother of his memories is not the Nightshade of today. But it's possible that enough of what Nightshade once was remains somehow. Aerian believes that. You don't. No, kidling, I don't. My cohort accepts me because I was their equal, their companion. I was as helpless as they were, and was given as much choice as children generally are in my own future. They didn't dream of me. They did, was Kaylin's soft reply. Toronto came for you. They were waiting. Tila's smile was pained but genuine. They didn't dream of me the way Aerian dreamed of his brother, the way any of us dreamed of our brothers, she added, remembering. Aerian practically worshipped Nightshade in his youth. He knew that Nightshade would not abandon him, knew as well of the bitter, bitter fights between Nightshade and his father. Those fights were not enough to free Aerian, of course. Nightshade was much younger then, and much less powerful. Aerian isn't disappointed because Nightshade is outcast. The Barrani are largely political when it comes to that designation, and some of our historical outcasts have been figures of great drama, great heroics. No, it's what he chose to make of his life, of the fief of Nightshade, and even, in the end, of you. You're the harshest divide, because Aerian actually knows you. He knows that you freed them, us, really, and that you risked your life multiple times to do so. He knows about your work with the foundlings, he knows about your work with the midwives, and he knows that being a hawk isn't just a job for you. It's a vocation. He knows that you're chosen, she added. He looks at you and sees someone who is mortal,
but who is trying constantly to be more than the sum of her parts. And he knows that had his brother asked you, you would have done what you could to help. Asked me? If Nightshade had told you about Aerian, if he had told you that he suspected Aerian was still alive, if he had told you that so much of his adult life involved attempts to reach him. I'm not sure. Ah, a pity. Your opinion is noted. I mean it, Tila. I'm certain you do. In this, however, I concur with Aerian. Tane shrugged. Not that I care one way or the other, but Tila's right. You have to say that. You're her partner. Moran, minding her own business until now, jumped in. I'm not her partner, and I agree with Tila's observations. Helping orphans and mothers is not the same as helping a fief lord. Tila's eyes were green. She was both amused and relaxed. Kitling, she said fondly. There is a reason that people actually like you. To go back to my previous comments about daydreams and harsh reality, you want to be helpful, to be kind. You have learned from the things that have hurt you, but you haven't learned the same lessons that either Nightshade or I learned. When Nightshade was young, there was no Elantra. No. And mortals were pets, or slaves, or worse. Tila nodded. Mandorin still talks about us as if we're trained rats. Mandorin enjoys baiting dragons, Tane pointed out. If you have to choose a Barrani example of wisdom, look anywhere else. Bellisdeo snickered. My point is, Nightshade didn't make my choices, and Aerian wouldn't have made them either. Whatever he's done, it's what the Barrani of that time would have done. Yes, but Aerian doesn't see you as mortal. Not really. He sees you as chosen, but more. You held what remained of his name, of all of their names. Only mine was absent, and you returned that knowledge without ever absorbing it first. You did what only the consort could have done. It is difficult for the rest of them. They're not what they were, and they know it. But it's that flexibility that allows the difference in the way Mandorin views you and the way Aerian does. He's expecting too much from his brother. Of course. But Kitling, would you rather he expected too little? She had no answer to that. Breakfast finished. The Moran escort formed up. Bellisdeo, Tila, Tane, Kaylin. Severn didn't show up at the front door. The familiar lounged, as he usually did, across Kaylin's shoulders. Only when they were at the halfway point between Helen and the halls of law did she answer Tila's question. I think so. You would rather he had lower expectations. She nodded, pensive. It's the expectations that are killing him. Helen says he's very unhappy. I know Nightshade's unhappy as well, but in some ways I kind of feel like he's earned some of that. I like Aerian. I hate to see him so miserable. The usual rejoinder failed to emerge, and Kaylin remembered that Mandorin was stuck in a wall in the basement somewhere. 4 city blocks from the halls of law, the familiar suddenly stiffened. He sat bolt upright, and this time he spread a transparent wing across Kaylin's eyes. Moran! Moran moved instantly. She also tried to lift her wings and failed with the injured one. It didn't matter. Kaylin threw her arms around the Aerian's waist. Tila drew her sword, and Bellisdeo looked up. The dragon said, I'm running out of inexpensive clothing, and I don't want to work at the halls in full court regalia. Can you see them? The dragon shook her head. How many? 3, I think. They're all Aerians, but they look funny. Funny how? Kaylin cursed in Leontine. The 3 looked down on the city streets and their formation, and they had been flying in formation. Changed. You know those nets you dropped? She asked Moran. Yes, I need to breathe, she added. They're flying with something that looks like those nets. You can't see them? Bellisdeo growled, in Leontine. She said something sharp, harsh, and syllabic without speaking actual language. The hair on Kaylin's arms and neck stood on end. Magic. They're not those nets, Bellisdeo said. We've got to run. What are they? Shadow, the dragon said. It was impossible to run while looking up. It was impossible to run while holding on to someone's waist, if that someone wasn't under the age of 2. Kaylin shifted her grip on Moran, holding her hand rather than her torso. She made it a block before she realized that the net itself had elongated as the Aerians had moved. That kind of precision flight in place was difficult. Whoever the 3 were, they were damn good. She could see that Clint was on the door with Tanner. She could see that the doors were open. And she could see that the net itself was going to fall regardless. Bellisdeo had said it was shadow somehow. It didn't seem to be sentient, or at least it didn't seem to be the type of shadow that would consume the Aerians holding it. But those Aerians, she saw now, were wearing some of that shadow across their arms and chests as if it were armor. Bellisdeo, fly? She asked of the golden dragon. Run. The small dragon pushed off Kaylin's shoulders. The minute he did so, she lost all visual impressions of the Aerians and their dark, dark net, as he hadn't left his wing behind. She could, however, see him. He squawked. Kaylin let go of Moran's hand. Without the small dragon, she had no protection against magic to offer, and Moran, wingless, could still run. What is he going to do? Moran shouted as she sprinted toward the doors of the halls and the theoretical safety they provided. Hells if I know, Kaylin shouted back. Tila could outpace her, as could Tane. Bellisdeo deliberately pulled up the rear and Kaylin led her. She was displaced, yes, but she was a dragon. A single dragon was more than a match for anything that Barrani could do. Kaylin suspected she was more than a match for anything shadow-enhanced invisible Aerians could do as well. She hoped. Clint and Tanner let them in. Tanner headed in after them. What's going on? He demanded of Kaylin, of course. We've got invisible assassins, Kaylin replied. Aerians, 3 in the air. She started to add more, but was cut off by the very audible sound of screaming. This was fine because the very audible screaming caught Tanner's attention in a stranglehold, and he headed back out. Clint was cursing in Aerian. Sergeant! To Kaylin's surprise, Moran turned immediately. We've got Aerians in trouble. He pointed. 2 of the 3 Aerians were visible, and they appeared to be injured enough that flight was causing them difficulty. The 3rd, however, was nowhere in sight. Moran, tight-lipped and incredibly grim, watched them falter. It's cast court business, she said, voice flat and hard. Clint opened his mouth, closed it. I mean it, Clint. You call out to the Hawks to aid in any way, and you're interfering in cast court politics, which is far, far above your pay grade. She looked out the open doors and added softly, and if you bring them in here, you'll probably be causing a breach of integrity in our security that will bust you down to an even lower pay grade. Tanner, however, had done whatever it was that the guards on door did when they needed backup right now. Aerians filled the sky directly in front of the halls. They saw immediately what Clint had seen. Moran bowed her head in resignation. Private, Lord Bellisdeo. Infirmary, the dragon asked. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm not, the dragon replied. There are 2 possibilities here. 1, they did not consent to the use to which they were put. 2, they did. I'll agree with you on one thing, though. I wouldn't have them brought into the halls. You might want to speak to whoever's in charge. Now. Moran went to the infirmary. What she'd said to Clint was true, and it was all steel, all iron will. There had been anger in it. But the Hawks had flown to the aid of the Aerians, and the Aerians had been injured. They would bring them, bar interference, to Moran. And Moran, Kaylin understood, would hold her nose and help. It wasn't her job. The infirmary was for hawks, not random civilians of any particular race or political stripe. I don't see why we have to help them when they were trying to kill you. We don't know that, Moran said, voice stiff. The rest of the hawks didn't see what you saw. Hell's Eye didn't see it either. They saw injured Aerians, who appeared out of nowhere, carrying shadow nets as an act of benevolence and aid, Tila added, with just as much sarcasm as Kaylin felt. I'm not sure the nets were meant for me. Moran cast a guilty glance at Bellisdeo. It bounced off. I'll be back, Kaylin told them. Where are you going? Hawklord. The tower doors were open by the time Kaylin had run up the stairs, which was unusual but appreciated. The Hawklord was standing in the tower's aperture open to morning sky. Even from the door, Kaylin could see Aerians flying in numbers too great to be simple patrols. She saluted as she entered and came to stiff, almost vibrating attention. What, he asked, hierarchical preamble forgotten, has happened? He didn't say, what did you do this time, but his tone and his glare implied it. He didn't give her permission to relax her stance, and she considered remaining at attention, but he sounded annoyed and very tired. She told him as concisely as she could, staring at a spot just past his left shoulder. I see. I believe you have a visitor, he added. The familiar came fluttering down through the open aperture to land more or less on her shoulder. Did you have something to do with the current emergency? The Hawklord asked the small dragon. The small dragon huffed, squawked, and settled. That's a yes, Kaylin translated. Did you ask him to intervene? No, sir. He did it on his own. Yes, sir. Invisible Aerians, shadow nets. Moran said, she reddened and corrected herself. Sergeant Carafel said that we've got no proof they meant to kill her. She hesitated and then added, it's possible the net was meant to slow the dragon down. Last time, I am aware of what occurred. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Very well. Have the Barrani thoroughly inspect the injured before they are relayed. Why don't we just send them to the cells? We can offer medical help there if it's required. What a clever, intelligent idea. I'm certain it's one that would never have occurred to any of your commanding officers on their own. Kaylin kissed Corporal goodbye for another promotion cycle. Join the Barrani in their inspection, he continued. If you notice anything out of the ordinary, report it immediately. To me, he added. Marcus was not going to like that. Severn met her in the office as she headed to the front doors and fell in beside her. She filled him in as she jogged. He stopped to unwind his weapon chain. When spinning, it was proof against a lot of magic, among other things. He caught up as she hit the streets. The Barrani had clearly been alerted by mirror before she'd made it down the tower stairs. Tila was there, as was another of the human women, Rakia. Tane and Rakia's partner stood back, armed and silent. Tila met Kaylin's eyes, shook her head slightly. Rakia said, more pragmatically, I see nothing. She stepped out of the way as Kaylin approached the Aerians and stopped. What did you do? She whispered at her familiar. She might have shouted, but for the moment shock had robbed her voice of strength. The familiar crooned. He set a wing, gentle this time, against her eyes. She saw nothing at all out of the ordinary. No shadow, no weird nets, no strange armor. But she saw normal wings. The familiar lowered his wing, and she saw very damaged wings. She'd seen Aerian wings take injury before. This was nothing like that. Kitling. Ignoring this, she poked the familiar, who lifted his wing again, sighing loudly enough to tickle her ear. The familiar then lowered his wing as she approached the Aerians. They were male, and given their build, younger than most of the Aerian hawks. They hadn't developed the training muscles the hawks had. They were shades of brown, paler than Clint, and their eyes were decidedly blue. No surprise there. They were conscious, but mostly silent except for weeping. The weeping made them seem younger than they probably were. They huddled together in pain, or in terror. She wanted them to be terrified for one long minute. She was certain that the net they'd carried would have done Bellisdeo or Moran no good whatsoever. But she'd always had a problem with tears. "They've spoken some Aerian. Anything intelligible?" "Yes and no." She glanced at the Aerians who were almost literally hovering on the periphery of a wide circle. "They're terrified. They're begging us not to take their wings, more or less. I didn't understand the last phrase. Clint translated." Kaylin cringed. Half the hawks are disgusted, by which she meant the Aerian hawks, because the Barrani hawks were clearly all disgusted. "Are they clean?" Kaylin hesitated. "You'd better be certain they've got no magic on them," Tila said. "And soon. The Hawk Lord is probably going to descend any minute now, and he's not in the mood to have to wait for answers. He told me to report to him directly if there was a problem." "Yes. Directly will be to his face in probably 3 minutes or less." Kaylin took advantage of the 3 minutes, focusing on her work. She did find time to utter a loud Leontine phrase, but that was as natural as breathing. The familiar squawked at her, and she sighed. "Yes, please." He obligingly lifted one wing in what was almost a caress, or a sympathetic pat on the head. He covered only one eye. She looked through both, closing one or the other as it became necessary. In winged view, the Aerians looked normal. They were obviously in some pain, but given what they had probably been attempting, she considered that deserved. It was the unwinged view that was disturbing. They were missing feathers. They were missing some essential parts of their winged anatomy. She didn't know very much about the anatomy of wings, but these ones didn't appear to be recently injured. There's no way they could have flown with them. "Clint." He came to her, wary now. She hated it. She understood it. He'd made it perfectly clear. But she hated it. It made her aware of the vast gulf that separated them. The hawk they wore wasn't enough to bridge it. Not today. "Can they fly?" He looked at the ruins of their wings. "In an emergency, they could land," he finally said. "They cannot fly." But his expression was shuddered. It was wrong. There was pity, yes, but something else as well. She studied their wings through the wing of the familiar. She looked at the feathers, the ridges of their wings, the things that were missing in this world. She turned to look back at Clint. He looked the same when viewed through either eye. Frowning, she asked, "Clint, could they ever fly?" "I'm not a doctor, but no. No, I don't think so." Kaylin glanced up at Tila. "I wish Mandorin were here." "You've lost your mind," Tane snapped. He might have said more, but Tila turned to look at him, and he fell silent. If it was a grudging silence, it didn't matter. "I believe he sees what you see. It's not, however, standard magic." Bellisdeo, silent until then, said, "It is shadow magic." Tila was right. The Hawk Lord landed 5 seconds later. He barely glanced at Tila, but did demand a report. The Barrani Hawk's voice was toneless as she described the events she'd personally seen. Since she'd more or less seen nothing until the familiar had taken to the sky, her part was pretty simple. But the Aerians had appeared shortly thereafter, struggling to stay aloft, all thoughts of possible assassination or capture forgotten in their desperation to touch down the right way. The Hawk Lord approached them. The two huddled together like frightened children. "How?" he demanded. "Were you able to fly?" He spoke in Aerian, his voice a crack of brief thunder. His eyes were blue. They matched the eyes of his prisoners. The prisoners remained silent. Their wings, what remained of them, drawn tightly to their backs in either fear or deference, or both, since one was often a product of the other. It was clear that they had no intention of answering.
"What is your flight?"
Silence again. Other Aerians had joined the hawks on the ground, and one or two were looking at the prisoners the way Clint had. But not all of them. Interesting. Clint knew, or thought he knew. But so did the Hawk Lord. She wondered how political this was all going to get.
"Are they a threat in their present condition?"
the Hawk Lord demanded. The general consensus among those who could detect telltale traces of magic was no. The Hawk Lord therefore turned to Kaylin, blue-eyed, almost quivering with what Kaylin assumed was rage. She had never seen his wings so combat-ready, so rigid as they were now. No wonder the two men were terrified. Kaylin said, "I think they're safe." The familiar whiffled. "Is that a yes or a no?" she asked him as quietly as she could, and with no hope at all that it would go unnoticed.
"You are hesitating."
"Yes, sir."
"Why?"
The familiar lowered his wing and hissed. He was laughing. "I don't understand what I'm seeing," Kaylin began. "But you know how the familiar's wing works, right? Well, according to what I'm seeing through his wing, there's nothing wrong with the wings of these Aerians."
"And, as a healer..."
Chapter 7. Kaylin blinked. This was not a subject that came up often, and never in full view of the rank and file, unless the only rank and file present was Kaylin herself. She swallowed. She looked at the terrified Aerians and had no desire at all to touch them.
"Can you ascertain whether or not what you see is relevant to us?"
She swallowed.
"Private."
Rolling up her sleeve, she exposed the ancient bracer that had been a gift, a dire, mandatory gift, from the imperial court years ago. She wasn't, in theory, allowed to take it off. In practice, it inhibited the use of the magic that had become hers when the marks that covered so much of her skin had first appeared. The Emperor, who had issued the orders, was in the imperial palace. The man who was responsible for her livelihood was standing a couple of feet away, wings spread and eyes a study in fury. She took the bracer off. Severn took it before she could toss it over her shoulder. The captive Aerians regarded her with both hostility and fear. At the moment, she deserved it. She wondered if this was how the Tha Alani felt. Healing was not supposed to be invasive or unwanted. Clint came with her, as did Severn. Weapons were leveled at the Aerian prisoners, the warning in their presence clear but unspoken. She reached out and very gently placed a hand on the forehead of the slightly older man. His wings were as they appeared through normal vision. They weren't the result of an old injury. They were his body's actual shape. Kaylin couldn't give sight to the blind or hearing to the deaf unless either condition was caused by an injury that had occurred fairly recently. She withdrew her hand and touched the second man, who was staring up at her in misery. Like the first man's, his wings were complete in their damaged form. These two hadn't flown in a long time, if ever, until today. "They're clean." She turned to the dragon. "Whatever you sense, I don't." "Shadow?" "Not now, no, but it was fairly tangible when they were invisible." Her eyes were a very vivid orange. They hadn't yet descended into red, but it was a close thing. Bellis Deo's experience with Gilbert had softened some of the edge of her hatred of Shadow, but it was a pretty hard edge, and the blunting wasn't terribly obvious at the moment. "Is it possible that the Shadow formed wings?" "Clearly. You think the wings are still present." "Yes, but I don't understand how." Maybe it's an after-image, an after-effect?
Lord Bellasdeo.
The Hawklord's terse voice interrupted what might have become a rather long-winded theoretical magic discussion.
Do you feel that the threat of shadow incursion is present? The halls are very heavily protected against magic, we understand, but they are not a tower otherwise.
I wouldn't take the risk, Bellasdeo replied in Elantran. Would you have any objections if I roasted them for the sake of certainty?
Yes. You consider it an actual risk.
I consider it a theoretical risk. Shadow magic is chaotic and unpredictable. We could defend against much of it, but it's always more inventive when it pairs itself with the living. She looked vaguely disgusted. She didn't, however, breathe fire. The Hawklord appeared to be considering a matrix of unpleasant possibilities.
Very well. Take them to the holding cells.
Weren't you supposed to be in the infirmary? Tila asked the gold dragon, once the Hawklord was safely out of hearing range. I considered this to be the greater danger to Moran, Bellasdeo replied. Also, I'm not on the payroll. Fair enough. Kaylin glanced at Clint. Some of the other Aerian's eyes had shaded into a more natural gray. Not Clint. His eyes were still blue. He wasn't as angry or as combat-ready as the Hawklord had been, but he was close. Kaylin wondered if anyone was going to use the front doors today if they had any other choice. She certainly wouldn't. Kaylin, Bellasdeo, and Severn made their way to the infirmary and found Moran behind a locked door. The door was unlocked after some muffled conversation, which on Moran's part included a few choice Leontine phrases. Kaylin forgot what she'd been about to say when she saw Moran's eyes. They were a pale shade of blue, too dark to be gray in any light. It was a color she hadn't seen all that much of until after the attack on the high halls. She knew it now as sorrow, the natural response when people you respected and fought beside had perished. Moran said quietly, I've applied for a leave of absence. It almost broke Kaylin's heart. Her mind, however, was still intact. Did you recognize them? She asked. Moran said nothing. Kaylin, the dragon said, putting an arm around the hawk's shoulder. Perhaps now is not the time. But the answer was clearly yes. They're in the holding cells, she told Moran. Unless the cast court demands their release, that's where they're probably going to be staying. Moran, who are they? I don't know them personally, she replied, ill at ease. And it's going to be complicated for the cast court now. If the existence of shadow spell or augmentation is proven, the Emperor will not be pleased. The Emperor? The Emperor who created the laws of exemption, yes. There are strict limits to those laws, and for reasons that are obvious, they don't apply to the use of, or the contamination of, shadow. Bellasdeo said a single word, in native dragon. It was only one, but Kaylin's ears were ringing and the rest of her body was shaking. Dragon was simply not useful for communicating with people who didn't have ears of stone or steel. The familiar squawked at the dragon in mild annoyance. Kaylin lifted a hand quickly to cover the familiar's mouth. No more native dragon, she told Bellasdeo. I actually need my ears. To Moran, she said, The Emperor is coming to dinner tomorrow. The blue of sorrow gave way to the purple of surprise, which then gave way to a bluish gray that was probably as calm as her eyes were going to get this morning. If you take a leave of absence, will you stay with Helen? Silence. Because if you think you're going back to the Southern Reach, you can forget it.
Kaylin,
Bellasdeo said in warning. Kaylin folded her arms. If there's shadow in the Aerie, and the people using it are trying to kill you, the Aerie isn't safe for you. And that would be fine. It's your life. Thank you, was Moran's somewhat sarcastic reply. But Shadow doesn't generally pick and choose. These Aerians, the ones in the holding cells, are involved. Do you honestly think that other Aerians won't be? If you're with Helen, nothing can hurt you. But all the attempts will be concentrated on Helen. No one within her walls is going to fall to Shadow. No one is going to become collateral damage. If you're in the Aerie... Moran lifted a hand. Those Aerians are already collateral damage. I think they had some choice in the matter. Do you? Kaylin started to speak. Stopped. Did you have a choice when you were 13? Moran continued. Silence. Kaylin hated the reminder of the life she'd left behind. She hated the reminder of the harm she'd done in both desperation and fear. The only thing she'd seen was the need to survive, and survival had been brutal and ugly. Only when she'd given up entirely on survival, when life itself had become so crushingly ugly she believed she was better off dead, had she changed. It hadn't been an act of courage. It had been the ultimate act of despair, and even then she hadn't had the determination to end her own life. She had come here, to the halls of law, with every expectation that her life would be ended for her. No, Kaylin finally said. Not if I wanted to survive. She wanted to turn and leave. It's what she would have done a handful of years ago. She was awash in that particular form of self-loathing that was guilt. But she shouldered the weight. She'd started this, even asked for it in some fashion. I expected better of the Aries than the fiefs. At that moment, Moran sucked in air and Kaylin winced. She'd spoken the truth, but not with any particular care. Frightened people, the older Aerian eventually said, are the same everywhere. It looks different, but it's not. She turned away, turned back. But your point is taken. If my leave of absence is granted, I'll remain with Helen. She then looked past Kaylin to Severn. Are my services going to be required? The assailants don't appear to be injured. According to Private Neya, there were 3. Only 2 are currently in captivity. The third? He must have escaped. I don't know what happened. Small and Squawky flew up and 2 of them fell down. The third, he might have missed. What did he do? I don't know. The Hawklord's going to demand an answer. How does I don't know generally work out for you? Not particularly well. It's the truth. It's going to have to do. I don't know. I didn't see what happened. If I had to guess, I'd say that 2 of the Aerians are naturally close to flightless. Magical alterations were made, somehow, that allowed them to fly. The familiar did something to dispel that magic. Squawk. The familiar was bouncing on her shoulder, having abandoned the lazy sprawl. If that's the case, it implies that Aerian number 3 didn't require alteration in order to fly. He or she merely required it to be invisible. Squawk, squawk, squawk. Your familiar agrees, Bellisdeo said quietly. You're making your thinking face. It's just... Yes. If I'm looking at them through his wing, the wings look whole. They look healthy. They don't look like little extensions of shadow or whatever it is. The net they were holding, that screamed shadow, but the wings don't. I think that the physical container for the power of flight was created, but it doesn't depend on shadow to work. Meaning? I think they could fly again. But I don't understand how. The lack of relevant parts in their natural normal wings is real. It's physical. It's like someone found the phantom arm that people who've lost an arm feel, and they figured out how to make it temporarily solid. Moran said a lot of nothing. Kaylin wasn't certain what she would have said if given enough time because the mirror went off. The infirmary had a rather large one. It was not quiet. Sergeant! An Aerian appeared in the mirror in a poorly lit room. Light was incoming, and behind him, Kaylin could see the dark red of blood. Moran's eyes shifted to blue, not purple. She wasn't surprised at all, but she was bitterly, bitterly unhappy. Kaylin, who had just felt the uncomfortable, ugly rush of guilt, recognized it when she saw it on another face. All the things that she could tell herself but couldn't quite believe rushed up, because if she said them to Moran, they would be true. Nothing in Moran's expression allowed for any attempt at comfort. Kaylin's jaw snapped shut. Moran's assistant entered the infirmary in his on-duty clothing. Kaylin wondered briefly where he'd been. She didn't like any answer she could come up with and didn't ask. Moran waited for the assistant, a lowly private, just as Kaylin herself was, to pick up a large, heavy bag. She looked far more like Red going out on a pre-morgue assignment than she did a doctor. Red, on the other hand, carried his own bag. He considered privates in general too careless. The holding cells were crowded. The Hawk Lord had either not returned to his tower or had descended from it again. Barrani Hawks, Tila and Tain among them, were on guard duty. The only Aerians present were the Hawk Lord and Moran, and the bleeding Aerians who had been deposited here. Moran's Leontine was impressive, but she didn't slow down for it. She sped up. Her private, understanding instantly, sped up as well. Kaylin and Severn stepped out of the way to let them pass. Kaylin almost couldn't understand what she was seeing. Almost. But when she'd been 14, or 15, the years blurred a bit, and a mascot, not an actual full-fledged private, the Hawks and the Swords had, between them, managed to capture a Barrani criminal. He was wanted for a number of petty crimes, mostly involving drugs and prostitution. He had been taken to the holding cells, and he had been restrained. Barrani had been sent to guard him because mortal guards wouldn't cut it. He had died. Restrained as he was, he could have put up a struggle against mortal guards, excepting only Leontine's, and since there was only one of those and he was a sergeant, he was definitely not on guard duty. He'd had no chance at all against Barrani. It had caused the ugliest rift in the Hawks Kaylin had until that point seen. She'd seen impressive rivalries for things ranging from chairs, desks, and pencil acquisition, but those rivalries had been at base friendly. The death of the Barrani prisoner, the helpless Barrani prisoner, had changed that. It had driven a wedge of fury, contempt, and not a little fear between the Barrani Hawks and their mortal counterparts. It had made race an issue, even if, in theory, they were all equal when serving the imperial law. Not everyone was upset about the death, but enough were. Enough had been. Petty Barrani criminals weren't Aerians. Kaylin held her breath, reaching for her wrist. She'd already removed the bracer. She didn't look to the Hawk Lord for orders. She didn't look to Moran. She particularly avoided looking at Tila and Tain. She was certain they hadn't killed the Aerians, and she was certain the Hawk Lord already knew who had. After the death of the Barrani, records captures became mandatory for each of the holding cells that were in use. "Private," the Hawk Lord said. Kaylin ignored him. She knelt across from Moran and her infirmary assistant. One Aerian was dead. Just dead. His throat had been cut and he'd been stabbed in the chest, close to, if not through, his Aerian heart. She placed her hands on the forehead of the second Aerian. He was barely alive. Everything was on records. Everything. And that didn't matter. It wasn't as if the Hawks didn't know she could heal. It wasn't as if the Hawk Lord didn't. The Emperor was aware of her abilities. Were they legal? No. But she could figure that out later. She sent the healing power of the marks on her skin out into the wound. Someone had slashed his throat as well, but not deeply enough. They hadn't taken the time to stab him through the heart, possibly because they didn't have that time. It was the only thing she was grateful for. She heard Moran barking orders and felt a twinge of sympathy for the private on the receiving end. Belatedly, she hoped that private wasn't actually her. The familiar was crooning, a wordless sound that almost managed to be musical, if music was slightly flat and occasionally squawky. She listened as she felt the wound begin to close. "Enough, Kaylin," Moran said quietly. "He's lost a lot of blood," she answered without opening her eyes. "We're aware of that. He'll survive on his own now. You'll be flat on your back for at least 3 days, according to Tila. You've done enough. But Hawklord's orders," Moran added. Kaylin was grateful that she was only a private by the end of that grueling day. The office was in an uproar, but hawks in uproar generally gave very strong meaning to the words deafening silence. There were always exceptions, but for the most part, Marcus was in low growl mode all day. It wasn't considered wise to interrupt that, or more precisely, to draw his attention when he was in that mood. Because she was only a private, she had no idea who had murdered one of the 2 prisoners and almost killed the other. The records of cell captures weren't considered of relevance to privates, or corporals, or possibly even sergeants. They were above Kaylin's pay grade, and for the long, long hours of that day, she wanted them to stay that way enough that she could ignore the insistent "who would do this" that rattled around her head. Someone had just thrown away his career and quite possibly his freedom in order to ensure that the assassins never had the opportunity to talk. Bellisdeo remained in the infirmary, on the inside, near Moran. Tila and Tane took up positions on the outside of the infirmary door, by command of their very growly sergeant. The surviving prisoner had not regained consciousness by the end of the day. Kaylin and Severn weren't in the office for most of that day, though. They were out patrolling Alani Street. It was the first time in a long time that Kaylin appreciated petty fraud. She didn't even grimace when she caught sight of Margot on the way to Evanton's storefront. "I don't mean to be offensive," Grethin said a moment after he opened the door, "but you look awful." "It's been that kind of day. Is Evanton in?" "He is. I don't think he was expecting you, if that's any comfort." "Some," Kaylin admitted. She frowned. "I look awful, or we look awful?" "Severn kind of looks the same as he always does. You look awful. Just me." Severn shrugged, fief shrug. "I didn't say it," he pointed out when she glared at him. "I haven't been a hawk for nearly as long as you have. Before I joined the Hawks, I was a wolf. We don't have an office the way the Hawks or the Swords do. We don't serve the same function. A death in the holding cells might be one of our assignments." "It would never be a wolf assignment." "No." "They don't call in the wolves if they can actually put the criminal in question in holding cells." She exhaled. "Sorry. You're right. But it brings up all the old stuff. It reminds people of the last time. It's just..." She shook her head. "I don't want it to be an Aerian. I don't want it to be anyone in the halls." He was kind enough not to point out that the Hawk Lord probably already knew who the killer had been. Her ignorance at this point was irrelevant. It was pointless to cling to it. She knew it, and hated the whine that underlay her thoughts. But the hells with it. She'd let her ignorance go when she was good and ready. Or more likely when the Hawk Lord was. She headed toward the kitchen in serious need of cookies. Severn followed. Evanton was seated at the table, his apron a bit grimy, his expression a match for Kaylin's. They eyed each other warily. Since it was Evanton's shop, his bad moods took precedence over hers when all things were equal. Other than that, they shared.
"I have had 2 visitors today," Evanton said, going first. "Both Aerian, oddly enough."
"We had 3, but they came together in a single group," she countered. Evanton pushed the cookie tin in her general direction.
"Both of the Aerians were from the upper reaches. They were representatives of caste lords, or the Aerian equivalent. They felt it necessary to actually threaten me."
Kaylin winced. "So, not very bright representatives." Eventon's smile was humorless and thin.
No, they were dissuaded from that avenue of communication quite quickly.
Our visitors didn't bother with the threats or the negotiations. They were invisible. They had a net that appeared from the ground, to be made of shadow, and we think they were there to assassinate Sergeant Carafel. Eventon winced. We managed to bring 2 of them down. One of them died in the holding cells, and not by his own hand.
I'm not certain you're allowed to say that,
Eventon said.
It's probably a breach of some sort of security or other.
Probably.
Do you think these 2 incidents are related?
The assassination and the deaths in the cell? Kaylin asked in a very, "Why are you asking if water is wet?" tone.
No. The visit to my humble shop and the assassination attempt.
Oh. She took a cookie. Or 2. Maybe. I was coming to ask you about that.
Ah.
This blessing thing that you were asked to craft, does it actually give the flightless flight?
Why do you ask?
Because 2 of the Aerians, the ones we caught, couldn't, in theory, fly on their own. Their wings aren't properly formed.
You think they were deliberately crippled?
No, it's not like being outcast. They have wings, but the wings wouldn't support their full weight. They could manage to hit the literal street without going splat, but they couldn't manage to lift off that same street.
You're certain?
Yes. Eventon?
Yes, Kaylin. That is exactly what the blessing of air does.
He rose.
Do you think that the client you met is involved?
I wish I could say that hadn't occurred to me, was her stony reply. But in fairness, she wanted the Bletzian for Moran, who can't fly. I didn't press her for more information. I trusted you not to create something that would harm Moran. Now, I have to ask, as a hawk, how many other clients you've created these Bletzian things for, and when?
I am not the only person who can craft them,
he replied, which wasn't much of an answer.
Grethin, tea.
Tea came 20 minutes later. Eventon frowned as Kaylin, in his words, entirely spoiled any appetite for lunch by eating her way through half of the cookie tin. She did, in her own defense, offer cookies to Severn, who took one.
Aerian mages do not join the Imperial Order. I believe in the history of the Southern Reach there was exactly one. It is not, he added, recent history. The Thar-Alani have an affinity for the element of water. It will not surprise you to know that the Aerians have a similar affinity.
Air?
He nodded. Air and fire. The abilities of the Aerians are similar to those of the Imperial mages.
Have any Aerians ever been arcanists?
Funny that you should ask that question now.
There were whole days when Kaylin regretted getting out of bed. She was torn, though. It was natural to hate and despise arcanists. You practically lost your badge if you didn't. She wanted to hate and despise something that wasn't her own people. And that was one step too far. She struggled with it, and won, but only barely. On the other hand, barely still passed muster. Sorry, she told the older man. I'm right out of humor for funny at the moment.
I can see that. There have historically been more Aerian arcanists than there have been Imperial mages.
Why?
Because the Imperium, such as it is a largely human endeavor. The Aerians are not at home in halls that were not designed with wings in mind. They can, and do, work within them, but being a mage is not just or even office work. They dislike the cramped confines of both space and attitude. Arcanists are more racially diverse.
Most of them are Barrani.
Yes, Barrani have a general contempt for anyone who happens to be mortal. They are not Aerians. They are mortals as far as the Barrani are concerned. But as is the case with the Barrani and other avenues of interaction, power and money speak. It is easier to feel at home in the Arcanum than in the Imperium. The Arcanum does not revere imperial law.
No kidding. She exhaled. Is there an Aerian arcanist now?
What do you think?
Kaylin's Leontine, mixed liberally with borrowed words from 2 other languages, filled the small kitchen space.
You are certain you saw whole wings?
Eventon asked, when Kaylin at last stopped swearing and told him, in less colorful language, about the events of the day. Yes.
But only with the aid of your familiar.
She nodded again. The familiar had taken off, landing, as he often did, on Grethen's shoulders. Grethen had gone in search of food more suited to the small lizard than Kaylin's cookies, or rather what she thought of as her cookies. I wonder why he likes Grethen so much.
Given your current mood, it emphasizes his intelligence,
Eventon replied. I thought maybe the wings were shadow wings somehow, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The net, though, I'd bet all of last year's pay that it was shadow. Eventon was thinking. Loudly.
Might I ask you to do one thing the next time you're with Sergeant Carafel?
You want me to look at her wings with the help of the familiar?
Yes, I think it might be instructive.
Kaylin nodded glumly.
If the wings somehow represent potential flight, it's possible that shadow is responsible for the actual flight.
But how?
It is power, Kaylin.
It's shadow. Look, fire is powerful, but you can't pour fire into wings and expect to take flight. You can probably expect to be cooked if you're not careful, but that's about it.
Shadow has always been the most flexible of the potential powers,
the keeper replied, unruffled.
There is a reason that it has been studied, a reason that it has appeal. Shadow is, at base, transformative.
Yes, but I'm not sure you can control the transformation. And for the most part, the transformation, all differences aside, is from alive to dead.
For mortals, yes.
Eventon was mortal, in theory, or he'd been born mortal. But he'd lived a long damn time, and if he looked ancient to Kaylin, he hadn't aged at all in the years, admittedly few, she'd known him. How do you know what shadow does? His brows gathered in the what a stupid question look he usually threw at poor Grethen.
I've been through several iterations of men and women who seek power, any power. Most of those attempts don't directly affect me as keeper, but some, as recent history has proven, have come close to destroying everything. I will allow that if the weapons the Aerians were utilizing were of shadow, it is highly likely that shadow was the ostensible Bletzian granted those who could not naturally fly.
He rose.
It so happens I have something for you.
Lily is Bletzian? Eventon nodded.
I ask you to wait here while I retrieve it from the garden.
Kaylin nodded and had another cookie. Chapter 8. When Eventon left, she turned to her partner. An Aerian arcanist. Any bets?
What are we betting on?
Which flight the arcanist belongs to.
As long as you're betting against our Carafel, yes.
Kaylin shrugged. Shadow as simple power?
It's Alani,
Severn replied. Meaning it's a bill of goods we're being sold?
We're being asked to buy, but he's probably not entirely wrong. I don't understand how or why the Aerians had shadow nets. The study of magic related to shadow is illegal, even in the Arcanum.
The Arcanists don't follow their own bloody rules. They're certainly not going to follow the Emperor's when they can avoid it. Severn, however, continued to stare at his hands, as if they vaguely displeased him. She could take a guess at why, but didn't have to waste the mental energy.
Gilbert.
Since this was more or less some part of what Kaylin had been thinking, she nodded, pensive now. Gilbert's the only shadow I've ever met who wasn't... He nodded, freeing her from the search for descriptive words.
Evanton's not wrong. The first time you really spent time in the garden, it's because an arcanist, with an imperial death sentence hanging over his head, tried to co-opt the Keeper's powers in order to change the world. To rule it by changing it. The heart of the elements weren't the arcanist's concern. The power was. We have evidence, in the form of Leontines, that the powers of creation or transformation used there were, at the very least, susceptible to shadow.
You think it's more than just susceptible?
I think there's a chance that the heart of the power is similar. The towers were created to stand against shadow, but the shadows that have managed to breach a tower knew what to look for, where to find it, what to do with it. They were trying to transform the tower by rewriting the words at its core.
He was talking about Tara and Tiamaris indirectly. Kaylin nodded slowly. But what if the shadows knew what to do because they've been at war with the towers for so long? Belisteo understands shadow better than any of us because she lost a world to it.
Severn nodded, allowing the point. The problem was that Kaylin wasn't certain she believed it, because shadows, or at least Gilbert, had words at their core, whatever and wherever that core was. You remember the fishmonger? Severn asked quietly.
Kaylin flinched. There wasn't a hawk on the force who didn't remember that case, and no hawk who'd joined the force after the fishmonger was caught who hadn't been informed. The whole city knew about the fishmonger. The swords had been on full alert for almost a month by the time he was run to the ground. As a name for a man who had killed dozens in gruesome, horrible ways, it was stupid. But he'd earned the moniker because of where he'd found his victims, and how. He'd sold fish. He'd sold fish predominantly to the poor citizens of Elantra, and on occasion those citizens had vanished. Parts of their bodies had been discovered in the fish later. The fishmonger had probably known more ways to kill a man than Red the coroner did. There were still a few cookies left in the tin, but Kaylin put the lid firmly back in place, appetite completely absent. Why are you bringing him up now?
Because he was human. We're human. We're not the fishmonger. He didn't require magic. He didn't require power, elemental or shadow or other. He did what he did with what he was born to. The wolves were hunting him.
Severn added quietly.
We had a different view, but we were looking at the same thing. The damage done, the victims. Gilbert is, in theory, of shadow. You felt it the first time you met him. You knew it. But he's shadow the way you and I are human. The fishmonger was shadow the way the creatures that come out of Ravelon are.
Kaylin nodded, frowning. Do you think that Ravelon is like one big holding cell for the criminally insane? I mean, the shadows? I hadn't really thought of it before now, but maybe it makes sense. Gilbert wasn't what any of us were expecting. I think that hit Belisteo hardest. But is it really smart to look at shadow as if it were fire or water, elementally speaking? Severn hesitated.
When elementals are summoned,
they're sentient, if they're of any size. Kaylin struggled to catch the rest of the thought. Shadow might be sentient the same way, but fire wants to burn things at any size. The trick to the summoning is controlling or denying that impulse.
Water wants to drown or crush things. Air wants to throw things into other things. Earth wants to crush or smother things.
And you think shadow is somehow like the elements? Kaylin asked Severn. Her first instinct was to deny it. So was her second. Life needs the 4 elements. If the elements desire destruction when they're summoned, that's sort of understandable. No one likes to be practically enslaved. But what do we need shadow for?
Your guess is probably as good as mine. Maybe we don't need it. But it's possible that the shadows we've seen are like uncontrolled elements.
And Gilbert?
Doesn't require the control.
She shook her head again. The idea, to Kaylin, was preposterous. If shadow was like the elements, there should be a single whole shadow that existed, as the elements did, in the Keeper's garden. Kaylin had spent enough time in that garden to be certain there wasn't. Evanton cleared his throat. He was standing in the doorway, waiting for a break in conversation. Evanton demanded a lot of patience. It was, he said, simple manners and common sense when dealing with the elderly, but was terrible at actually giving any of it. Kaylin rose. Sorry, we were just talking.
Yes, I noticed. And unlike many of the conversations you have with your fellow hawks while waiting, this seems to be of actual relevance. I am loath to interrupt you.
Which meant, of course, he would. He lifted a hand. Draped around his left palm was a slender chain that looked to be made of silver.
This is Lilia's gift to Moran.
Is Moran going to be angry if I give it to her?
That is not my concern. The sergeant is not my customer.
It's my concern, Kaylin said, staring pointedly at the pendant that dangled from the chain. It, like the chain that held it, appeared to be silver. It was, to no one's surprise, a small, stylized depiction of a feather.
Yes,
Evanton agreed. He handed her the item he'd made.
It is. Your problem, that is. If you will excuse me, I have work to do.
The rest of Alani was its usual fraudulent self. The merchants and street hawkers weren't happy to see Kaylin and Severn, but they never were unless discovery of their fraud prompted former customers to get a bit of their own back from the fraud's hide. Kaylin considered this attempt justified, and had pointed out to many that it was a consequence of lying and preying on the foolish dreams of the desperate. The criminals, though, pointed out that this was assault, possibly heading toward murder. Today, however, no street brawls came to interrupt them. No commotion outside of Margot's. The only people who seemed to want the attention of the patrolling hawks were people who hadn't seen, or hadn't yet paid attention to, the familiar draped across Kaylin's shoulders. To be fair, when he was like this, he didn't seem to be particularly real. He might have been a very unusual shoulder adornment. Gods knew the merchants here sold some very strange ones.
Where did you buy that?
Since the answer was complicated, Kaylin didn't bother. He found me, she said, and stuck around. A predictable offer of money in exchange for the small dragon followed, the amount escalating with each refusal. On Alani Street, it was practically criminal to refuse to sell something for the right price. The right price, however, was elusive. Please don't tell me that Margot is trying to get our attention.
I don't think she's trying to get mine, if that'll do.
Kaylin muttered a short Leontine curse. Leontine wasn't really a good language for quiet cursing when on duty. Can we ignore her? I've had a bad week and I don't want to add to it.
She probably can't make it any worse.
She's inventive. She probably can. Kaylin grimaced and gave in to the inevitable. She waited by the sandwich board in front of Margot's window until Margot came out to speak with them.
I know you're not happy to see me,
the redhead said. Since this was more or less true, Kaylin shrugged.
I'm not particularly happy to see you either,
Margot continued.
And I seriously considered ignoring your presence, but you didn't trip over my board today.
This made Kaylin flush. I usually pick it up.
Your partner usually picks it up, Margot corrected her.
She was a very, very attractive woman. Her hair was a bright red. Her skin was the type of pale that redheads of that variety usually sported. Her eyes, today, were green. They changed color, not with mood, but with money and magical enhancements. Kaylin had no idea what their natural color was.
I had a new client today,
Kaylin said. Was he Aerian?
Funny you should ask that. No, he wasn't.
Why is it funny I should ask that?
His questions seem to revolve around Aerians. He was not young, she added, and he was very, very well dressed. Almost too well.
Is that even possible?
I'm thinking out loud. He was extremely expensively dressed, and I didn't recognize him or the name he left. He was human, she added, as if this were necessary. It wasn't, really. Most of the dupes that came willingly to Alani to empty their pockets were. But Margot's clientele spanned the gamut. One of her clients had once caused Kaylin extreme difficulty, being related to a caste lord.
I'm listening, Kaylin said when Margot paused. Margot didn't usually offer anything like help to the Hawks.
You're wondering why I've approached you.
Kind of,
yeah. Can we go inside?
Margot nodded, turned, and led the way in.
I don't have much time, Margot told them. I have an appointment later this afternoon.
With the same guy?
She shook her head. With a very important client.
And the rich man wasn't.
She shook her head again, her gaze falling to the floor. I'm not sure I'll see him again. She lifted her head and met Kaylin's eyes. I know you think I'm a fraud. I'm not entirely. Kaylin nodded. Ever since the incident on Alani, I'm less of a fraud. She looked pretty bitter about it, too.
Let me guess, most of the people who pay you money don't actually want the truth.
Got it in one. Look, we all need to eat, right? Kaylin said nothing. I don't have many other skills. The offers of employ I received when younger would probably curl your toes.
Kaylin said, I grew up in the fiefs.
Or not. Look, I know you don't like what I do. I don't particularly care for what you do while you're here either. But there are times I'm grateful for the halls, mostly the swords. And you could be a lot worse. I've had beat hawks proposition me.
Kaylin held up one hand.
I just ate, she lied. She didn't want to believe Margot. She wanted to have less to believe.
But the implication that she'd lost her appetite was true.
Right. The man wasn't asking about Aerians, not specifically. But the answers I received were about Aerians. And hawks.
Hawks?
Yes. Neither of these are guesses, she added. I've seen that tabard for all of my tenure on Alani. I know it when I see it.
And the Aerians?
She hesitated. I don't do much business with Aerians, so I don't know a lot about them. I know that they're generally normal people, but with wings attached. The wings differ in color. But I haven't seen wings like the ones I saw in my vision before.
Go on,
Kaylin said, her jaw tensing. They were pale, but speckled gold.
The speckles were brown. Kaylin did not correct the description. No one expected information gained in oracles or visions to be accurate.
You don't look surprised.
No comment.
You do look pissed off. She hesitated. You want to know why I'm talking to you about this?
You said that already.
Yes. Margot exhaled. I've spent a lot of time to get to where I am. I've made my own decisions, my own choices. I have my own money now. I'm not beholden to anyone. Got that? Kaylin nodded. I'm telling you this because of the client. He did, or said, something just as I sat down.
Show me the room you sat in, if you don't mind. Also, keep talking.
Margot said, I don't want you to touch anything without my permission. Everything in the room I used is expensive. Everything.
It's meant to impress the wealthy?
Yes. I have another 2 rooms, both of which see more frequent use. This room is meant to impress. She pointed to a curtain composed of long strands of beads, or of what appeared at a distance to be beads. Margot clearly meant the don't touch part. She pulled the beads back to either side of the open arch herself, hooking them carefully in place before she entered the room. Kaylin slid her hands behind her back and clasped them loosely as she followed. Kaylin expected the room to be a gaudy, bright den of things, sort of an upscale version of the dust-covered, cobweb-anchored shelves in Evanton's store, but more practical. It wasn't. It was almost austere in its simplicity. There was, of course, a table, and on it a crystal ball, which was a prop for fraud as far as the Hawks were concerned. Kaylin had visited the oracular halls a number of times, all on duty. She knew that oracles and their prophecies didn't require something as fixed as a large glass ball. Vision was not confined, in Kaylin's experience, to fixed locations. She glanced at the rug, the wall hanging, the painting. She saw a vase, flowers, and 4 chairs, all of which were empty. The chairs, however, would have been at home in the palace. They were upholstered and very heavy. Margot indicated that the Hawks could sit, but her expression made clear that the chairs were far more valuable than her current visitors. Kaylin declined. It wasn't like she was ever going to be comfortable in Margot's company anyway. First, I want it to be clear that I never talked to you. Well, at least it's believable, Kaylin replied. What made you overcome your normal reluctance? Margot's smile was leaden. I know you believe me monstrous, she said. And in general, I don't care. But the man who came to visit me today was unusual. Go on. Margot turned to the painting on the wall. Records. It was a good thing Margot's back was turned because she missed seeing Kaylin's jaw fall open. By the time she turned again, Kaylin was back in control of her face. What Kaylin had assumed was a painting was, in fact, a mirror. The colors of mountain and city and sky broke into tiny pieces, recombining into an image of this room and one of the occupied chairs. This is the visitor. Anything unusual about him? Yes, but not visually. Visually, however, he was impressive. Not a single hair was out of place. If he hadn't so obviously been human, he might have been Barrani. His eyes were a gray-blue, which accentuated the subtle ice of his expression. He didn't look familiar to Kaylin, but she understood why Margot had pegged him as a wealthy mark. It wasn't his clothing, although that, to Kaylin's eye, was costly. But his carriage, his demeanor. He was clearly used to both having power and wielding it to gain obedience. She didn't like him. Then again, neither did Margot. Severn was staring at the man. Another one of your former clients? Kaylin asked, half joking. I'm not completely certain, was the serious reply. Margot frowned, but said nothing. Kaylin, however, flinched. What name did he give? He didn't. You didn't ask? Many of my wealthy clients come to me on the condition of secrecy. As long as their gold is good, I don't care what they call themselves, even if it's nothing. I usually recognize them regardless. Not this guy. No. You think he'll be coming back? Not if I have anything to say about it. He came because he wanted the usual glimpse into the future. Fine. You intended to peddle something relatively harmless? In legal terms, yes. What did you give him instead? Margot looked extremely uncomfortable, which didn't suit her. I sat down at the table, she said by way of answer. She suited action to words and sat, her hands in her lap. Closing her eyes, she straightened her shoulders and neck, lifting her hands so they rested palms down on the tabletop. She then lifted her hands, turning the palms in toward the crystal ball. Kaylin felt her skin begin to tingle. Magic. It wasn't a strong magic. It was a normal one. The ball itself was likely enchanted. Then again, so were all the street lamps. Magic was not illegal, Kaylin's frequent, fervent wishes aside. The ball began to glow. It wasn't with the radiance of street lamps, though. "Is the room usually dark?" "It's ambient," Margot replied. "So darker than this?" "Yes." Her grimace ruined the otherwise perfect picture she presented. "So you set the ball glowing, and—" "I could not release it. I couldn't move my hands away from its surface." She did move her hands now as if testing the ball for defects. "I couldn't stand. I couldn't look away from the ball itself. I think I managed to blink." Kaylin was now looking carefully at the ball, which appeared slightly magical but otherwise normal. Magic left visible sigils to Kaylin's eye, but only strong magic. This was not strong. "Can I ask you to stand now, please?" Margot seemed quite happy to be free of the chair, as if describing what had happened was like reliving the experience. "Anything?" Severn asked. Kaylin frowned and shook her head. "Nothing that I can see. If there was magic practiced, it didn't require a lot of power." "Sorry, Margot, you can sit again if you want." "I'd rather not, if it's all the same to you." Kaylin nodded. "So you looked into the ball as part of your regular routine?" Margot nodded. "I also burn incense during these readings." "Anything special about the incense?" "No," which meant yes. But Margot was breathing it in as well, so it couldn't be deadly. She didn't like Margot, it was true. She also hated paperwork and wasn't willing to do it if it weren't for something she considered practical. "I'm not sure how this normally works," Kaylin continued, because she wasn't. She was often ignorant, which she hated, but didn't consider herself stupid. Spending money in Margot's parlor was stupid. "Did he ask questions?" "Yes. In general, there's discussion, a building of rapport." The image of the man, still captured in Margot's personal records, didn't imply rapport would be particularly welcome, at least not on his part. "Records? Reenact," Margot said. The man in the image began to move. "My apologies, Madame Margot," he said, his voice the type of hard, soft that set Kaylin's teeth on edge. "I have done some research on the various fortune-tellers in Alani and elsewhere in Elantra. I would not have taken the time to visit you had it not been for one infamous difficulty in the past year." Whatever Margot had said in response, the mirror that looked like a painting hadn't captured. "The current custodian of the oracular halls, however, is not at all flexible, and any visit to the oracles requires official imperial permission. You, on the other hand, are rumored to be discreet. Discretion is a useful trait. I suggest you remember it." "Is the part where you punch him in the mouth and boot him out of your store coming up anytime soon?" Kaylin asked. The urge to punch his image in the mouth had caused her hands to curl in fists. "No, sadly. I did say I couldn't move, didn't I?" For the first time, however, she smiled, and Kaylin smiled back. "I have a few questions that associates of mine need answered. They are currently extremely busy men. I wish you to look at these items, and I wish you to look into your crystal ball. Forgive me," he added. He stood and walked around the table. Record's capture was centered on him. Margot entered the frame as he approached her. She looked poised, elegant, cool, and annoyed. Kaylin doubted very much that she would have looked half as calm had she been in Margot's position, and a certain admiration tugged at her. First, the man lifted a feather. "Records," Kaylin said. When the man continued to speak, Margot repeated the word and then returned the capture to the feather. "Enlarge." Kaylin glanced at Severn. "Did he leave the feather here?" "No. If you're wondering if it's an Aerian feather, it almost certainly was, given what followed.
We may have lost a very fine hunting bird,
the man continued, when Records capture resumed its play.
We wish to locate it. However, it may prove difficult without more information.
This, he said, fishing another item out of an interior pocket,
was the bird's favorite toy. It has been handed down through generations of those who are tasked with the welfare of the breed.
Kaylin really did not like this man. You'll break teeth if you keep grinding them like that, Margot told her. She ordered another freeze and enlarge, but this time the object was a bracelet or an armband. It was either meant for large hands or slender arms. Kaylin couldn't be certain. Circular, it appeared to be made of silver or platinum. It contained evenly spaced gemstones of a pale blue color.
And last,
he held up a collar.
Now, I have a few questions I wish you to answer.
Are all your wealthy clients this odious? A handful would probably pass your judgmental muster, Margot replied. This one, however, was in a class of his own. And if word gets out that you turned him in?
I'll deny it, of course. The Hawks and I have a known adversarial relationship. Those who matter would believe me.
Fair enough. I don't suppose you know where he got any of these items. Margot shook her head, impatient now. Kaylin stared at her, frowning. She glanced at Severn. Severn was paying careful attention to Margot, but almost all men did that. Records, Margot said. I don't suppose you could grant me temporary permission to give commands? What do you think? Kaylin poked the familiar. He sat up, growled in her ear, which was practically a new sound, and then looked balefully at the crystal. He ignored the mirror. He ignored Margot. Kaylin paid attention to what Margot was saying in the Records capture playback, but what she now wanted to see was the end of this session, not its beginning. It's dark, Margot in the past said. It's dark, but the sky is clear. Over Elantra, it's blue. This made as much sense as most of what fell out of Margot's mouth. There are Aerians in the darkness.
Can you see their wings?
I can see that they have them, was Margot's curt reply. Her voice held an edge of something that sounded suspiciously like fear. Kaylin lifted a hand and Margot paused playback. You weren't making that up. Good of you to notice. You're saying that this visitor somehow compelled you to have a vision? She poked the familiar. The familiar sighed, bit her finger just hard enough to make a point, and launched himself off her shoulder. Past Margot said, No.
How many do you see?
Enough that it's difficult to count.
I will warn you,
the stranger said in his velvet voice,
not to lie to me.
He walked away from Margot and resumed his seat. Past Margot's voice was clear, but she was no longer visible. Dozens, she finally said. They're not hovering, and they're not flying in the patrol formation. There's also a dragon. The man's face became instantly stone-like. After a pause to digest this obviously unwelcome information, he asked,
What color is the dragon?
I'm not certain. I did mention it's dark.
Is the dragon gold?
No. Gold, I think I could differentiate.
Take a closer look.
Kaylin, in the present, said, Is he an idiot? He doesn't seem to understand how visions actually work, no. Kaylin would have bet a lot of money that Margot didn't either, and clearly she would have lost it. Past Margot said, That is not the way visions work. If it was a precise science, the existence of oracles would have started 7 different wars by now. Why did he want an oracle? Kaylin asked. Maybe he wanted to avoid angry dragons, Margot replied.
I don't know."
Margot's response was dismissive, which was typical for her. But the line of her shoulders was a little too high, and her eyes were narrowed in something that wasn't quite anger or hostility, both of which Kaylin knew quite well. Something was wrong. Kaylin frowned and glanced at Severn. It was brief but pointed. Severn walked across the rug, bent and examined something. The rug itself was a complicated weave of color and pattern. He rose and lifted an arm. The familiar came to land on it, as if he were a kestrel. He then carried the familiar back to Kaylin. The familiar crooned.
"Yes,"
Severn said, speaking privately, as he so seldom did. Kaylin was mortal. Kaylin had taken a name for herself instinctively from the Barrani Lake of Life. The only living person who knew it was her partner. The name was a bridge he seldom crossed.
"I think you're right. I think Margot's visitor never left. I'm certain the playback is genuine. I'm certain the visitor did somehow cajole an actual vision out of her. But I think something in that vision involved you."
"Is she likely to survive if we leave?" Kaylin glanced briefly at Margot.
"Would you care?"
Severn unsheathed his blades. Although the room was large, it wasn't large enough that he could wield the full length of his weapon's chain without lopping off someone's arm or leg. "Yes. If I've managed not to kill her all these years, I resent some stranger strolling in to do it first."
"Grab Margot."
"You think he'll use magic here?"
"Probably."
Past Margot inhaled sharply, and both hawks stopped their discussion as the record's playback demanded their attention.
"What is it? What did you see? What changed?"
the man demanded. He'd risen from his chair to lean over the table, staring into the crystal ball as if it could provide answers. As if. Kaylin headed across the room to the mirror and stopped at the midpoint between the table and the wall, which happened to be Margot. To Severn, she said, "Break the ball." To present Margot, she said, "Can you speed this up a bit?" Margot turned a familiar glare in Kaylin's direction, and the hawk draped an arm tightly around the redhead's shoulders, as Severn brought both of his blades crashing down on the glass orb. Chapter 9. The glass shattered. As it did, Kaylin felt the uncomfortable tickling across her skin become painful. She didn't otherwise notice. Shards of glass flew outward. By some small miracle, and by small she meant dragon, none of them hit either Kaylin or Margot. She felt acutely embarrassed. She'd assumed the crystal ball was a kind of second-rate magic that Margot used to fleece people. And she'd been right, of course. But the ball Severn had just shattered wasn't the one that had originally been sitting on the table. Kaylin was surprised she hadn't seen the difference immediately. She was also chagrined. Destroying it had been a hunch. Destroying it intelligently would have been the brighter move. Severn had one cut across his cheek, but it wasn't deep, and he wasn't bothered by it. He didn't even look. He turned instantly toward the room's fourth occupant. The man whose visit had been captured in the record's mirror was looking slightly surprised. He was standing in the corner farthest from the door, where no one was likely to accidentally run into him. He wasn't prepared for combat. He wasn't prepared for discovery at all. Kaylin watched his eyes widen, saw his mouth open, saw his gaze rake Margot's face with slow, blossoming fury. "I didn't tell them," Margot told him, voice cold. "If you recall, I advised you against this course of action. The hawks are a constant irritant, but they're not reliably stupid." To Kaylin, she said, "I would appreciate it if you escorted this man off the premises." "How far off?" "He threatened to kill me. He held me prisoner. He forced me to lure you into my shop." "Did he?" Kaylin smiled.
He also used magic to control you from the looks of it. That, too. Kaylin turned to the man in question. Her skin wasn't crawling or screaming in protest, which she would have expected had he been using magic, but her marks were glowing. Severn? The man drew a weapon. It was longer than Severn's 2 blades, double-edged but also faintly curved. Kaylin definitely disliked the look of that blade.
"You are very clever,"
he told Kaylin, but not Severn, who happened to be armed and closer.
"But you are meddling in matters you do not understand. Stay on the ground with the rest of the worms. Leave the skies to their kin. I will leave now. I will not cause you any trouble, but I suggest strongly that you don't attempt to detain me. Or you will die."
Kaylin's grin widened. Eyes on the man, she said to Margot, "I'm not sure I think threatening you is a jail-worthy crime. It's gotta happen every day. But threatening officers of the law, that's bad." The marks on her arms had passed from a deep gold to the color of aged silver. She could see them through the dark fabric of her shirt. "Hey," she said to the familiar. He obligingly lifted a wing, and this time didn't smack her face with it before he let it settle across her eyes. She looked through the wing and sucked in air in a way that drew all eyes in the room except Severn's, who was facing the armed man. She cursed, loudly. "Don't touch him!" She could see lines of shadow, like very fine mesh drawn across every exposed inch of the man's skin. It was probably crawling over the unexposed skin as well. She glanced at Margot, and saw that Margot wasn't free of that oddly spidery effect either, although it was much, much sparser. With the familiar's wing as guide, Kaylin lifted a hand. It hovered over Margot's face and froze an inch from her skin. She didn't want to touch either Margot or this shadow. The small dragon squawked. "Once for yes, twice for no," Kaylin told him. He sighed. "Is the shadow dangerous?" Squawk, squawk. "I can touch it safely." "What are you talking about?" Margot demanded. Squawk. "I think I can see how he controlled your movements," Kaylin told Margot. "I'd like to break that spell unless you want to be returned to his control in the near future." With obvious derision, Margot said, "You can break it." "I think so. I'd rather not be subject to your magical uncertainty. No offense meant. None taken. You can visit an extremely expensive mage of your own choosing. I'm not sure he'll be able to help you, but frankly, I can't force you to allow anything, and I don't actually give a rat's ass if you get devoured by shadow." "Not likely," Severn said. "It's more likely that she'll walk into a busy street and stand still while she gets hit by a wagon or carriage." Margot stiffened. "They don't want you to talk. I'm assuming they wanted something from Kaylin, and I can guess what." "Fine. Fine. But if you screw up, I'll take my complaint all the way up the hierarchy." "You're welcome," Kaylin said sweetly. She felt herself relax. This, Margot, she understood. Margot wanting to share information was so foreign it was unbelievable. And actually, it was unbelievable for a reason. Margot did things to protect Margot. Margot did things that were advantageous for Margot. Margot wasn't particularly grateful that the Hawks had, in all probability, saved her life. Kaylin wasn't entirely certain she was grateful for it either, but she'd probably hate herself if Margot died. That was the thing about being a Hawk. You couldn't choose. It was probably the reason for the laws as well. The laws defined what was acceptable or necessary. The individual Hawks didn't. There were no laws about tripping over sandwich boards, though. Probably for the best. The man snarled. "What are you talking about?" he demanded. "You're wearing shadow," Kaylin replied, although she didn't look at him. "You're covered in it. I don't know how you can do it safely, and at this point, I don't care. If you don't lower the weapon and come with us to the halls of law—"
"What do you mean? Shadow?"
His voice had risen in tone. Kaylin reached up, her eyes still cloaked in Familiar's wing, and brushed fingers across the subtle strands of darkness that had settled around Margot's face. She felt no sentience there. Although the strands weren't like spiderwebs, they didn't cling to her hand, and they didn't instantly break. They stretched. Kaylin frowned and pulled harder. They stretched until they were almost invisible.
"Well?"
Margot snapped, sounding actively waspish. "This may come as a surprise to you, but I don't actually see magic of this type every day."
"Great. You realize I pay taxes?"
"Yes, about half of what you probably owe." At Margot's expression, Kaylin grinned. It was like a smile. Almost.
I checked. "My taxes are none of your business."
"Technically, evasion is our business, as you put it, and I'm not the one who brought the subject up." She caught the strand, wrapped her hand in it, and pulled hard. This time it snapped. She was left with a slightly flailing black strand. Margot was left with less shadow, but pulling one thread hadn't unraveled the whole. Kaylin grimaced, glared Margot into silence, and worked on the rest. "We'll want the records capture of the meeting," she told Margot cheerfully.
"And I want to be the Empress," Margot snapped. "These are confidential records."
"I'm certain you think they are. But we'll have the records, or we'll have a long, long interview with you in which we try to reconstruct what actually happened." She turned to the man. He had lowered his weapon and was staring at Kaylin. She asked the Familiar to lower his wing, and he did. Without the translucent mask, she could see the man's expression. He was pale, a color somewhere between gray and green. His eyes were a bit too wide, and he appeared to be sweating, something she hadn't expected.
"What do you mean, shadow?"
Shadow meant many things in Elantra. Not a single one of them was good. There were stories about shadow, and death by same, and in this case, the outrageous stories had something most rumors lacked. They were true. Or rather, they were all possible. And clearly, whatever he'd been told about the power he was exerting, none of it had involved shadow. He lowered the blade, kneeling to set it on the floor in front of Severn's feet before he rose again, lifting his hands, palm out, to show that he was unarmed. Technically, this was true. She tapped the Familiar's leg and he raised his wing again, sighing loudly in her ear. "Is it the same?" she asked him. He squawked. Twice. "Is it dangerous to me?" Squawk. She cursed. "Is it likely to kill him?" Squawk. She cursed in Leontine. "Fine. Is he actually human?" Squawk. "We do not get paid nearly enough for this," she told Severn. "What are you doing?" he demanded, trying to pull the shadow off him. "Your Familiar just said, if we're going to take him in—"
"I'll go with you,"
the man said.
"I'll cooperate."
She couldn't see his face clearly. Only his eyes were visible when the Familiar's wings were high, and they were too white in the ink of his skin.
"I was hired."
He stopped speaking. He started to choke. Kaylin leapt forward, but she was too slow. The Familiar pushed off her shoulder. Before she could catch him or stop him, he exhaled. Silver, sparkling steam escaped his open mouth in a familiar, multicolored cloud. "No!" she shouted. He squawked. The man drew breath to scream, and scream he did. She couldn't see what was hurting him. She couldn't see anything out of the ordinary at all with her own eyes. She reached down, opened the collar of his shirt, popping buttons in her haste to give him room to breathe, although she wasn't certain it mattered. But he did breathe. His glassy, wide eyes slowly narrowed. They remained open, but moving. His arms and his legs shuddered. His chest rose. He started to speak.
stopped, and began to choke again. Kaylin pulled him up, grabbing his jacket to do so. The familiar circled him, hovering for a moment before he nodded and returned to Kaylin's shoulders. They watched as the man continued to choke. Severn got behind him and aimed several blows at his back, between his shoulder blades. The man began to cough, and Kaylin instinctively moved out of the way as he spit out something dark and wet, something visible and familiar. Margot hissed an exclamation. The man was too busy regaining breath to do the same, but his eyes once again widened as a small, dark, opalescent pool began to eat its way through Margot's most expensive rug. This shadow was clearly visible to everyone who didn't have a familiar. Severn yanked the man to his feet. Margot was incensed by the time she saw the Hawks to the door. "You couldn't have done that at the halls," she demanded. "He wouldn't have survived the trip there," Kaylin countered. "And that's my problem. How? Do you know how much that rug cost?" It hadn't started out as a promising day. It wasn't promising now. In many ways, it had become infinitely more complicated. But Margot was furious, and that had to count for something. It was the bright silver lining on a very dark cloud. Kaylin had done nothing wrong, nothing petty. There was no guilt associated with this. There'd been no passive aggression at all. She took a moment to enjoy the feeling, because the rest of the day was going to be a nightmare. "We'll want a records capture of that as well," she told the seer. She said it very quietly, on the other hand. Margot, once she had stepped into the street, and was therefore in public, was far more composed than she had been one invective-filled sentence ago. "I am always happy," she said with a smile that dripped venom, "to offer aid, where appropriate, to the halls of law. Give my regards to the Hawk Lord." Kaylin nodded. The only thing she had done before forcing the stranger to stand was rifle his pockets. She now carried the feather, the bracelet, and the collar. Given their significance, she wanted them somewhere where magic couldn't instantly incinerate them or destroy them. And at the moment, she was it. The familiar could protect them if they were on her person. Severn said nothing. He secured the prisoner, who was ashen and shaking, all former poise and confidence gone with the ball of shadow he'd thrown up. Word had clearly arrived at the halls by the time Kaylin reached them. Clint and Tanner were on the door, but they weren't the only ones. There were 4 swords, 4 Barrani hawks, and a small handful of Aerians who were patrolling so tightly above the front doors it was difficult for them not to hit each other. This did not make their newest prisoner much happier. He looked miserable enough that Kaylin quietly explained the hall's procedures where shadow might be involved, which did not make him any less terrified. Tila and Tane were there. "Honestly, Kitling," Tila said, "can you not leave the halls on a regular patrol without tripping over something deadly?" Since it was a rhetorical question, Kaylin didn't answer. "Mandorin is highly displeased," the Barrani hawk added. Of course he was. "Tell him to get stuffed." Tane smiled. It didn't change the very blue shade of his eyes. "We're here to take your prisoner off your hands." Kaylin nodded. She was fairly certain that the man, whoever he was no longer contaminated. If something killed him here, it wouldn't be shadow. Given the death of the Aerian would-be assassin in the holding cells, she wasn't certain it mattered. The Barrani knew. It was to the Barrani that the man was turned over. He had not regained either color or bravado since they'd left Alani, and it was very, very hard not to feel sorry for him. She thought of Moran, which dimmed the pity to manageable levels. There was no way his visit to Margot wasn't related to Moran. But he was human, mortal. He could be prosecuted in the normal courts. Whoever was pulling rank in the Aerian caste court, his wings would be clipped now. She was looking forward to that, until she glanced at Clint. Anticipation went the way of ash in a strong wind. Margot did transmit the records captured to the halls of law. Kaylin was surprised. She'd expected more of a political tussle. Actually, she'd expected Margot to erase those records and apologize when the official command made its way by courier to her shop. But if Margot was a fraud, she was a fraud on the right side of the law, by a tiny fraction. She probably couldn't plausibly deny obstruction. Kaylin was still surprised she hadn't tried. Margot didn't deserve to die. She told herself that as she entered the building. Margot might deserve to have her nose or her jaw broken by a particularly fortuitous punch, but she didn't deserve death. Marcus was not in a good mood. His new desk had been delivered, and some of the sediment on the surface of the previous desk had been moved to the surface of the current one, but the move had not yet been completed. Marcus was not, therefore, sitting behind his desk, and the piles of paperwork that had grown so much in the past few months they could kill someone simply by falling on them. Kaylin wondered if sergeants were ever in good moods. They probably took humor or joy as a sign of personal weakness and stamped both out without mercy.
"The Hawk Lord,"
the sergeant said,
"wishes to speak to you."
"When?"
15 minutes ago.
"Marcus," the Leontine growled.
"You've brought the man who was, in theory, in the thrall of Shadow into my office."
Technically, this was inaccurate, but now was not the time to argue technicalities.
"On a routine patrol. I have a would-be assassin in the infirmary. I have."
He glanced at a pile of new-looking papers on his desk.
"No less than 4 missives from a caste court demanding immediate inaction. I would appreciate it if you could find less trouble for the foreseeable future. Go, talk to the Hawk Lord."
The Hawk Lord was, as Marcus had stressed, waiting. The doors weren't open, which meant Kaylin entered the meeting with a numb hand, courtesy of the door ward. As was customary, he was standing when the doors opened. He wasn't in the center of the room, though. He was in front of his mirror. The mirror wasn't reflective. It was active.
"Have you watched this?"
he asked without looking at her. "If you mean Margot's transmission, no. I saw part of it while I was in her shop. I didn't see the rest. I'm still surprised she sent the damn thing." She was very, very aware of the items she now carried on her person, but failed to mention them. She wanted Moran to see them first.
"I do. Were you aware that oracles could be forced?"
"No. Have you asked the oracular halls?"
"An inquiry has been sent. Sergeant Cassan is not best pleased with your ability to find trouble," he added. "He is, however, impressed."
And not in a good way. Kaylin said nothing for a long moment. Is the Aerian caste court attempting to somehow claim this as part of the embargo?
They would have a very difficult time, given the race of the man in question.
Which wasn't a no. Kaylin stifled a yawn. I think it's highly likely that the Emperor will laugh in their faces if they make that attempt.
I am pleased to see that you now know the Emperor so well you can predict his reaction.
The Hawk Lord's gaze made winter seem balmy. Kaylin gave up. The sergeant said you wanted to see me.
Yes. You will no doubt be happy to hear that there is a small possibility the entire case will no longer be remanded to the caste courts.
She was. She was very surprised, but she was pleased. Small possibilities had defined her life. What's the catch? She asked, as reality caught up with the brief moment of triumph.
The acceptance, or rejection, of exemption status depends almost entirely on you. As of your arrival this morning, it was solely dependent on you, but your claims of shadow nets could not be corroborated. There are 2 messages that relate to that. The death of the Aerian in the holding cell was caused by an Aerian who is no longer with the halls of law. He has been remanded to the Aerian caste court,
where he'll no doubt be celebrated and rewarded for murder.
She would have clawed the words back if that had been possible. If the Hawk Lord's expression hadn't been so forbidding, Kaylin would have asked him which Aerian.
Where he will no doubt fall ill of an unspecified sickness and expire.
The Hawk Lord corrected, eyes narrowed. But that's...
Yes, it is a rough application of justice.
Why would they want to kill someone who followed their orders?
Because the order was technically illegal.
Not if they're exempt, it wasn't.
Private. The caste courts may well be the cesspit of power and politicking you believe them to be, but the Aerians have laws. They are not imperial laws, but there is a reasonable overlap. If I ordered you to go to the holding cells and kill our newest prisoner, what am I guilty of?
Conspiring to commit murder.
And if you obeyed, what would you be guilty of?
Murder.
Why exactly do you expect the Aerian caste court to be different?
Because they're trying to assassinate Moran, which is illegal.
Do not allow sentiment to cloud your vision. You're a hawk.
Kaylin exhaled. The small dragon began nibbling at loose strands of her hair while she thought. They'll kill him because he knows he was commanded to commit murder.
Indeed. If they are otherwise principled, his family will not suffer.
He lifted a hand.
Were he to stand trial in the Aerian caste court, they would. If he perishes of illness, they will not. And you have diverted me. This morning's assassination attempt,
he continued, as if he expected these attempts to become part of the hall's daily activities,
relied upon you as eyewitness. There was no records capture. There was no proof. The caste court could deride your report. They have already begun to do so.
What did Margot actually send to the halls?
Proof, he replied, that Shadow is involved. The records capture does include your response to what you perceived when you looked through your familiar's wing, but that is entirely dependent on your reliability. What you did toward the end, however, was included in records. The prisoner clearly ejected a small patch of shadow. Margot was kind enough to offer to send the rug on which that small patch landed. I have already arranged to have it retrieved. It should be in the halls momentarily.
He turned. His eyes were a pale blue.
I will ask that you avoid all of the Aerians currently sworn to the Hawks until the situation is resolved.
Kaylin blinked. You can't think they'd hurt me.
I cannot command it, he continued. You will continue to see and interact with Sergeant Carafel. I cannot prevent that. But I trust the Sergeant. If you die in her presence, it will be because she has died.
But if there's proof...
Yes. You are not Aerian. You are, essentially, proof. If you are dead...
The familiar squawked loudly at this.
We will not be able to fight to have this remanded to the halls of law. Shadow is, in the Imperial view, enough of a threat that it supersedes all other claims. But this one record's capture serves to underline your claims. Not one of us could see what you saw this morning.
I think Mandorin could.
The Hawk Lord frowned. Mandorin, one of Tila's cousins.
In a manner of speaking.
Is the corporal aware of this ability?
Yes. I'm not sure he'd make a good hawk, Kaylin added, and I'm not sure he'd make a great witness. There was a difference between ability and presentation. She had no doubt that Mandorin would, without the familiar nagging him, see something out of the ordinary. She was also certain that his ability to convey this information without impatience or cheek was very, very shaky.
I do not believe Mandorin would be considered an entirely reliable witness.
Kaylin nodded, slightly relieved, but the weight of the earlier request bore down on her, adding a gloom that the halls weren't supposed to have. You can't, she said, believe that the Hawks would hurt me. Maybe other Aerians, but I've known the Aerian Hawks for almost half my life.
It only takes one, the Hawk Lord replied. Do I think it would be done easily? No. Without personal cost? No. But the Hawks who work here have families. They have children in the southern reach. They have flights there. None but Moran are Dark Carafel. But Dark Carafel rules the cast court. Dark Carafel rules the southern reach. It may be that the Hawks will defy Dark Carafel, but even that will cost them, Kaylin. I would just as soon not put the pressure of temptation in their way. At the moment, 2 members of the cast court, neither Dark Carafel, have heard of the record's capture.
That was fast.
Indeed. They are now claiming that Margot is using deliberate deception. At your urging, they are claiming that the record's capture is fraudulent.
Wouldn't be the first time Margot's been accused of fraud. It's impossible to make it stick.
The Halls are not inclined to throw their resources into making that charge stick. The Aerian cast court will certainly bring more of their resources to bear in this particular instance. I have discussed the situation with Moran. Or rather, I've discussed this morning's attempt with her. I believe she will soon be taking a leave of absence. But not for her own good, no. For the Hawks. If it is known that she is taking a leave of absence, there will be other demands made of her. But the Aerians who are under pressure will find some of that pressure relieved.
So they'll just try to assassinate me.
I believe that is what I was implying. Yes.
Sergeant Kassan was having a bad hair day. In Leontine's, this was significant. His eyes were a steady orange. His face was an inch or 2 larger because his fur was standing on end. His claws had already started work on the new desk, and his fangs were prominent. He looked up as Kaylin entered the office from the tower side and nodded. She could practically hear the growl in the back of his throat from the stairs. It wasn't a loud sound, in the volume sense, but it killed all petty office conversation dead. She made her way, Severn by her side, to the sergeant's desk. She didn't bother to stand at attention. His clipped nod made it clear that he considered it irrelevant right now. That was the problem with Leontine's. They lacked consistency, and it didn't matter. If Kaylin lacked consistency in the same way, it was Kaylin who was likely to suffer.
What did he want?
You don't know? She managed not to ask this question out loud, but it took effort. He's going to deny the remand. The growl that had killed small talk in an office-sized circle around the Leontine desk returned. Did you see Margot's transmission?
I'm asking the questions, Private.
Yes, sir.
You heard Moran's taken a leave of absence.
Kaylin exhaled. I've heard it's been requested.
Consider doing the same.
My leave of absence is usually unpaid, sir.
Are you doing anything useful to me while you're on leave?
Sir, I'd rather not. Take the leave, I mean.
Go pick up the sergeant. You're finished patrol for the day, and rumor has it you've got an important visitor for dinner tonight.
Tomorrow night. Marcus scratched the desktop.
Do you have any idea what the Aerians are up to?
They want Moran dead. They're probably going to want me dead to make certain this remains in the cast courts.
Why do they want Moran dead?
Don't know, sir.
When you find out, tell no one but me.
Or you could just ask the Hawk Lord. Her brain caught up with her mouth, and she reddened. Leontines were pretty frontal when they chose to attack. He'd probably already asked the Hawk Lord. Moran, however, was not under his command in any way, shape, or form. The Hawk Lord could refuse to answer the question, and probably had. What makes you think I'm going to find out?
You can't keep your nose out of anything, and in this case, it's your life on the line as well.
Sir.
Now go get your sergeant, and get out of here.
Moran had clearly heard of, or perhaps even seen, Margot's transmission. Kaylin had taken a detour on the way to the infirmary, stopping at her own small desk and office mirror, and had been denied permission to view the records capture. Given that she was responsible for its arrival, she thought this a tad unfair, and did her level best not to whine about it in the office. Marcus's hearing was Leontine hearing, and he was not in the mood for whining. Not that he ever was, but on normal days he could at least muster a sense of resigned, growly humor. She had intended to ask Moran about it, but Moran's eyes were the Aerian equivalent of Leontine orange. Her wings were rigid, and her lips were a tight line. Aerians, like the rest of humanity, didn't possess canines that overhung lip real estate. "Marcus kicked me out of the office," Kaylin said. "I'm off duty." "What did you do this time?" Bellasdeo asked, from the chair nearest Moran's very pristine desk. "Nothing, yet." "What does he expect you will be doing?" "Almost, but not quite, dying." Bellasdeo rose. Her eyes were gold. The events of the day didn't particularly trouble her. "Did he happen to say how?" "Later." Small and squawky was draped across Kaylin's shoulders. He lifted his head, tilted it at right angles to his neck, and stared at Moran. He then lifted his wing and covered Kaylin's eyes with it. She suddenly remembered that she had intended to look at Moran's wings through the familiars. She wasn't surprised to see wings, whole wings, rising in perfect formation. The Aerian assassins had had whole wings when viewed this way. She wasn't surprised to see that Moran's wings were pale and freckled. Well, speckled, because Moran's wings had always been like that. She was very surprised to see Moran didn't have the usual 2 wings that characterized her race. She had 4. Only 3 of them were functional. The 4th was bandaged and wrapped for support. But it was visible in the winged view. Kaylin frowned. "What are you looking for?" Bellasdeo asked, her tone flat and almost impenetrable. "I wanted to see what her wings looked like through the familiar's wing." "And?" The prisoners had whole wings, like ideal wings, even if their own weren't. "That's not what I have?" Moran asked. "Not exactly. You have whole wings, but you also have your regular ones. At the same time." "Why?" Kaylin had hoped that Moran could answer that question rather than asking it. "Hells if I know." Kaylin decided that the entire conversation that was likely to happen when she presented Moran with both the gift and the question would be best had at home. "You look awful," Moran told her. "Clearly you've been avoiding mirrors yourself," Bellasdeo told Moran. "I spent an hour with Margot," Kaylin said by way of explanation. Moran grimaced. "I'm surprised you both survived it. You did both survive it, right? Let's head home." Helen was waiting for them at the door. Tila and Tane were pulling an extra duty shift guarding the holding cell, but Severn chose to join her for dinner. They had been more or less gloomily silent as they walked through the city streets. Helen stood aside to let everyone enter. "There's a message for you," she told Kaylin. "A message?" "I'm not sure what you call information delivered by Mirror Network." "Who sent it?" "Not the foundling halls, and not the midwives," Helen assured her. "The message is currently in containment." "Containment?" "I told you, dear. The Mirror Network is not secure. I am not about to add information to my personal records without first ascertaining the contents are not malicious or harmful." "Who does it say it's from?" "Pardon?" "You let the messages from the Foundling Halls and the Midwives Guild through now." Helen nodded. "You let Marcus through to shout at me." "He wasn't shouting, dear. That's the normal volume of Leontine voice." "And you always let Tila through." "Ah, I see what you are trying to say. I cannot tell you who the message is from because I do not know the sender. I believe you do." Kaylin exhaled. Margot? Chapter 10. Margot. You don't trust her. You don't like her. You certainly disapprove of her choice of career. Since all of this was true, Kaylin held her peace. Defending Margot's intentions while in her own home was not high on her list of life goals. Margot was a petty thief and a self-important annoyance. But there were things Margot wouldn't do for money, one of which involved murder. And Margot donated money to the Foundling Hall and didn't make a big public deal out of it, the way she did with almost everything else. One of these days, Kaylin was going to have to admit that she was not an evil villain. Did you examine the message? Of course. So you know what it contains. It appears to contain a conversation, or several. In an expensive room? I mean, a room with expensive things in it? This question caused Helen to fall silent, and Kaylin surrendered. Let me see it. Coming with you, Bellasdeo said immediately. I don't think that's wise, dear, Helen told the gold dragon. Kaylin will have to view it in the least secure area in the house. It's the only area in which I am willing to be less self-contained, and it is therefore not completely defensible. I spent all day in the halls of law in the infirmary. I think your version of not completely is worlds better than the hall's version of completely. Helen admitted that she had a point. As it happened, Helen's not secure enough room was a very crowded room by the time she had cleared Margot's message for viewing. Bellasdeo, of course, was present, but it wasn't just the dragon. Severn tagged along, and Mandorin and an Aerian came up from the bowels of the training room as well. Moran said, I've seen it. I don't need to see it again. She was the only person who headed immediately to either the dining hall or her room. Don't give us that look, Mandorin said, clearly still unhappy about being merged with a random wall earlier in the day. Tila made us come up. She wants to see it. He winced. And now she's pissed off, too. You guys seriously have the worst jobs ever. All of this was spoken in Elantran, which Mandorin now used more frequently than his mother tongue. The best jobs ever, you mean? The worst. Back in the day, we wouldn't have been tasked with keeping mortals alive. We'd let them squabble among themselves until things were sorted. Catching Kaylin's glare, he shrugged. Mortals are easy to kill. You can practically do it by accident. Keeping them alive is a lot trickier than killing them. Thanks, you asked. I didn't, actually. I corrected you. Helen generally waited until there was a break in conversation. This time, she gestured, and the mirror on the wall immediately lost its reflective surface. Because they now had people who hadn't seen the earliest part of the transmission, Kaylin and Severn were forced to sit through, or rather stand through, a repeat. Mandorin asked questions. He clearly recognized Margot, and equally clearly still considered her striking, or attractive, which did nothing to improve Kaylin's mood. She personally found Bellasdeo vastly more attractive than Margot, but Bellasdeo was a dragon, not a mortal, and Mandorin's early life had been lived during the Dragons-Barrani Wars. And to be fair to Mandorin, not that that held a lot of appeal at this very second, he wasn't asking more questions than Kaylin had asked when Margot had started the record's playback the first time. When Margot started to speak of the dragon, Bellasdeo tensed. She was unsatisfied with the answers Margot gave in regards to the dragon's color. There's a lone Aerian, Margot was saying, lips thin. She looked as if she was struggling against the compulsion that had taken hold of her sight and failing badly to gain any ground. The man who was now gracing a holding cell leaned forward. Describe the Aerian. They're too far away. Could be male, could be female. The only thing that's clear from this distance are the wings. What about the wings? Sharper question. They're white. Or maybe pale gray. They're spread for gliding, and they appear to be glowing. Margot frowned. Parts of the wings are glowing. Her forehead creased. I think there might be something written on the wings themselves, but I can't read it. They're too far away.
Look more closely,
the man demanded. Margot said in a distinct and chilly voice, "That is not the way visions work."
Visions can be invoked.
Clearly, but they can't be controlled. The vision itself is given without comment. It's not like a record's capture. I can't enlarge what's there. I can watch it. I can try to remember it. I can't magically tell it to become clearer or easier to understand. The man was clearly annoyed. He wasn't certain if he believed Margot, and that showed. Margot was insulted. That was definitely genuine.
Are we finished? No. What is the lone Aerian doing? Are they even in the same sky as the others you first saw?
I'm not certain. Margot closed her eyes.
What are you doing?
Her customer asked, ice and outrage weighting the words. I don't need the ball, was her curt response. The ball is a toy. It doesn't have a use except as a focus. It's an aid, a crutch. She didn't open her eyes. If you'd rather do this yourself, please feel free. You can stare at the crystal ball. The Aerians in the sky are growing in number. Some of them are armed. I don't recognize what they're carrying. The dragon is definitely with them. I think he's in command.
Impossible.
It might have escaped your notice, but the eternal emperor to whom we all owe loyalty is a dragon.
Is the dragon the emperor?
He's not wearing a crown. How should I know which dragon he is?
Is his color any clearer?
Margot frowned, her eyelids flickering, although they remained mostly closed. Indigo, or possibly black. It hasn't changed. His wingspan is huge. Her jaw dropped then.
What?
The man demanded. I think he just ate 2 of the Aerians. The others don't seem to be worried about it either. Wait, they're carrying nets. Nets and maybe spears. She stiffened. The skies. They're in the skies over Ravelon. And they're coming here. Delisdeo was red-eyed and frozen when Kaylin spared her a glance. There are people in the streets. Hawks in the sky.
Hawks.
Aerian hawks.
Where?
Over the city streets. Not Alani, closer to the fiefs. I think I can see the Oblane. Swords are out, some on horseback. People are panicking. I think the dragon has just destroyed a bridge. Bridge. It's not a familiar bridge. It's a vision.
Where in the city is this unfamiliar bridge?
Margot was frowning. Not over the Oblane. Actually, it's a bridge that makes no sense. It's not connecting anything I can see. Someone was standing on it.
Who?
A hawk.
Which hawk?
Margot said, focused now. Private Kaylin Neya. Kaylin said something rude, in 2 languages.
You are certain?
She knocks my sign down every other day. She harasses me whenever she gets the opportunity. She thinks my clients are either pitiable or deluded.
They are,
the man said, shrugging. She makes herself as unpleasant as possible, proving that the law doesn't have to be reasonable to still be lawful. Yes, I'm certain. You know her?
We know of her, yes.
She's getting in your way?
Yes. I do not believe that will be the case for much longer.
And that, Kaylin thought, was the reason for her leave of absence. Marcus and the Hawk Lord actually believed Kaylin would be safe if she remained within her home. They are correct, Helen said. While you are here, you are safe. So is the sergeant. Yes, but we can't do anything from here. You can survive. For your sergeant, I believe that is of considerable import. We don't kill hawks around these parts, Margot was saying. It's not considered smart.
We are not, of course, bound by the same laws you are, and we are not nearly so powerless.
And that, Kaylin thought, was the reason for Margot's cooperation. There was no way Margot had expected this man to walk away without leaving one dead redhead in his wake. If you agree to let me go, I'll help you with the hawk.
Pardon?
She patrols Alani. This is her current beat. If you want a clean shot at her, this is your best chance.
She patrols here.
The man's smile was slow, his eyes bright.
You've implied she is not your friend.
I can get her in here. Her tone made it very clear that she was certain, and that she was the only certainty he had.
Very well.
I suppose a small and accidental fire is out of the question, Bellisdeo asked Kaylin. Small and accidental by angry dragon standards?
By annoyed dragon standards, yes.
The Emperor might forgive you. I wouldn't bet on it, though. Look, I'm not annoyed by it. What she did made sense. She offered to help him kill you. She had just about outlived any usefulness she had. He was going to kill her. She was just trying to extend her life. By helping him kill you. She's not as stupid as she looks. Her best chance of surviving this involved us. We don't patrol as singletons. If I did die, she'd follow. I expect she hoped to run for it the minute the actual fighting started. He'd asked too many questions and spoken too freely for her life to be worth much.
You're certain she knew this?
Yes.
Why?
Kaylin exhaled. Because 7 years ago, I would have done the same damn thing. Margot owes me nothing. In theory, it's my job to protect her from people like her customer. Law is great on theory, but it's not perfect in practice. We do our best. She could justify what she was doing until the cows came home.
I don't understand why you use that phrase, Mandorin said in Elantran. I mean, have you ever owned a cow?
A cow wouldn't have survived half a day in the fiefs.
And has anyone you've ever met owned cows?
No.
So why cows come home?
Can you ask Tila that, privately?
I did. She doesn't know either.
Now is not the time, Kaylin began. Margot's voice started up again, demanding silence from her audience. Figured. Margot's interruption couldn't have cut off Mandorin instead. Of course not. I didn't tell him everything I saw. You've clearly had some experience with oracles. You know that nothing I saw was literal. Most of it won't make any sense without enough context, and I don't have the context. You do. She cleared her throat, looking, to Kaylin's surprise, nervous. So I'll tell you what I managed not to tell him. When I said I saw you in the city streets, I lied. I saw you in the air. Kaylin started to ask a question and stopped. This wasn't a live communication. Margot had recorded it and sent it on to Helen. You had wings. You were flying. If I weren't so familiar with you, I would have assumed you were one of the Aerians. You're not, so it's possible none of the Aerians in the vision were actual Aerians either. Or the dragon. Whatever I said had some meaning to my visitor. I'm not about to chase down context for you, but I owe you for saving my life, and my life's worth a lot to me. I'm not about to give up my livelihood because you don't like it. I'm not about to give up my ability to live as I choose. But I owe you. She smiled. It was feline. Tell you what, if you ever feel the need to have your fortune told, I'll do it for free. And before you ask, your wings were pale and speckled, too. Dinner was not quiet, but the topic of conversation was not Moran, Margot,
or the leave of absence Kaylin had been requested to take. Although these were foremost in Kaylin's mind, they carried little weight when compared to dinner guests, or rather to a particular dinner guest. Tomorrow night, the Emperor was coming for dinner. As long as there were no unexpected emergencies, and given the nature of emergencies, they were very seldom expected, they were about to play host to the Eternal Emperor in his civilian disguise. As disguises went, it was pretty crappy. He exuded arrogance and power, but he divested himself of the palace guard, which Kaylin appreciated. They set her teeth on edge.
"You aren't planning on dressing like that tomorrow night, are you?"
Mandoran demanded, when he realized Kaylin wasn't clear on the gravity of the situation. Kaylin exhaled. Absent assassination attempts and shadow magic, the Emperor was the current emergency in the eyes of her household. Not exactly like this, no, but it's supposed to be informal. It's not like he hasn't seen me in my normal clothing before.
If you're talking about the night of fire and death, that doesn't count. You were on duty.
I wasn't, but I happen to think the clothing we all wore on the night of fire and death, as you call it, is worth more respect. Aerian cleared his throat, loudly. When Kaylin glanced at him, he said,
"We're trying to get him to shut up. It's working about as well as it usually does. He doesn't speak for the rest of us. The Emperor is intelligent. He knows what you're like. I don't think inappropriate clothing, your version, is going to be an issue. Mandoran and I will remain in the training room for the duration of the meal. Tila promises to avoid the dinner if at all possible as well."
Helen appeared to be taking notes. "What are you going to wear?" Kaylin asked Bellasdeo.
"Clothing,"
the familiar squawked.
"I intend to be perfectly civil,"
the gold dragon snapped at the small translucent one. Kaylin thought about the prior interactions between Bellasdeo and the Emperor and winced. "Keep in mind that the rest of us need our hearing."
"Oh?"
"Don't converse in your native tongue while he's here. The rest of us don't understand dragon and don't have the vocal cords for it. And if he starts..."
"Are you a hatchling?"
Mandoran cut in with some scorn. Bellasdeo flushed. Fair enough. He started it. Didn't work so well for the young foundlings who tried it either.
"Pretend he's the monarch of a neighboring country. You were, I hear, queen of your own country for more than a few years. I don't imagine your diplomacy involved shouting and swearing."
"It involved armies and death." Mandoran shrugged.
"Fine, but the armies and death weren't the first line of action. Just pretend this is the first meeting."
Bellasdeo snorted smoke. Nothing on the table, however, burned.
"You're certain you want to stay in the training room?"
"I don't," Mandoran replied, "but I'm being overruled and outvoted at the moment. My head's a very noisy place."
"Ah, and I thought it was mostly an empty one."
Mandoran grinned, acknowledging a scored point. Kaylin wondered what the current tally on either side stood at, because she was certain the Barrani was keeping score. Then again, the dragon probably was as well. Ancient wars that had had a profound direct effect on the two people involved tended to bring an edge to every single interaction. On the other hand, that didn't seem to be as much of a problem for Aerian.
"They can read each other's thoughts,"
Helen said, having obviously read Kaylin's.
"This does not make them the same person."
"You can say that again." Only when dinner was finished did Kaylin directly approach Moran. Moran had, as she usually did, absented herself from the Draco Barrani hostilities. She had absented herself from the discussion of the Emperor as a dinner guest, although it was clearer in that case that she had thoughts. She didn't volunteer to avoid their guest, though. Kaylin wanted to, but Helen forbade it. It was, after all, Kaylin's home, and she had responsibilities as hostess to her invited guests. Given the way the various hawks had walked through her life and her apartment, with little notice and frequently no invitation, Kaylin didn't really understand the fuss of hospitality. She figured anyone who had a key was allowed to drop by when they felt like it. Clearly, this wasn't the Helen-accepted version of good manners. "I'm tired," Moran said, pulling Kaylin out of her petty confusion. "Can this wait until tomorrow?" "I'm not sure." "Fine. But come back to my room. I find the ceilings here oppressive." "I could make them taller," Helen's disembodied voice offered. "Much taller, and Kaylin would find them oppressive," Moran answered, slightly amused. "And it's Kaylin's home." When the sergeant was ensconced in the heated pool of water Moran called a bath, Kaylin pulled off her shoes, rolled up her pant legs, and dipped her toes in. The water wasn't steaming. It was warm. "I have a couple of things I wanted to ask you about." She opened the flap of the small pouch she wore belted to her waist. It was vastly more practical than an over-the-shoulder bag, especially when it came to running. Moran stiffened, but she couldn't hold on to physical tension as effectively when she was soaking in very warm water. "Please don't tell me, Private, that you're in possession of evidence." "Technically, no." "Did you recognize the items he passed under Margot's face?" Moran was silent. It didn't last. "Don't give me cause to regret accepting your hospitality." "I'm trying not to. But someone is trying to kill you, and frankly, someone's trying to kill me." "Because I accepted the hospitality." "Doesn't matter why. I don't want you dead. I didn't realize just how important Helen was in that regard. She'll let you leave if you want to leave. This isn't a prison, and she doesn't treat guests like prisoners." "But she has a prison for intruders?" Kaylin shrugged. "If she doesn't have holding cells, she can make them up as needed. You're not an intruder, and you're not a prisoner. She'll let you leave if you want. I might cling to your legs, begging, pleading, and whining." Moran chuckled. "I love these rooms," she said, half wistful. "And I am more comfortable with Helen than I have been with anyone for a long time." "Helen doesn't want you to leave if you don't want to go. She's not angry with you. She doesn't blame you for anything that anyone's trying to do to me. Are you coming to dinner tomorrow night?" Moran blinked. "Are you changing the subject?" "Not really. If it weren't my house, I wouldn't be there for dinner either. I suggested it, but Helen flat out refused." "It's not very hospitable, dear," Helen's disembodied voice said. "But Kaylin is right. You are not to blame for the actions of others. And I think you need the type of peace that I can offer. I'm not a hawk. I'm not a ruler. I can't control the events that occur beyond my grounds, but I take some small pride in creating a space in which you can feel at home." "Do you think I should discuss things with Kaylin?" "You discuss things with her all the time." Kaylin stifled a grin. Moran was still not quite accustomed to how literal Helen could be. "I remember when you first walked into the infirmary. You looked at it as if it were a torture chamber with better beds." Kaylin reddened, but laughed. "I thought it was." "I know. I tried not to take offense, as I recall. You didn't try very hard." Moran grinned. "Prickly, defensive teens are difficult at the best of times." Kaylin snorted. "You were just mad because I didn't acknowledge the infirmary as yours. And you learned better." "I really did." She rose. "I liked the infirmary better than the morgue, if that's any help. I didn't really understand the purpose of the morgue." "I didn't either. But we don't bury our dead." "No?" "No. Our traditional burial customs would probably not meet with your approval. But being bound to earth is one of our worst fears. No one wants to be interred beneath it." She leaned her head back against solid, wet rock, exposing her throat. "Yes, I recognize the items. Or I recognized 2 of them." "Which ones?" "The flight feather, in a general sense. It's Aerian." "And specifically?" "The bracelet." "What do you think the collar was about?" "I dread the possible answer to that question. If you mean, was it something I wore or would be forced to wear, I don't think so. At this point, though, I wouldn't put anything past Dar Carafel. Whoever sent that guy to Margot clearly felt the collar was significant."
Does he know why? I doubt it. I can't imagine he doesn't know who hired him, though. She hesitated. I think they'll bring in the Tha-Alani. Moran was as grim as Kaylin. The Tha-Alani could, if they made physical contact with a person's skin using the stalks on their forehead, read thoughts. They could rifle through them as if they were drawers. There wasn't a secret you could keep if they came calling. But they hated to do it. Most crimes could and would be easily solved with consistent use of the Tha-Alani, and most of the Tha-Alani would be slightly insane if they were used that way. The Emperor did occasionally demand their services. He was the boss, after all. The Tha-Alani had agreed because he was also a dragon, and he could breathe them out of house and home if he felt like it. But if he considered their obedience necessary, and Kaylin privately hated him for it, he also knew it was costly, not only for the Tha-Alani in question, but for the entire race. They didn't naturally keep secrets from each other. Only a few of them could. It's a good thing he was human, then. I'd be more interested in knowing what this morning's assassins knew. You know that Gramiere is going to fight the remand, right? Moran sagged. Kaylin almost kicked herself. She didn't understand Moran and probably never would, but she respected her. This case should be ours, she added, trying to keep defensiveness out of her voice. Your ours. She shook herself. The bracelet? It's largely ceremonial. It has a place of honor among the artifacts of the pilgrims, as they're sometimes called. The ones who first arrived here. Moran nodded. It was apparently worn by the Prevolo, the first one. It's worn by the Prevolo when they come of age. But that would be you. Moran nodded. Was it offered to you? Moran lifted her head. Her eyes were a very dark blue. Yes. The first time, it was offered as a bribe. I was forcibly adopted into the Dar Carafel line at that time. I was a child. I donned it before the caste court, but then it was refused on my behalf by my mother, so it was returned to their keeping. And the second, after my grandmother's death, I would not wear it. I was told that if I had been wearing it, my grandmother would have lived, and I hated them for saying it, hated myself for the guilt I felt anyway. If it weren't for me, my grandmother would be alive. She'd be living in the outer reaches, but she was happy there. She died because someone wanted me dead. She closed her eyes. Kaylin was surprised when the Aerian woman continued. It does funny things to you, to know that the cost of being loved is death. I hated the upper reaches. I hated everyone who lived in them. What does the bracelet do? I don't know. I only know that it belonged to the first person to bear these wings. In theory, it's a mark of honor. You don't believe that? Oh, I believe it's considered a mark of honor, but I think it does more than that, and I'm not sure what that is. I wouldn't trust the Dar Carafel, though. Meaning? They could have had a replica made with their own specific magical spin. I keep thinking of Margot. She was being physically controlled by her visitor. What if they had altered the bracelet or enchanted it to do the same thing? Why are you so certain it's the Aerians who were responsible for what happened to Margot? You trust my people, Moran said, voice softening. But you trust them because you've only seen those who became hawks. I love my job, and I'm good at it. It took me years to win a place for myself among the Aerian hawks, but the rest of you accepted me, wings and all, without complaint. Now I've lost the Aerians. Again. I don't know if I'll ever get them back. Kaylin clamped her jaw shut to stop words from escaping. The small dragon warbled what she assumed was approval. Sighing, she reached into her pouch and pulled out the bracelet. Moran's jaw would have hit the water and sunk if it hadn't been attached. Her eyes shaded into purple, which was Aerian's surprise, before returning to a familiar blue. Kaylin looked guilty because she was.
"What are you doing with that?"
The words were uttered in outraged sergeant, which was actually a very soft, very quiet, very well-enunciated voice. I thought it might be important.
"It's evidence," the sergeant snapped. "You are never going to make corporal at this rate. Never. The only possible way you could do it is if Sergeant Kassan is angry enough that he wants to promote you so he has a rank he can bust you back down to."
This was harsh, but probably true. No one asked. Kaylin flushed. How long had it been since she'd even tried to make that excuse fly? Look, I thought it was possibly important to the Aerians. Whoever sent the man to Margot clearly thought these 3 items, feather, collar, bracelet, were relevant to you. They wanted information about you, and the stupid caste court exemption would mean that... She struggled for a moment, then said, "I thought they were yours. And if I took them in as evidence, they'd be in a lockup for all of 5 minutes. Then the caste court would drop a collective screeching flock on the Hawk Lord's head, and he'd be forced to hand them over. Either that, or one of the Aerian Hawks, a different one, would lose his job." Margot exhaled, and her eyes lost a bit of blue, as if she was remembering that she was off duty here. "You're right about the latter. If you don't want any of them, I'll turn them in." She hesitated. Moran stared at the bracelet. Only the bracelet. "It's not mine," she finally said. "The Prévolo wears it, but when the Prévolo dies, it comes back to the flights. It's preserved. If there were some way to choose the Prévolo, it might be different. But there isn't. Or there hasn't been." Kaylin held the bracelet out. The familiar inched down her arm and sniffed it as if it were food. She wasn't expecting him to bite it. He did. Chapter 11. Moran, clearly unfamiliar with the small dragon, raised a brow but said nothing. Kaylin, however, shrieked. "What are you doing?" She grabbed the familiar. His little jaws were a lot stronger than they appeared. He was attached to the bracelet, and he had no intention, at this specific moment, of letting go of it. He did squawk. The sound was even less impressive than it usually was because his mouth was otherwise full. Moran's eyes, which had been a kind of Barrani blue, narrowed in mild confusion. "You think he's going to harm it?" "I'm sure that's not what he means to do," she said. Which means yes. Which means his idea of harmful and our idea of harmful probably don't really overlap much. Yes. To the familiar, she said, "Do not do anything to destroy this bracelet." Moran, however, seemed much more accepting of the general idea. "I didn't take the bracelet. In theory, the Dark Carafel still have it. If something happens to it, on their watch, it's not going to reflect badly on me." And she smiled. The smile had Leontine in it, absent the teeth. "He's not trying to destroy it, dear," Helen's disembodied voice added. Moran didn't even tense. She'd become accustomed to Helen and Helen's various intrusions so quickly it seemed natural. Or maybe it was just because she was mortal. Tila still found Helen uncomfortable. "Do you know what he's trying to do?" the sergeant asked the empty air. "I believe he's examining it," Helen replied. "He can do that with his eyes." "Yes, in theory." "And in practice?" "In practice, there's something in the bracelet he's not sure he likes." "Can you see it?" "Not the same way, no." "Do you think it would be harmful to Moran to keep it?" Kaylin interjected. "To keep it? No. To wear it, I'm less certain." "It doesn't feel magical to me. I mean, I'm not breaking out in a rash, or worse." "It is not perhaps magic of the kind that disturbs you. It is definitely magical in nature." "How?" "It occupies more space than its physical dimensions suggest, for one." "It didn't feel particularly heavy, Or rather, it didn't feel heavier than a bracelet of its size normally would. Can you understand what he's saying?
It's a bit hard. His mouth is full.
Moran was watching both Kaylin and her familiar, and listening to Helen's careful, diplomatic concern. She smiled. The blue of her eyes faded to a normal Aerian gray.
You didn't want to wear the bracelet, Helen said softly, because you didn't want to be Prevolo.
Moran exhaled heavily. After a long pause in which water rippled only because Kaylin was moving her feet, she said,
I didn't want to be their Prevolo. I didn't want to support the people who were responsible for the death of my family. I wasn't willing to die for them, and I wasn't strong enough to kill them. If I had worn the bracelet, I would be accepting them. I would be doing what they wanted.
She tilted her head back, closing her eyes. I intend to live for as long as I possibly can. I don't always enjoy my life. But the longer I live, the less likely it will be that an actual Dar Carafel is born with the Prevolo's wings. I won't be what they want, but I won't help them get what they want by dying either.
The Prevolo does not, if I understand things correctly, exist strictly for the caste court. They exist for the entire race.
Helen, I'm not sure this is the right time, Kaylin said. Helen, however, did not agree.
Your mother and your grandmother did not abandon you intentionally.
Of course not. Moran stiffened, and Kaylin surrendered. She lifted her feet out of the water, grabbed a nearby towel, glared at the familiar, who was still chewing what looked like gemmed metal, and dried herself off. This wasn't a conversation she was supposed to be part of. They were murdered. They were murdered by Aerians. Socks, shoes.
But you are a hawk, Moran. You've seen human murders. You've seen executions. You've never decided that the human race as a whole is murderous and worthless because of them.
Helen, I really think this is not a conversation Moran wants to have right now. The familiar squawked. I've never said Aerians were worthless, Moran countered. I've never said the entire race is murderous.
No, you haven't. But, dear, you've isolated yourself as if they were.
To the familiar, Kaylin whispered,
Make her stop.
I have not,
Moran. You have. You tell yourself it is for their good, their own good, I believe. You stay separate because you do not want them to become victims of political pressure, power, and perhaps that is even true now. But in the past, you've been a hawk for longer than Kaylin has, and you have formed no friendships among your own kin. Perhaps it is safer for them. Unless Kaylin invites them to visit, I cannot say that with any certainty. But I think I can say that you believe it is safer for you. We make different choices for reasons of safety. But I will say this, because I do not believe you are aware of it, as Kaylin is. I chose to destroy large parts of myself in order to remain free to choose. I do not regret that decision. But I do not deceive myself. Those parts are gone, lost. They are destroyed. And there are times even now when I feel that loss keenly. Perhaps you are more like me than Kaylin is. Perhaps you do not regret the things you have destroyed as an act of self-preservation. But mortals are not buildings.
Moran was silent. Her eyes were blue, very blue. Any comfort she'd gained from the bath had been obliterated.
No, dear, Helen continued. I understand exactly why you made the choices you did. They were and are your choices to make.
For now, Moran replied. She looked across the room at Kaylin, who was very, very sorry that she hadn't managed to leave Moran to her very private conversation with a building that really didn't understand the concept of privacy at a visceral level. To the familiar, Moran said, "Give me the bracelet." Her voice was like steel, sharpened steel. The familiar looked up at Kaylin. Kaylin wanted to ask him if it was safe, but didn't. She reminded herself that safety was the illusion and the dream. Instead, she said, "Give me your wing for a sec." The familiar lifted his wing, without smacking her face with it. To her eyes, the bracelet looked the same through the wing. She saw no trace of shadow in or around it. She had no idea what the familiar had been trying to eat or chew at, but it didn't matter anyway. Moran had spoken in her sergeant voice. She handed Moran the bracelet. Moran put it on. Kaylin could hear it snap shut. The sound echoed off the stones of the open-air spring. But her skin didn't ache. The marks didn't begin to glow. Moran didn't transform. She was a naked Aerian woman, partially submerged in hot water, the edges of her hair wet, her eyes a striking blue, and she was wearing an old, colorful bracelet. "I hope it's waterproof," Kaylin said. She waited before adding, "Do you feel any different?" The Aerian sergeant deflated. "No." "Sometimes," Helen said quietly, "regalia is just that. All of its power resides in the symbolism." "I am sorry," she added. "You've made a home for me that I thought I'd never see again," Moran replied. "You've kept me safe. You've told me nothing but truth. You've got nothing to apologize for. It's not considered good manners to tell people truths they haven't asked to hear." Moran's smile was brief, but genuine. "No, it isn't. But you're Kaylin's home, and while Kaylin is valued for many things, good manners aren't one of them." "My manners are better than they used to be," Kaylin protested. "Vastly better," Moran agreed. She stood. Water ran instantly off her wings, but the rest of her required towels. Helen didn't magically appear to hand them to her, but Kaylin was closer and did. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to sleep," Moran replied. "And then I'm going to wake up, eat breakfast, and go to the halls in the morning." "You're certain? You said you were taking a leave. I've changed my mind." She grimaced as if at old pain. "Helen is probably right about me, about how I feel about my own people." "And dinner?" The Aerian hawk winced. "I'll come to dinner if the Emperor allows it." He said it was a casual meal. The imperial version of casual was out of my reach when I was growing up, and angry Aerians have nothing on angry dragons. Kaylin did not sleep well. The familiar spent the entire night nattering in his sleep and smacking Kaylin in the face with his wings and his tail. The fourth time she woke up, she considered opening a window and dropping him out of it. Helen considered that idea to be unwise and unkind. "If I haven't done it yet, I'm not likely to start, but we all have to have daydreams." She woke, dressed, checked to make certain there were no emergency mirror messages waiting in Helen's queue, and headed down the stairs. She remembered halfway down that she was still in possession of the blessing of air, and forgot it again 5 steps later. Aerian was shouting. Had he been shouting at Mandoran, she would have grimaced, massaged her temples. She was working on a headache, and continued toward the breakfast room. Unfortunately, the voice that returned that shout in both volume and length was not Mandoran's. "No, dear," Helen said, her voice more subdued than usual. "Lord Nightshade is here. Why didn't you tell me? You were trying to sleep, and I didn't want to add to the interruptions. I don't think I've ever heard Nightshade shout like that. No, Probably not. Let me do something about that.
Short of throwing them both out or shutting them in the training rooms, I'm assuming that's not where they are. I'm not sure you can. They're almost as loud as dragons. And about as safe, Kaylin thought. I can't actually understand them. No, dear. I can't completely diminish the volume, but I am trying to give them some privacy. Bellis Deo looked about as amused at the shouting as Kaylin felt. You look terrible, she said when Kaylin entered the dining room. I look better than I feel. Have they been shouting like that for long? No, that just started. When I regret my lack of family, she added somewhat sourly, I remind myself that there are some things I don't miss. You had fights like this with your sisters? I had worse fights with my sisters, if you must know. We were younger, and dragons are not famously restrained when they lose their tempers. But you were mostly human. I'll thank you never to repeat that. But I will then add that the elders don't interfere much with children's fights if they're female children. The possible damage is so insignificant it doesn't warrant constant supervision. That, and they generally have their hands full with the rest of the clutch, because the males can cause irreparable damage when they lose it. I don't think that's good parenting, Kaylin replied. Golden brows rose. Our concept of parenting is not yours. In the old days, it was considered perfectly reasonable to let clutchmates murder each other in fits of aggression and rage. It thinned out the weak. You're joking, right? Do I look like I'm joking? She's not joking, Mandorin added. He entered the dining hall and draped himself across the table, after first dropping his butt into the nearest chair. And Barrani parenting? More careful, but our next generations weren't born in clutches. Or very often. He grimaced as he glanced at Bellis Deo. However, our more careful wouldn't pass your parenting muster either. Remember why you met us. The cull the weak mentality exists everywhere in the immortal world. His eyes fell to breakfast with clear distaste. They've been talking for a couple of hours. What are they fighting about? Initially. Kaylin nodded. Kaylin, dear, they are allowed some privacy. Which one of us never gets? Mandorin snapped. Aerian told his brother that he's going to take the test of name in the high halls. Kaylin, whose appetite had already been severely compromised, joined Mandorin in his contemplation of breakfast. Has he lost his mind? Funny, that's what Nightshade said. Was that the shouting part? No, that came later. Do I want to know? Yes, obviously. You just want it to be a big misunderstanding that will resolve itself with mortal-style hugs and kisses. This was true. Kaylin flushed. I know that Nightshade spent a lot of years searching for a way to find and free his brother. I don't understand him. He seems very Barrani in other ways, except for the outcast part. But if he cares about anything outside of himself, it's his family. No, Mandorin replied, picking up a fork as if it weighed more than his entire arm. It's his brother. He considered the rest of his family responsible for Aerian's loss. He did not and would not forgive. That's why they're fighting, more or less. Aerian is not outcast. He is considered Barrani, inasmuch as that's possible for any of us anymore. What do you mean? It was Bellis Deo who answered, which surprised Mandorin, judging from his expression as he turned to stare at the dragon. Dragons, Barrani, almost any person of any race who is considered to be a power, hate to admit that they've made mistakes. They will avoid referring to their mistakes because, of course, anyone who lives and breathes makes them, with a determination that might seem stupid when seen from the outside. Aerian is therefore considered Barrani, and only Barrani, in every legal way by his caste court.
The Barrani caste court is somewhat elastic. It is political. Barrani outcast lords have been repatriated historically with a change of leadership. Not often, Mandorin said, frowning. More often than dragon outcasts. Mandorin shrugged. Obviously, he believed her statement was both true and irrelevant. Aerian is not, as you are well aware, what the rest of the Barrani are. He has to struggle to retain even his shape. He's willing to make that effort. The polite fiction is that he has returned. Because he has. And I'm sure Mandorin will correct me if I'm mistaken. He is a legitimate member of his family line. He cannot hold or take it back if he is not a lord of the High Court. He cannot be lord of the High Court without taking the test of name. Mandorin did not argue or correct Bellisdeo. He's not ready for that, Kaylin said. You're not going to tell him that, Mandorin said. First of all, he probably wouldn't hear it, given the argument he's having now. Second of all, it's not going to matter. He thinks that his brother abandoned his duty to the family and the line, surrendering it to distant cousins because he made himself outcast. He believes that the only responsible thing he can do is establish himself as a lord of the High Court and retake what is, in theory, his. You can imagine the cousin in question, who is a lord of the High Court and has been for centuries, that timing coincidentally around the same period in which Nightshade was made outcast, is not thrilled. Although Aerian is in line, he has no legitimate claim if he can't pass the test. If he takes the test and passes it, he does have a claim. Claims are theoretical. The law would give him the ancestral home, lands, and title if he survives. But they would be slow about the grant. It's quite possible, quite probable, that he would not survive becoming a lord. There would almost certainly be assassination attempts. I'm still stuck on the taking the test and surviving it part. So is Lord Nightshade. I believe that's the core of his argument. If his brother has returned, he is not what he was. But Aerian's argument is the same. Nightshade is not what he was either. And that's caused all the shouting? No, dear, Helen said. Aerian is angry with his older brother. He feels betrayed. But Nightshade did so much of what he did to find his brother. Yes, Lord Nightshade feels that sacrificing the line, or his claim to it, was an acceptable cost if it meant not abandoning the only member of his family he truly cared for. Aerian, sadly, does not see this the same way. Mandorin winced. What? Kaylin asked him. Helen's understating things. You can hear them. Of course he could. Yes, Helen can't provide privacy for those who are name-bound. Mandorin's face was tight with pain. Aerian is reminding his brother that duty, his duty, should never have been forsaken for something as trivial as brotherly affection. Even Kaylin winced. She'd never had brothers or sisters. Her mother had died. She'd never had a father. But she'd yearned for family. She still did. Severn had once said that she built family wherever she went. And maybe that was even true. But she wouldn't want any of her maid family to suffer for her sake. That wasn't supposed to be the point of family. Isn't it? Helen asked softly. No. Mandorin snorted, some of his normal color returning to his face. You walked into the heart of the green to try to help Tila. Yes, she was pissed off about it. She still is. You often do exactly what Nightshade did. He shook his head. It's never wise to love Barrani if you are one. For mortals, for you only have to maintain it for a couple of decades, after which you're too old. Too old to love. Too old to shoulder the burden of it. Barrani are never too old. It's why we avoid the hells out of each other when we're older and smarter. He grimaced. I won't repeat what Aerian just told me to do. Thank you, Helen said before Kaylin could ask. On the other hand, Mandorin added, I think this makes me grateful that my own family line is ash and dust at this point.
Helen raised a brow.
There's no pressure.
I believe you could petition the High Court to have your line reinstated. You are, after all, alive, and you are demonstrably of your line.
I was a useless youngest son,
Mandorin replied, grinning. Kaylin was almost certain he was lying.
But I think I'm going to accompany Kaylin to the halls today.
Oh, no you don't. Do you have any idea what my day is going to be like as is?
Not at all, but I do know what my day is going to be like if I stay here.
It's not like he's going to hurt you.
Mandorin laughed. If you think this doesn't cause pain, you are not as smart as you look.
You think I look like a mortal idiot.
And your point is?
No one likes to watch their friends in pain when there's nothing they can do to help them, Moran said. Kaylin hadn't even heard her enter the dining room. She turned and then stopped short as she saw the Aerian sergeant. Moran was wearing something Kaylin had never seen her in before. It was, or appeared to be at first glance, a dress. But as she watched Moran walk, she adjusted that assumption. What had appeared to be skirts were separate but flowing legs. They moved as if they had a will of their own, or at least a breeze of their own. They were white and powder blue and azure and gold, colors that hinted at sky, at day, at light. The sleeves, however, were indigo, full draping cloth flecked with silver and gold and pale transparent gauze, and the chest was the color of sunset, or sunrise. The bracelet was the only thing on her bare right arm. You can't go to work dressed like that.
I can, Moran replied. The tabard will cover it.
That's not...
There are no rules to the contrary. You wear black because dirt and blood show less, but it's not necessary either. You could wear any functional clothing as long as you wore the tabard.
I couldn't wear that. I'd trip over the hem.
No, Kaylin, you wouldn't. This is a dress designed for flight and possible fight. It will not trip me. It will not get caught in anything. It will not tear.
But...
She exhaled, met Moran's military blue gaze. This is the ceremonial dress of the Illumin Prevolo. And that, she added, taking a stool and pulling it up to the table, is what I am.
I like the dress, Tila said. Both she and her partner were lounging in the foyer, having chosen to miss breakfast.
Thank you,
Moran replied. I was concerned that it would be a little too much for the office.
Not a little, Kaylin countered. Last night, Moran had planned to take a leave of absence as requested by the Hawklord. One conversation later, if Aerian and his brother didn't count, she was not only going into the office, but she was going in dressed as the Illumin Prevolo. It should have been hard to look martial in that dress. It wasn't. Moran looked very much like she was prepared for the battlefield.
You're going to cause a bit of a stir, Tane added, looking appreciative. But it suits you.
The stir or the dress? Moran asked, the corners of her lips rising.
Both, I think.
I'm almost sorry we missed breakfast, but Aerian wasn't in the best of moods, Tila said.
Tane's addition was lost for a moment to shouting.
They almost sound like dragons.
You think?
They really don't, Bellisdeo said. But if you want a dragon to compare it to, I'm happy to oblige.
I bet you are, Mandorin said, and I'd just as soon take your word for it.
You're willing to take my word for something?
Given the alternative, yes. Don't get used to it.
Bellisdeo snorted smoke, but her eyes were close to golden. They left the house in a huddle the minute Severn showed up at the door.
They sound like dragons, Severn said, as he reversed course and headed back down the walk. Don't you stop too. Bellasdeo told him. They sound nothing like dragons. They just happen to be loud. It was Kaylin's turn to snort. Having listened to your indecipherable discussions with the Emperor half a palace away, I'm going to say that loud isn't the only thing they have in common. Bellasdeo looked down her nose at Kaylin, lifting a brow as she did. The familiar was sitting on Kaylin's shoulder, his wings folded. He looked alert, but not alarmed. The Barrani were blue-eyed, which was pretty much normal. It was amazing to Kaylin how similar their eyes were to Moran's at the moment. Bellasdeo's eyes had settled into an alert orange, but it was a pale color. Moran attracted attention. She hadn't chosen to don the tabard for the walk to the halls, and people in the streets stopped to look, or, in one or two cases, stare as they walked past. In part, it might be the bracelet and bandaged wing. Moran hadn't elected to remove the dressing that kept the damaged wing in place. Kaylin doubted it, though. Moran walked with a kind of bold confidence she'd never seen. Not that Moran lacked confidence, of course. In the infirmary, she had more pull than the Hawklord. She certainly had more pull than any of her patients, and had even threatened to strap an angry, hurt Leontine to a bed on at least one occasion. But that was a function of knowing her job, and knowing it well. This was different. It was almost as if she'd spent the whole of her life flying under cloud cover, and had finally flown free of it. She looked younger. No, not younger, Kaylin thought, but brighter, somehow, as if the trappings of the Prevolo that she'd disdained for all of her life had been a missing and essential part of her nature. "I'd like to see her fly," Mandorin said, very quietly. Aerian ears weren't Leontine or Barrani. In that, they were much closer to human, so whispering was safe. "So would I," Kaylin replied just as quietly. And it was true. She wanted Moran to let her heal her wing. She wanted Moran to fly. She thought, if she flew today, the Aerian would own the skies. Instead, as if she were human, Moran owned the streets. Maybe it was the dress. Maybe it was the brilliance of the colors. Usually, Moran, like any sergeant, seemed both definitive and gray, as if it was necessary to let the office determine her shape. Or rather, she had. Today was a revelation. The Aerian didn't look happy, exactly. For everything she'd said, being Prevolo had not been pleasant for her. It had cost her her mother, her grandmother, the only family she had. Kaylin hated winter and fiefs and disease, because those three things had killed her mother. But it was like hating rain. Railing against weather didn't change the weather, because the weather didn't care. It had no essential malice. It was something to be endured. Moran had lost kin because of people. It was different. It was profoundly different, and she'd denied the wings that had been her unwanted birthright. She'd ignored them. She'd proved that she didn't need them to make a place for herself. She'd made one. But it was a conflicted space. Kaylin saw that now, if only in comparison. She had been saying in every possible way, "Ignore me. Ignore my differences." She'd forced herself to fit in by denying what she was. She'd created a life in which everyone else did or could deny it as well. And that would have been fine if not for the cast court. Or so Kaylin would have said. Now she wasn't certain. Moran had lived behind walls. Kaylin wasn't certain if she'd knocked the walls down or opened a door. And it didn't matter. No one attacked her on the way to work. The familiar was alert. Everyone was alert, even Mandorin. But there were no more visible attackers, no more magical assassins. There was just open, clear sky. There were normal Aerian patrols. There was, when they reached the doors, Clint and Tanner. Tanner blinked, but otherwise held his post. It was Clint who froze in place. "If you don't close your mouth," Kaylin told him cheerfully, "you're going to end up swallowing flies or other large insects." His hands had locked around the halberd's pole. His eyes were purple. Fair enough. Purple was Aerian's surprise, and Kaylin expected to see a lot of it today. Tanner's eyes remained their normal color. He didn't whistle. It wasn't worth his job. Kaylin expected Clint to say something to her. He'd gone out of his way to warn her to stay out of things. Or maybe she expected him to be cold once the shock had worn off. Or, hell, she had no idea what she expected. She only knew that she hadn't expected him to fold at the knee, to spread his wings into Tanner, since the Aerian wingspan was actually far greater than the span of the doorframe. And Moran accepted what was an obeisance. She let him hold it for what felt like minutes, and Kaylin's eyes would have been purple had she been Aerian, because she realized that Clint had no intention of rising until given permission, which Moran finally did. "If you do that once I've entered the halls," Moran said pleasantly, "I'll see you busted back to private." He rose, and reality reasserted itself. His eyes shaded from purple to a different Aerian color. Kaylin had expected that color to be blue because she expected that this act of defiance on Moran's part would be considered trouble. But they went to gray instead. Honestly, racial interactions always contained hidden complications that made Kaylin feel stupid. They entered the halls. Moran went to the infirmary. It was hers, after all, where she donned the version of tabard designed to accommodate Aerian wings. She allowed Bellisteo to help her, glaring Kaylin out of the room before she could offer. "I'm not the sergeant you have to worry about while you're here, and I can practically hear the other one growling." There was a division in office space between the Aerians and the rest of the ground-bound Hawks, because Aerians and the run-of-the-mill chairs and desks didn't combine well. They required more space, different chairs, and less confining desks. They worked at tables without the drawer real estate, and they generally preferred to stand, although they'd take the sturdy stools created for their use. Comfortable or not, they were required to turn in the same paperwork anyone else was. In that, Marcus was an equal opportunity sergeant. If he had to suffer through paperwork, he made sure the suffering was shared. Kaylin therefore missed some of the early Aerian reactions. Marcus, however, with Leontine hearing and general paranoia, didn't. The growl was so loud Kaylin missed the fact that her name was wedged somewhere in its depths. His eyes, of course, were a bright orange, which appeared to be darkening into the bad color for Leontine's. She made her way to the front of his desk. Hardwood was definitely better when it came to Leontine claws. Given his mood, there should have been runnels in the wood. Fortunately, there were only visible scratches so far.
"What?"
he demanded without preamble.
"Did you do?"
Kaylin considered the truth, which was bad. She considered the Leontine bristling in front of her, also bad. And she considered being caught in a lie while the Leontine was in this mood. She settled for less bad. There was no good here. "I returned an item to Moran. It belonged to her," she added, keeping her voice as flat as possible.
"And this item wouldn't happen to be the bracelet she's wearing, would it?"
"Sir."
"It looks a lot like the bracelet in records transmission."
"Sir."
"Which would generally be considered evidence."
"Sir." She stopped herself from wilting, because it never actually helped.
"And the sergeant's dress."
He spoke the last word with clear distaste. "Is hers. It's not against regulations. She has full freedom of motion in it, and she's wearing her identifying colors." "Sir." "Shut up, Kaylin, just shut up." Marcus said,
"The Hawk Lord wants to speak to you. Now."
His mirror was flat and reflective. Seeing her glance move, it was the only thing about Kaylin that did, he said,
"Over your left shoulder."
Hansen stood in the arch that led to the tower stairs, arms folded. Chapter 12.
"No,"
Hansen said, as he led the way back up the stairs, where his office, among other things, was located.
"My mirror is not broken, nor is the Hawk Lord's."
He was grim, but Kaylin expected that. He was worried, which she hadn't.
"No, don't speak to me."
When she raised both brows, he said,
Plausible deniability. My desk is the ugliest it's been in years, and I do not want any more involvement than I already have. I don't care what you did. I don't care what you do. Don't repeat that where anyone can hear you. I have more than enough emergencies on my plate without you adding to them.
Is the Hawk Lord angry?
Which part of don't speak to me wasn't clear?
Which was, Kaylin assumed, an answer. It was the wrong answer, as it turned out. When Kaylin hit the tower's top floor, the doors were open. She hesitated at the top of the stairs. In general, when the Hawk Lord was angry, they were shut. He made her open them the normal way, which always caused some pain. Severin said a single word under his breath. It wasn't particularly polite.
Private, Corporal, please, come in.
The Hawk Lord's wings were high, which was all she could see of him, his eyes and their color facing away from them. He stood in front of his mirror, which was not reflective. Although he spoke softly, he enunciated just a little bit too well. He was staring at a records capture of Moran at the front doors, in her dress, with her bracelet, and her expression as she looked down on Clint's bowed, lowered head.
Do you recognize Clint's posture?
He asked without turning, his voice soft, the syllables still a shade too pronounced.
No, sir.
Be more expansive. What do you think he is doing?
Kneeling.
And his wings?
She'd wondered about that. They were wide and high in a way that would have suggested aggression if he'd been standing. I'm sorry, sir. This was definitely not taught in racial integration classes, and I paid attention to everything I was taught about Aerians.
The qualifier is, and was, noted.
Kaylin waited for the question Marcus had asked. Significantly, the Hawk Lord failed to ask it.
You will not recognize the dress, he continued. You will not recognize the significance of the bracelet.
Sir. She chose the safest syllable. He chose to let her.
There was no trouble on the way to the office this morning.
No, sir.
Did that surprise you?
Had it? Yes. If she thought about it, it did. Because of the dress?
Yes, Private. Because of the dress.
His eyes were a shade of gray that was tinged with blue.
I saw her fly once, when I was younger. I am not Dar Carafel. I could never presume to rise so high.
The words were said with only the faintest tinge of bitterness, and Kaylin recognized in them some part of her own envy and frustration at the unfairness of the universe. It was unsettling. She'd never heard it in the Hawk Lord's voice before.
Flight,
he continued,
has a meaning for you that it does not generally have for those who can fly. Valuing it, idolizing it as you do, would be like idolizing breathing for humans. Or walking. It is something we take for granted, until it is lost and we are ground-bound. Humans who lose the ability to walk have similar difficulties. But Kaylin, when the Prevolo flies, we feel it. All of us.
She can't fly, though.
No, not yet. But seeing her today, I cannot believe that she will never fly again.
And he smiled.
Things are about to become interesting. The human in the holding cell is not dead. There has been only one attempt to poison him since yesterday. But the Aerians are not fools. Those who are complicit in the previous difficulties became so because they were afraid. Their families, where family exists, are in the southern reach, and Dar Carafel rules the reach.
He shook his head, lifted his hand toward the mirror's surface, and stopped, motionless and silent as he looked at Moran's image. He then turned to face Kaylin, the undispelled image of Moran at his back.
You will be having dinner guests this evening.
Kaylin nodded.
I would like to invite myself to dinner."
And froze. When it became clear that the Hawk Lord was not going to add any more words until she answered him, she turned to Severn, who predictably shrugged. "What should I do?"
"It's not my house,"
he replied. He wasn't nearly as disturbed about this as Kaylin was, but she saw that he hadn't really planned on attending dinner either.
"Coward. You'd avoid it like the plague if Helen weren't your home."
This was more or less true. It's supposed to be an informal dinner, with mostly just the Emperor and Bellisdeo. If the Hawk Lord comes, that changes everything.
"Oh?"
"It'll be political."
"It's always political, Kaylin. When there are more than 2 people in any gathering, it eventually becomes political. Politics is just another way of saying, I want something and I'm going to get it. There's more finesse. The rules of the game change depending on the participants. But people are political."
"I don't want the Emperor to kill me."
"Neither do I. But Bellisdeo at least will find the Hawk Lord's presence amusing, and I think the Emperor has proven that he does care about her."
"He's got a really stupid way of showing it."
"People,"
Severn said again, as if that explained everything. And maybe it did. Kaylin cleared her throat, thinking that Severn was right. If Bellisdeo was amused, if Bellisdeo was not uncomfortable, the Emperor would forgive much. "The thing is," she heard herself saying before she could close her mouth and choose words more carefully, "it's supposed to be an informal dinner. He's not there as... The words trailed off, because speaking them out loud revealed the stupidity inherent in them. He wasn't there with his guards. He wasn't in his throne room. He wasn't wearing a crown. If he even wore a crown in his audience chamber. Kaylin couldn't remember. But he was the Emperor. Nothing he did or said would change that. "Is it about Moran?"
"Not directly,"
was the pleasant reply.
"I am, of course, being watched. I am being observed. Any petitions I make to the cast court will be summarily shelved, with much more politic wording, and no doubt a few veiled threats."
"I don't consider assassins to be much in the way of veiled, sir."
"They were not attempting to kill me. Any position I make to the imperial courts on behalf of the imperial law will likewise be known to and examined by the Aerian cast court. They will have warning, if I choose to act against their interests. Remanding this to the imperial courts would be against their interests. Their use of a human, however, opens the door to that remand. I do not understand why they chose to do so. I have been considering how to best approach what is a delicate situation. And you have a dinner guest who might be able to help. I don't believe in coincidence,"
he added. Kaylin, at this point, didn't believe in luck. Or at least not good luck. "Yes," she said. "If you want to come to dinner, please, feel free. It'll give us all something to talk about that isn't mostly awkward."
"I'd hate," Severn said, "to see your idea of awkward dinner conversation."
She snorted. "Mostly it involves fire or knives. Or spoken dragon." Work was not exactly comfortable for the rest of the day. Kaylin could focus and forget about the looming dinner while she was on her beat, Severn by her side, but every other thing was lost to the growing stress. She did manage to enter Margot's without kicking her sign over, and she did thank Margot for sending the records transmission that was about to spoil a lot of Aerian's days. But she wasn't at her best. And by the time she returned to the halls for the brief end-of-day report, she was so tense her shoulders were practically bunched up around her ears. The familiar registered his objection by curling up in a pile on top of her head. "Are you going to come to dinner?" she asked Severn. She tried to sound casual and managed extremely anxious instead.
"I wasn't going to."
"That means you've changed your mind?"
"Kaylin, he's not going to eat you."
"I know. Bellisdeo would hate him forever, so he won't risk that."
"I doubt anything you could do or say could materially alter his perception of you."
"I don't," was the glum reply.
"I can be there without being present, if that's what you want."
She shook her head. What she wanted was her partner by her side when she went in to face danger. It's just, the Hawk Lord's going to be there as well. I'm due that promotion, and I don't want to mess it up. You can't. I can. I've done it before. Severn shook his head. Yes, if you want, I'll come to dinner. But I'm not coming dressed like this. I'll meet you at home. Do you have better clothing? Yes. So do you. Not better, Kaylin said. Just different. Moran and Bellasdeo were waiting just outside the infirmary doors. You're late, the dragon pointed out. No, you're early. Moran nodded. We are, but you and Lord Bellasdeo have an important guest this evening. By all accounts, he's visiting as a private citizen. A private citizen who is probably punctual to within seconds, and can destroy a city block just by breathing on it. Yes. Moran's smile was slightly strained, but Kaylin thought it was genuine. The Aerian hawk removed her tabard, folded it carefully, and set it on her desk. She removed the regulation belt that came with it, transforming herself into the bold, colorful woman who had walked with so much confidence and purpose toward the halls of law this morning. How are things here? They were very quiet, Moran said, grinning. Apparently, the Aerian hawks have been superbly careful in their drills, as have the applicants for the sword division. You'd almost think they're afraid to come to the infirmary at all. I doubt it's fear, Bellasdeo said, stepping into the hall. No? Shame, guilt, self-loathing, but fear, no. And before you ask, I have no issues with that. I think they should be ashamed of themselves. Moran shook her head. You don't know what it's like. No, but I know enough to know that their behavior is execrable. Don't bother defending them. Don't bother giving me reasons. They swore an oath to the Emperor's law, and their failure to uphold their oath is unacceptable. Back in your day, they'd be dead. If they broke their personal oaths to me, yes, and ash, so Shadow couldn't use their corpses against us. By the time Kaylin made it to her own front door, the familiar was chittering like an angry parrot. She couldn't understand him and would have just ignored him, but he didn't like it when she ignored him because she was too absorbed in other thoughts. To be fair, he didn't like it when she ignored him on purpose either, but this was different. Helen was waiting for her at the front door. She had, in fact, opened it. But Helen's actual physical body started at the gatehouse, not the building. She was, of course, aware of everything Kaylin was thinking the minute she passed the fence line. You have 2 hours, dear. To Moran, she said, I think you look lovely. You won't be joining us for dinner? No, if that's acceptable to you. Lord Grimmaire will, Helen pointed out. Pardon? Did Kaylin forget to tell you? I see that she did. The Hawk Lord will be joining us for dinner. Dragon eyes and Aerian eyes both drilled into the side of Kaylin's averted face, which was probably redder than it had to be. The big advantage to being Leontine, in Kaylin's opinion, was that humiliation or embarrassment wasn't instantly trumpeted to everyone with working eyes by the color of fur. When were you going to mention this? Moran snapped in her annoyed sergeant voice. She wasn't. If she could get away with it, Bellasdeo replied. Kaylin still hadn't groped her way toward the coherent reply she thought Moran could live with. Why did you invite the Hawk Lord? Moran demanded. Demand was going to be her mode of conversation for at least the next few minutes. I didn't. He invited himself. Moran's eyes narrowed. She isn't lying, Helen told the Aerian in a very mild voice. Moran accepted this. She probably wouldn't have accepted it as easily coming from Kaylin, and Kaylin tried not to resent it. How did he find out about your dinner? I've been wondering that as well. I certainly didn't tell him. I didn't tell anyone at the office. But people at the office had also been guests in her home inasmuch as she'd ever had guests. She considered Tila and Tane. It's political. Moran's expression said, no kidding, but more emphatically. So you're having dinner with the Emperor and the Hawk Lord. She shook her head. You could join us. Not a chance. If I could actually fly, I'd spend the evening in training exercises just to make sure there was no possibility of overlap. She exhaled, and some of the tension left her shoulders. It had lodged pretty deeply in her face, though. The Emperor would be coming to dinner regardless of where you were living, Helen told the Aerian. Kaylin was perversely happy to see that she wasn't the only person whose private thoughts were addressed out loud. The Hawk Lord would therefore invite himself to dinner, again, regardless of your residence. It is the Emperor he wishes to, informally, off records, engage. Your presence may indeed be causing difficulty for the Hawk Lord, but it is not causing difficulty for Kaylin, or for me. Kaylin, however, now needs to take a bath. I will accompany her, she added. She will need to dress. I will remind her of the etiquette required when entertaining guests of note. How do you know etiquette? My last tenant was alive when the Dragon Emperor ruled, Helen replied. And in his fashion, he was impeccably polite and considerate. Meaning I'm not. You are very considerate, Helen told her gently, when you are aware of the need for consideration, and you have had several lessons with Lord Dearmat. This caused smoke to billow out of Bellisteo's nostrils, mostly because she was keeping her mouth shut. Mention of Dearmat did nothing helpful for the color of her eyes. Will Magaron aid you in dressing, or may I? Helen asked the dragon. I don't need help with my dress. I'm not going to wear court clothing to the dinner table. If I were in a slightly worse mood, I wouldn't wear anything. At all. Moran's eyes widened. Kaylin's closed. I think the Archon is also coming for dinner. Leontine, you told him the last time we talked that you wanted him to come. He hates leaving his library for anything less than an all-out battle, but I think he'll be here because you wanted him to be here. You think I'm being unfair? Not really, but the Archon has never treated me the way he treats you. The oldest of the dragons was and had always been fond of Bellisteo. When he found amusing behavior from her would have been cause to reduce Kaylin to ash. Helen informed Kaylin the moment the Emperor reached the gatehouse. You were correct, she said. The Archon is with him. Does he look happy? Which one, dear? Either of them. Kaylin tried not to sound glum. She mostly failed. But I was talking about the Archon. I can't imagine the Emperor ever looking happy. His face would break. The Archon looks irritated. Great. The Emperor does not. He doesn't. His face is almost entirely without expression. Ah, I think the Hawk Lord has also arrived. Did you not tell him to use the tower entrance? He's used to doors, Kaylin replied. And no, I didn't tell him to use the tower entrance. That's fine for dragons in flight form. They can't get through our doors without destroying them. Aerians can land and walk in. It's what they do everywhere else in the city. I'll be sure to mention the aperture above. He flew, after all. Helen cleared her throat, which was entirely an affectation, as she didn't really have one. Kaylin understood this to mean that she had to bust her butt to get to the front door before the guests did. The small dragon sat gracefully on the shoulder of the one good dress she owned that she hadn't destroyed. It was a white dress. It covered a lot less than was ideal, which in this case meant her arms were exposed. She'd considered the other dress she owned, but Helen's glacial frown made clear that she considered it unsuitable. I don't have a lot of call to wear dresses, Kaylin had said. No, dear, but this one is perfectly serviceable. And she had lifted a dress that Kaylin had only worn once. I'm not sure. I am. If you are to entertain the Emperor in future, you might consider speaking with Lord Grimaire about your rate of pay. The clothing you do possess is perfectly functional, but not meant for meeting royalty. And while I do not get out of the house much, by which she meant not at all, I understand that more appropriate clothing is a not inconsiderable expense.
But he's not here as royalty. That's the whole point, Helen.
If you honestly think that royalty is something that is donned and discarded, as if it were mere clothing, you are making a grave mistake. No matter what he calls himself, he is the eternal emperor. You are part of his collective horde. Most people would consider it an honor, an undreamed-of honor, to entertain him.
Kaylin considered it a nightmare, but she knew Helen was probably right. You can't make dresses. You can make everything else.
Yes, but any dress I made for you would vanish the moment you stepped off the property.
I'll be here the entire time.
I'm sure you thought that the first night we met as well, and you ended up flying off to fight ancient sorcerers by the side of the dragons. You would not have been happy to have spent any of your necessary time changing clothing.
Kaylin surrendered. White dress it was. But she wasn't particularly comfortable as she ran down the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. It wasn't so much the skirt, it was the feeling of exposure. When she was in her normal clothing, even without her tabard, she still felt like a hawk. Right now she mostly felt half-naked and uncertain. She preferred the hawk. The familiar warbled in her left ear as if trying to be encouraging. She appreciated it.
"You have very punctual guests," Helen said, radiating approval.
She was waiting beside the closed doors.
"Go figure," Kaylin replied.
Punctuality was an almost mortal enemy, although she'd spent a lot of her life trying to make it a friend. She checked her wrist to make sure her bracer was in place. It had come from the Imperial Treasury, and she was required, by equally Imperial command, to wear it at all times. While the definition of always was constantly being stretched, the Emperor would be in front of her face for most of the evening, and dragons weren't famously forgiving when their commands were flouted. She inhaled, held her breath, and nodded to Helen. Helen opened the doors, but she did it the normal way, with her hands. She stepped back after smiling at the first visitors at the door. Kaylin's smile was more stilted than Helen's, but it was far better than the smiles on the faces of the 2 dragons, since they didn't even bother to make the attempt. They might have been coming to a funeral.
"Arkin?"
"Daranados." She bowed. It was stiff and graceless, but the end posture would probably have garnered no more than perfunctory criticism from Dearmat.
"Welcome."
The Arkin offered her a shallow bow. The Emperor merely nodded. He did, however, bow to Helen. It was customary, Helen had told Kaylin as she had dressed, to invite guests to take tea, or something stronger, when they first arrived. "But they're coming here for dinner," Kaylin had pointed out while fussing with her hair. "Not tea."
"Dinner generally takes a while, and there's usually some polite socializing before people are seated for the meal."
Drug addicts, pushers, and frauds were a more welcome part of Kaylin's day than polite socializing.
"You socialize all the time, dear."
"We lounge around the dining room table because it's the biggest, and we mostly trade insults and whining," Kaylin had pointed out. "And offending anyone at my breakfast table isn't career-limiting. I have to care what these guests think of me."
"They are not going to harm you in your own home. It would be a disgraceful breach of etiquette."
"And impossible because you're my home."
"I am talking about their behavior, not my own. But yes, if it somehow came to that, they would not be able to harm you. There is nothing you could do that would necessitate that."
So Kaylin now invited the 2 dragons to sit in the parlor. It had changed both size and shape. Helen frequently adjusted spaces as she deemed necessary. Kaylin wondered what people without Helen did, but she knew. They didn't have the bloody Emperor as an informal guest. Helen, however, rescued Kaylin by taking on the duties of a servant. She didn't instruct Kaylin in the pouring of tea or the offering of drinks or anything else. She did that all herself. Kaylin should have appreciated it more, but the menial and necessary tasks would have given her something to do other than feeling awkward and incompetent. She was rescued by the arrival minutes later of the Hawk Lord. In theory, Helen was to answer the door and lead the new guests in. In practice, Kaylin leapt to her feet, grateful to leave the awkward, silent room. When she was almost at the door, Bellis Deo drifted down the stairs. She stopped, her eyes shifting into the color of dragon surprise. "Is that you, Kaylin?" Kaylin said, "Answering the door now. Are you sure Moran isn't coming?" "I'm absolutely positive. Is that dress new? I've never seen it before." "And I wish that had continued." "It's very striking, and it suits you." "It doesn't suit me at all." "Kaylin, dear, the door," Helen's disembodied voice said. To Bellis Deo she added, "Kaylin is nervous because she is not accustomed to guests." "I have guests living with me all the time," Kaylin pointed out as she reached the closed front doors. "Yes and no, dear. They are technically guests, but you treat them very much as if they were family. Siblings. You are not used to guests." Bellis Deo, however, said, "Let me entertain the dragons while you greet the new arrival." She didn't look nervous at all. Kaylin was too grateful to feel resentful. The Hawk Lord was waiting at the door. He was not dressed as the Hawk Lord. He was entirely more colorful, although not as colorful as Moran's ceremonial garb had been. He wasn't wearing a dress, but the vest that overlay the long belled sleeves of an emerald green shirt ended a good 6 inches below his knees. The vest itself was a mixture of purple and blues, with gold stitching, gold trim, and white interlaced ribbons. Only his boots looked normal, for a value of normal that involved the Emperor, the Archon, and the Hawk Lord at the same table. Lord Grammaire smiled as he no doubt correctly read her expression. "Kaylin." "Lord Grammaire." She remembered to bow. It was not as stiff a bow as the one she'd offered the dragons. If she wasn't at home with the Hawk Lord, she was vastly more comfortable in his presence. He'd seen her at her absolute worst, and had found it in himself to make the beginnings of a home for her. She'd had to do the rest, but the rest hadn't seemed so hard given the alternative, a life spent in Barren. This man wasn't Caitlin, but he wasn't the Emperor either, and neither of the men were Barren. Neither of them ever would be. "May I compliment you on your appearance?" Lord Grammaire asked. "If you absolutely insist." Helen cleared her invisible throat. "I mean, thank you. Do you recognize the dress?" "I was about to ask." The Hawk Lord smiled. "It suits you." "It doesn't." "It would if you didn't look so uncomfortable in it. It is very simple," he added. "The Aerians do not value simplicity in their formal dress, but there is much to be said for it." "My normal clothing is simple too." "Ah, yes, but perhaps not suited to entertaining." Severn came last. When the door opened, and yes, Kaylin had all but leapt out of her seat in her eagerness to take advantage of any excuse to be out of that room. She was so happy to see him she could have cried. Severn, however, froze in place. His mouth was half open, as if he'd been about to say hello and forgotten what the word meant. He did, after a few seconds, remember to blink. She was confused for that same few seconds, and then looked down at the white dress. She looked up again. Severn was dressed more formally, but human male formal was just a fancier, more expensive version of normal. "If you bow," she told him, "I'll kill you, I swear." His smile was at least familiar. "I didn't expect that dress." "Helen made me." "I did not make her, as she said, do anything. She is an adult. She makes her own choices," Helen added. "You'll notice Severn's not wearing a dress." Kaylin held out both of her hands. Severn hesitated before placing his on top of them. "We could trade." "I don't think the dress would fit me." "Betting?" "Not while the Emperor is a dinner guest, no." His smile deepened.
I'll take that bet when he's gone, though.
It's irrelevant, Helen told them both, because Severn's clothing would not fit in any way. Your guests, she added, are waiting. Bellisdeo was holding court when Severn and Kaylin made their way to the parlor. The Hawk Lord glanced in their direction, but it was brief and appeared to contain more amusement than censure. Severn made his bow to the Emperor. It was not up to Dirmat's standards, but then again, his whole demeanor had been so much more graceful than Kaylin's, it probably didn't matter. He didn't appear to be uncomfortable in this room full of people, 2 of whom could destroy his life just by lifting a pen, or a voice. Kaylin, relieved of the need for idle conversation, watched the dragons. The Arkan's eyes were gold, pure gold. He was speaking with Bellisdeo, and her eyes, tinged lightly orange, rested in a relaxed and even affectionate expression. The Emperor might as well have been Kaylin. And that was an odd thought. The Emperor was arguably the most important man in the Empire, but he was just as uncomfortable, felt just as out of place as Kaylin did. As if he could hear the thought that not even she was stupid enough to put into words, he raised a dark brow in her direction. His hair had been oiled and pulled back off his face. It fell down his back in a series of intricate knots that did not scream informal to Kaylin. But he had no Imperial Palace guards with him, and for that she was profoundly grateful. "Dinner," Helen came in to announce, "is served. If you would follow me." Chapter 13. The parlor was not the only room in the house that had undergone transformation. The dining room had also been changed. Although the shape and size of the room was roughly the same as it had been at breakfast this very distant morning, the ceilings had sprouted a few feet of height, and the windows had grown to match them. They'd also gained both width and stained glass. The table, however, had shrunk, and the chairs had been replaced. They were darker, heavier, and flawless. Helen did not tell people where to sit, and that was slightly awkward, because both Kaylin and Bellisdeo attempted to take the seat farthest from the Emperor. They would have collided had it not been for Severn, who slid a hand to Kaylin's elbow. She felt a little shock of warmth as his palm touched her skin. He guided her to a chair and pulled it out for her. What she really wanted was to sit Tila style, with the chair back against the table while her arms were draped over the top rail. The top rail of these chairs, however, would have been too much of a stretch. She sat. Severn sat beside her. Bellisdeo sat opposite the Emperor, but this table was short enough that she wasn't halfway across the room. The Arkan sat to one side of the Golden Dragon. The Hawk Lord sat between the Arkan and the Emperor. As a dinner, it felt a lot like an awkward council of war.
"Lord Grammaire," the Emperor said, "it has been some small while since you have graced my presence in person. I was surprised to hear that you were kind enough to join Kaylin for dinner. I have been, as you must imagine, embroiled in racial difficulties. I would never otherwise forego the pleasure of your company."
The Hawk Lord said this with a completely straight face. Kaylin thought he sounded sincere. It wasn't the first time she'd had questions about his sanity. He'd taken her on, after all, but it was close. Bellisdeo's eyes were orange-tinged gold, but they were as gold as they ever got when she was in the presence of the Emperor. Kaylin prayed, in that non-specific way that people did who weren't religious, that they'd remain that way. The Arkan snorted smoke.
"We are then to turn dinner into a political discussion?"
"Hush, Lenogorous," Bellisdeo said. "For some of us, politics is polite dinner conversation." Although the Arkan grimaced, his eyes remained pure gold. He frowned deeply at Bellisdeo, who surprised Kaylin by laughing. She considered approaching the Arkan's disapproval the same way and decided against it. If Bellisdeo ever misread the situation, the fire that resulted wouldn't turn her to ash. But she felt herself relaxing as she watched the two dragons, and she reminded herself that the Archon was family to Bellisdeo, inasmuch as dragons ever claimed any.
"And you're involving yourself in the politics of the realm now, are you?"
the Archon said. Bellisdeo's smile was almost feline. "Only so far as the politics affect my home."
"Meaning?"
"Sergeant Carafel is living with us, as I imagine you know."
The Emperor said, "I did mention it. He was, however, deeply involved in the study of something long dead. It may have escaped his hearing."
"I'm surprised you'd interrupt him when his concentration was that intense."
"Had I not, we would not have arrived for dinner within a week of its actual time."
Bellisdeo chuckled. The Emperor's eyes, Kaylin noted, were the darkest shade of orange in the dining room, but they lightened at her obvious amusement. "He has always been like that. I was told he was like that when he emerged from the egg. Did they ever tell you about his shell?" The Archon actually flushed, which in a man of his apparent age was almost shocking.
"Bellisdeo, please. I was a hatchling. It is not relevant now."
"No, I was not privileged to speak with those who had known him from birth.
What did they say?"
He very carefully collected all the pieces he could find of his own shell and put them into a tidy pile. He also bit anyone who came near them, and that would include the clutch workers. They were all," she added to the non-dragons in the room, "significantly larger than he was."
"I see now," the Archon said, "why my presence was deemed necessary."
Kaylin almost laughed at his expression, but she understood, watching, that it was necessary. Bellisdeo was mocking him, but she was mocking him the way she mocked Magaran. There was no edge in it, just affection and the expectation that she would be forgiven.
"It seems you have remained true to yourself,"
the Emperor said gravely. "And you?" Bellisdeo asked, surprising everyone at the table. "Have you?" The Emperor stiffened. His eyes became more orange. The line of his lips thinned. His hands didn't become fists, but they rested on the table stiff as boards. The Archon reached out and placed one hand over Bellisdeo's.
"That is perhaps not a question for the dinner table."
His voice was gentle. A brief eddy of pain marred, but did not eradicate his affectionate expression. "And am I to speak only of trivialities and things that do not concern me?" she demanded. Her eyes were more orange, too. "No," Kaylin said. "We can talk about caste court exemptions instead, because at the moment, those do concern you." "I am not. You're the one standing guard in the infirmary." Bellisdeo bit back a reply and nodded. She was, to Kaylin's surprise, spoiling for a fight. But she wasn't for. She reined in her temper, biting back words. Kaylin was going to be grateful if the evening ended without any of the dragons resorting to their native tongue. "Yes, you're right. And Lord Grimaire is no doubt being polite in his interest about the Archon's early years." The Emperor was more than willing to leave the subject behind, even if the one he was retreating to was tangled and political. He did glance thoughtfully at Kaylin before transferring his pointed gaze to the man who was commanding officer of all of the Hawks, ground or sky.
"You have always disliked caste court exemptions, Lord Grimaire."
Every Hawk, no, every person who worked in the halls of law, hated caste court exemptions. Admittedly, it was the Barrani who made the most use of them. It was life-threatening to be involved in any investigation that pointed at Barrani criminals, which was most of the reason the Force had Barrani Hawks to begin with. Before the Hawk Lord could reply, the Emperor said, "As I am here informally, the general rules that govern behavior in the audience chambers need not apply here. You may address me as Majesty." It was Severn who choked on his soup, which surprised her.
"I find the draconic idea of informality ridiculous."
So did Kaylin, for what that was worth. Given that the Emperor had all the power, she didn't labor under any misconceptions.
Thank you, Your Majesty. As you are aware, some difficulty has arisen in regards to a member of the Hawks who serve the Imperial law. I am exceedingly aware, yes. My secretaries and their undersecretaries dread even activating their mirrors at the start of their shift. It appears, and I have failed to ascertain the truth of this, that they have taken to referring to the cast court collectively as the Harpies.
The Hawk Lord choked on his soup, just as Severn had. Kaylin took comfort from the fact that she hadn't. Maybe Dear Matt's forbidding, ridiculous, humiliating lessons had some value after all.
My apologies, Your Majesty. I was not expecting that. You feel it is inaccurate? I feel it is unfortunate.
He smiled as he said it.
I will not vouch for accuracy, but feel compelled to point out that my secretary refers to these particular communications in a way entirely inappropriate for repetition at the dining table. Then we are in accord. They will no doubt note your attendance at this dinner. They will. Moran Carafel is currently in residence, but they have no recourse to forbid it. I take it from your private expression that you wish us, apologies, me, to remand this case to your jurisdiction. You will, of course, have grounds for this request. I do. You understand that the cast court will demand your flight feathers, if not your entire wings, should I condescend to do this. They are demanding my wings now, but they are inconvenienced in this demand by Imperial law. Even were I to be considered a traitor to my flight and my race, they would have to have grounds on which to make that accusation. If they did, they could of course try me and have me executed. If you agreed to be tried by the cast court, yes. I do not think I could perform my duties as an outcast.
And Kaylin remembered that the outcasts lost their wings.
There is some possibility that charges will be forthcoming.
Lord Grimmaire continued.
So I've been told.
Kaylin, however, had not, and she almost pushed herself out of her chair and across the table in angry outrage. Helen's physical hand, clamped down on her right shoulder.
"The next course," she said, "will be served now." Over the next 2 courses, none of which were the main meal, and all of which were distinctly unappetizing because they were too fancy, Grimmaire and the Emperor danced around the question of the remand. The Emperor made no commitment, and the Hawk Lord was wise enough not to demand one.
I had word that Moran Carafel has donned the ceremonial raiment of her position. Yes, Your Majesty, as of this morning. She came to the halls in almost complete regalia.
He deliberately avoided looking at Kaylin.
I do not know if you have seen the records capture that arrived yesterday afternoon. In theory, I have not. The cast court has demanded its embargo.
The Hawk Lord didn't seem to be surprised that the Emperor had, theoretically, chosen to respect any part of this demand. Kaylin, however, was.
Theoretically, then, a human male is involved. He is currently in the holding cells for attempted assault, magical in nature, of Hawks.
Actual assault of a resident Alani, Kaylin helpfully added.
I failed to see how an assault of that nature could be under the rubric of caste exemption,
the Emperor said. His eyes, which had been orange, now shaded into a more familiar orange gold. The Emperor's eyes were never pure gold in Kaylin's experience.
Oddly enough, Your Majesty, so did I. I have, he added, examined extant caste court records, where they are available, and the man in question is definitely human. He is not outcast Aerian.
They couldn't make that claim of outcast Aerians, Kaylin interrupted, thinking with a pang of Lilius and the blessing she had procured for Moran, a gift Kaylin had still not given to the Aerian sergeant.
Outcast Aerians remain for the purposes of Imperial law. Aerian,
the Hawk Lord replied. Since when? Before he could answer, she continued. I know the actual laws. I know the actual laws better than half the older Hawks.
Outcast means something. You make someone outcast, you're essentially saying they're no longer part of your entire race. That's not entirely true, Bellisdeo said. The Barrani outcasts aren't Aerians, Kaylin snapped. Careful. She looked across the table and met Severn's gaze. Swallowed. Bellisdeo, who was used to Kaylin, didn't even seem to notice the interruption. But the Emperor, who wasn't, did. Kaylin slammed into the wall of his orange eyes, but the Eternal Emperor's expression was neutral. She glanced at the Archon. His eyes were still golden. You speak, the Emperor said, as if you have actually met outcast Aerians. This time it was the Hawklord whose eyes shifted color. His wings definitely rose. He was far too well-bred to spread them at the dining table. I have, Kaylin told the table. And I would like to know who, a voice said from the hall. Kaylin looked past the dining table. Everyone probably did, to see Moran dar Carafel framed by the door. She was dressed as she had been for her martial and defiant walk to the halls of law, with a couple of essential differences. The first, her hair. She had bathed, and it was a shiny, straight fall down her back. Her eyes were blue, but given the tone of her voice, appropriate for the infirmary and a sergeant, Kaylin expected that. Her injured wing had not yet been rebound. It was high, in all its damaged glory, the spots that had defined her life hidden from view by the rest of her. Private? Kaylin replied. I'm not on duty. A very fancy stool appeared at the table. Apparently, Moran was going to join them for dinner after all. Everyone at the table except Kaylin rose. Kaylin belatedly remembered that this was something people did at a dinner table when someone significant joined the party. That was the frustrating thing about so-called manners. None of them really made any sense. Then again, neither did caste court exemptions as far as Kaylin was concerned, and she'd learned to live with those. She rose as well. She could feel an apology hovering in the air. Helen's. She willed Helen not to say it out loud until after the guests had left, and Helen, hearing everything that Kaylin could think, remained silent. Moran glanced at the stool, and then at the gathered, standing guests. Some of the swell of what Kaylin had assumed was rage left her, or at least it left her wings. Her eyes remained very blue as she marched toward the stool and sat on it. She was about as graceful as Kaylin would have been had she been angry. And she was also now the angriest person at the table. In general, angry dinner companions were never a good thing if one liked uninterrupted eating. But at the moment, her anger eased the tension between Bellisdeo and the Emperor. Since that was the theoretical point of the dinner in the first place, Kaylin accepted the angry Aerian with far less discomfort than she normally would, even when the Aerian's glare was turned like a giant, blunt weapon on her. I'm not sure this is the place to discuss it, Kaylin began. Don't stall. I'm not stalling. I'm being serious. She is not incorrect, the Hawklord said, coming to Kaylin's rescue. It involves me, was Moran's flat reply. Not even the Hawklord could argue with that, although Kaylin's first instinct was to do so. The problem with that instinct was that she'd have to lie. She would never have met an outcast Aerian if it weren't for Moran, and clearly both the Aerians knew it. It does, Kaylin admitted, but not in a bad way, and I think Lord Grimmaire is right. This isn't the place to have this conversation. Given the conversation you were about to start, Moran replied, it can't be any worse. For me? No. For you? I thought you weren't. I heard what you said. Helen was kind enough to repeat it. I thought my intervention would be welcome. Kaylin highly doubted that, but the truth was the Hawklord seemed genuinely pleased to see her at the table. Grimmaire, like the Emperor, was not a man known for his ability to mimic pleasure or joy. At least not in the office, which was the only place they interacted.
"Your company," the Emperor said, "is always welcome."
Blue faded into purple and then returned. Moran inclined her head. "Your Majesty, you do me too much honor."
"We all, to some extent, bear the burdens of our office," he replied. "And yours was, is, and has always been significant to your people. It has been many years since I last saw those robes or that bracelet."
Moran's head tilted slightly, as if she were leaning in to catch the echo of words she hadn't expected. She glanced once at her familiar table-mates and then spoke. "You knew my predecessor?"
"Not well, no. I had occasion to meet with him, of course."
"You did?"
"He was Dar Carafel by birth, a member of the caste court."
She grimaced, just as Kaylin would have done. Kaylin had always assumed that Moran was a decade and a half older than she was. She lost that certainty watching the off-duty sergeant.
"I see. You are Dar Carafel."
"I was adopted into Dar Carafel, yes. I am not a member of the caste court." Her voice implied strongly that she would become a member over her dead body. Then again, she was a hawk.
"No, you are not. You are a sergeant in the Hawks. There are no Aerians I prize more highly, if that is an acceptable word. You serve my law and my city, almost as if it were your own."
"It kind of is," Kaylin said quietly.
"The injuries you have taken,"
the Emperor continued, as if Kaylin hadn't spoken, which was probably for the best,
"were taken in defense of the city. Those injuries are responsible for your current predicament, and mine, and Lord Gramaire's. They are not, however, a source of shame, nor should they ever be. Were it not for the sacrifice of the Aerians, many, many more would have died. I would vastly rather meet with the Lord of Hawks than the caste court. I will overlook the fact that you are Dar Carafel in this room."
Moran's eyes widened, and she bit back a brief laugh. Her cheeks reddened as she lowered her chin. Belesteo was staring at the Emperor's profile, almost arrested. He noticed, raising one dark brow at her expression.
"Surely you did not think I possessed no sense of humor, Lord Belesteo?"
To Kaylin's surprise, Belesteo also reddened. She was, however, more defiant, probably because she could be. Nothing short of attempted assassination was likely to lead to her death at the Emperor's hands.
"I can be forgiven for that, I believe. You have evinced none of that humor in my presence since my arrival in Elantra. Some things are too important for humor,"
the Emperor replied. His eye membranes lowered.
"Humor requires a certain detachment, implies a lack of concern."
The gold dragon snorted. This time there was no smoke in it.
"Is that how you see it? Humor is grounding. It steadies troops. It eases tension." "I am not a man famed for my sense of humor."
"No, I can see that. I rather considered you might be famed for its lack."
"That is harsh."
She smiled. "Yes, it is, and I will tender apologies for it now." She turned to Moran. "As I will tender apologies to you for interrupting."
"I imagine," the Hawk Lord said, "that she was grateful for the interruption. By law," the Emperor then continued, "the outcasts are considered a matter for and of the caste courts. If the outcast chooses to do so, they can throw themselves onto the mercy of the imperial courts, but that is not easily done if their position and their relative power is not secure enough to begin with."
Seeing Kaylin's expression, he added,
"The outcasts are protected by imperial law if they request such protection. I do not believe such a petition has ever been made by an Aerian." "I told you, I asked you to stay out of this,"
Moran told Kaylin, her tone at odds with the words themselves. The former verb was the more correct one. I did. I didn't search the streets for outcast Aerians. You know as well as I do now that I wouldn't have even noticed them if I'd passed them in the streets. They don't have wings, Moran. They look human to the casual eye. You have to speak with them to notice that their eye color changes, and most people in the city aren't going to do that if the Aerian doesn't want to be social. Then how did you meet an outcast? Eventon. Moran frowned. Eventon. The one that sells garbage and surprisingly useful enchantments from time to time? Yeah, grouchy old guy but makes good tea and cookies. Bellisdeo did exhale smoke then. Her eyes were tinted orange as she dragged her gaze from the Emperor to Kaylin and dropped it on her head. What? Everything I've said is true. He is a grouchy old guy. He does make good tea, even if he doesn't like tea. There are days, Bellisdeo replied, where I understand perfectly the abominable lessons you are forced to take under Lord Diamat. Informality is one thing. Disrespect is quite another. Your meeting with Eventon? Eventon had been approached by a woman. She wanted him to make something for her. Don't look at me like that. You know he enchanted my daggers so they don't make noise when they leave their sheaths. I am not entirely certain I approve, the Dragon Emperor said. The Hawklord stiffened. Is it illegal? Bellisdeo's voice was chillier. Not yet. Well then, carry on, she said, to Kaylin. I'm not usually called in as a delivery service. She hesitated, looking at the table. This was a far larger crowd than the one she'd originally envisioned when she'd agreed to deliver what was, in essence, a gift. But the woman wanted the item delivered to Sergeant Carafel of the Hawks. Did you meet this woman? Moran demanded. Getting there, Kaylin said. And yes, I did. I wasn't willing to deliver anything without at least meeting the person first. I trust Eventon, she added quickly, in case it was necessary. There's no way he would make something harmful and ask me to pass it on. And he made it clear that he was making it. She looked like an older woman, maybe in her 50s, 60s, maybe younger, but under some stress. Kaylin inhaled, exhaled. I didn't realize she was Aerian because she had no wings. How did you recognize what she was? The Archon asked quietly. Her eyes. Her eyes changed color. And I know Aerian color shifts like I know the back of my own hand. She turned then to the Hawklord and Moran. Both were still and silent, as if Kaylin's words had pinned them irrevocably in place. Moran broke that silence with difficulty. Her eyes were a complicated color, a mix of purple and blue, a pale shade that implied sorrow and surprise in equal measure. Did she tell you her name? What did she ask Eventon to make? The Hawklord demanded at the same time. The collision of Elantran questions caused an awkward pause, but it was to the Hawklord that Kaylin replied. A Bletzian, she called it. Eventon said it's a blessing of air. Moran closed her eyes. This was not uncommon among races whose eyes gave away their base emotional state, but it took Moran a full, silent minute before she opened them again, and the left side of her jaw was twitching. And her name? Kaylin thought Moran knew. She said her name was Lilius. Moran rose. The Hawklord rose as well. Moran, I want you to take me to her, the sergeant said to Kaylin. I have no idea where she is, Kaylin replied, uneasy now. Then I want you to take me to Eventon. Moran, Lord Grimmaire said again. The Emperor, however, raised his voice, without apparent effort or strain. Dinner is in progress. I am certain that Lilius will also be dining, if in different circumstances.
The Keeper is unlikely to consider a sergeant's desire an immediate emergency. You will visit tomorrow, if you must do so at all."
Both of the Aerians sat. Bellasdeo said gently, "What is a Bletzian, Moran?" Moran swallowed. After a longer pause, she said, "If it's a blessing of air, it's meant as a gift. It might allow me to fly. It won't allow me to fly naturally, or forever, unless Eventon is vastly more powerful than any of my own kin. But such blessings were conferred by my people in very rare circumstances, and not always to the flightless, or those who had been crippled." She used the last word bitterly, angry at herself, or her people, or the world. The Hawk Lord said nothing. "You knew," Moran said, accusation giving the words an edge that was never going to make a dinner table fun or relaxing. Lord Grimmaire said very, very little.
"You knew. Your life was difficult enough. She was and is outcast. She did nothing wrong. She committed no crime by the laws of the people. She thwarted the powerful." The Hawk Lord's voice was soft. "Your Majesty, forgive us."
It was Kaylin who spoke next. "The reason we have laws is that legally thwarting the powerful shouldn't be punishable by death or dismemberment. The laws are supposed to speak for people who don't have the power to speak loudly enough for themselves." The Emperor smiled. His eyes were, to Kaylin's surprise, an orange gold, but more gold than they had been all evening.
"This perhaps leads directly into Lord Grimmaire's interests. I am the Emperor," he continued, his voice softening in a way that did not imply kindness or gentleness. "My word is law. You understand that, do you not, Private? If I chose to have you dismembered, or if I chose to reduce to ash where you were sitting,
you would have to go through Helen, and if you managed that, through me," Bellasdeo countered. The Emperor lifted a hand, demanding at least temporary silence.
"I point out to the young and optimistic Private a truth she has perhaps overlooked. Should I desire it, I could lay waste to half the city before I could be stopped, and it would be legal. I am the Emperor. The Empire is mine. The laws were created for my convenience. I can change them at any time."
Well, yes, because he was the Emperor. Kaylin held her peace, but it was very hard. Bellasdeo's eyes were orange. The Archons, however, remained gold. The Archon trusted and served the Eternal Emperor, and in the end, Kaylin trusted the librarian. She tried not to panic, and mostly succeeded.
"The laws are not always convenient to me,"
the Emperor continued.
"There are times when I desire to reduce whole delegations that affront me in the audience chambers of the palace to their composite ash. There is one group in particular I would like to eat, but I fear they would be unpalatable to even a dragon. I have chosen not to do so. I have made laws that can be safely enforced, and in order to ensure that they are, the enforcement is left to the mostly mortal, whose understandings of the frailty of mortals are more visceral, more personal. I did not make this choice out of the goodness of my heart."
He used the Elantran phrase here. He otherwise defaulted to High Barrani.
"Perhaps you do not understand this. I will now endeavor to explain. The Empire, as I stated emphatically, is mine. If I do not choose to destroy its citizens, if I do not exercise the prerogative of both rulership and anger, I will allow no others to do so. Not without great effort on their part. and I do not so choose. What I will not allow myself for the sake of my horde, I will allow no others."
He pinned Kaylin to her seat with the steady, unblinking orange of his eyes.
"You fail to understand the value of the respect that comes from fear." I did not expect that.
Respect doesn't come from fear. Obedience and terror do. I didn't respect Baron or Nightshade. I was terrified that they would kill me if they noticed me at all. I did whatever I was told to do because of that fear. I don't obey my sergeant because I'm afraid of him. I'm afraid that I won't live up to him. I'm afraid that I'm no good at my job, but I try. I try to get better. I want his respect because he's damn good at what he does. His job is his duty. My job is my duty. And I'm not doing it because I'm afraid of you. Chapter 14. I begin to understand why Lord Diamat's lessons were considered necessary. I also begin to understand why Kaylin has never been formally introduced at court, even if she is chosen. Bellis Deo said. Her eyes had drifted toward the gold during most of Kaylin's speech. She was no longer on the edge of rage at the Emperor.
"Even so," the Emperor agreed. "I do not despise you because you are ill-mannered or common. I cannot, however, afford even the appearance of favoritism in front of the combined might of the representatives of the caste courts, and what remains of my flight. Most of the weight of stable rulership requires respect, and much of that respect comes, in the end, from fear. You are afraid to fail. That is both understandable and admirable. Fear, however, motivates many. In your case, you have something to lose. You do everything you can to avoid the shadow of that loss. It is the same with the caste courts of the various races, saving perhaps the Leontines and the Tha-Alani. They have something to lose. Position. Life. If they enrage me enough that I take action against them, the ire of their compatriots, the people of their race, might well be enough to destroy them. They do not wish this. They must act with care. If you are seen to act carelessly, without even the minimum of courtly respect, they will challenge me, or resent you, possibly both. They will believe they can escape such challenge unscathed, because you do. I cannot allow that. I am cognizant of your role in the protection of my city and my empire. I am grateful for it. But the instability you might introduce by being, as you so quaintly put it, yourself, is just as much of a danger. It is just quieter and more subtle. In the words of Lord Diamat, you are dangerously self-indulgent and lazy when it comes to things outside the purview of the Hawks. You do not understand that proper behavior is a job, that it is learned the way you once learned the laws, or Barrani, or Aerian. You believe you are despised because of your mean birth and your life in the streets of the fiefs. Perhaps that is even comforting to you. I do not myself understand the comfort to be taken from that belief. These were more words than she had had from the Emperor in her life. They weren't, sadly, the ones she had daydreamed of hearing. Maybe they were the ones she deserved. Her silence seemed to goad him, which wasn't at this point her intent. Mostly her intent involved shrinking so much she was barely visible above the table line, and crawling away. She wanted to defend herself, but she looked at Severn, her partner, her one-time protector, and realized that he'd learned. He'd learned all of this stuff. He was older, true, but he'd never been as prickly, as self-conscious as she'd been. I was, he told her gently and privately. I was just as concerned. But the 5 years does make a difference. Whatever you fear now, it will change in 5 years. Trust me. But the Eternal Emperor hadn't finished yet. If for some reason I chose to be so indulgent, and you have value to my hawks and to the Empire itself, consider the changes wrought in your own life. You would be perceived by men and women of power from all races as a favorite, as a person who has the Emperor's ear, as a person who could tell the Emperor or ask the Emperor for anything. They would seek you out. They would seek to make use of you, to make you a pawn in the games that they play in the interracial courts. If I am to follow my own laws, I could not simply destroy them in my irritation.
I would have, Velasdeo said quietly.
Yes, but your empire was not your horde,
was the Emperor's equally quiet reply.
You value the chosen. That has been clear since you first returned to our world. Do you not see the danger to her?
It was clear from the golden dragon's expression that she did, but it was clear as well that almost everything the Emperor had said had surprised her. She was watching him closely now, her expression one of concentration, or confusion. The confusion was slow to clear. It hadn't by the time the Emperor started to speak again.
If you were so approached, how would you handle that approach?
His smile was knife-thin, sharp.
You are, of course, yourself, as you perceive it. You would handle it with outrage and possibly insult.
He glanced at Velasdeo as if for confirmation. Her lips compressed, and then, after a pause, she nodded.
And thus you would offend men and women of power. You have friends in high places, Private Neya. You have the consort and the High Lord of the Barrani. You have Ebeline of the Tha'alani. I do not think you have made many friends among the Leontines, but perhaps I am less cognizant of their role in your life.
Kaylin thought of Marcus, but said nothing.
Those connections might be embarrassed. They might not. They have clearly chosen to accept your behavior in the past, but it is simple to maintain a friendship that is irrelevant to your responsibilities, and their friendship for you, a mortal woman who serves as a hawk, is irrelevant. It will not remain so if you are given free rein at court. You believe that the Dragon Court seeks to preserve your life. You believe that that is the reason you have been assiduously kept from the royal presence. And it is, but not solely for the reasons you believe. You will be even more of a target than you have been in the past if you cannot learn to behave.
The familiar, who had been indolently listening in, squawked loudly.
I do believe you have the capacity to protect her from most assassination attempts,
the Emperor replied, with far more gravity.
But the power of the familiar is, legend would have us believe, directly proportional to the will and the power of the master.
His tone made clear what he thought of at least one of those things, but then again, so had his whole monologue.
You have no friends in the Reaches, he continued. Moran da Carafel, should she survive the public claim she has now made, would be one. And you have a dragon as escort while she is on duty because of that. The Aerian caste court is almost in a political frenzy. I imagine that there will be a shuffling of positions when it is clear that the pawn they used to entangle the Alani merchant was in fact human. You are certain he was not also outcast.
Moran went white. So did the Hawk Lord. The Emperor affected not to notice, or perhaps he just didn't. Most things that could threaten Aerians weren't going to be much of a danger to a dragon. You've seen, pardon me, Your Majesty, you haven't seen the records capture Margot sent to the halls of law. At no point during the conversation in capture did the man's eyes change color, and his eyes were brown.
That could be the effect of glamour or enchantment.
Kaylin bit down on her first words, which was hard because she was annoyed. She was also uncomfortably too aware of herself, because of everything else that had been said. She felt, as she sometimes did, like a total, complete failure. Think. Just think. You believe the Aerian caste court will put that forward as an explanation? His eyes shaded for the first time toward a much more prominent gold as he inclined his head. It is already begun. Lord Grimaire's eyes were what Kaylin privately referred to as Barrani blue. Has it? Indeed. The record's transmission was embargoed. Indeed. The Emperor sounded bored, but he smiled. Private Neya is on records as having strong sensitivity to magic and its use. We do not doubt you. He added, his voice softer than it had been all evening. We fully believe the man who spoke with the Alani merchant was human, as you do. But the Alani merchant was not, in our opinion, meant to survive her encounter. Kaylin didn't even regret saving Margot's life. She did, thanks to the intervention of the Hawks. He turned now to Lord Grimaire. I will block the remand to the caste court in this instance. His smile was slender, sharper, but still conveyed amusement. Kaylin decided that amusing the Emperor was career-threatening, because she probably wouldn't survive it. I will also point out that although no formal complaint has been made, rumors abound that an item of great import to the Aerians has been stolen. Kaylin blinked. It took her about 5 seconds to understand what that item was, and then she was simply outraged. Moran, however, although she was pale, was resolute. It was not stolen, she said, although the Emperor hadn't actually named the item. It belongs to me while I live. That is the law of the Aerians. I am not dead. It is my right to bear it. She held up her hand in a clenched fist, and the bracelet she had donned slid down toward her elbow. Yes, Prévolo it is, the Emperor replied. I am conversant with the laws of the Aerians. It appears they are less conversant with imperial law. Grimaire, he added, you will find your information leak. But spread your net widely. It is likely, in my opinion, that the Aerian Hawks will not act against Moran dar Carafel at this point. She has declared herself. As has been proven, however, mortals are more than willing to accept the offer of coin for very unwise actions. He finally turned to Bellisdeo, who had remained mostly silent, and golden-eyed, which was almost shocking, during the Emperor's part of this discussion. My apologies, Lord Bellisdeo. This is not what I envisaged when I requested the honor of a private, informal dinner. She smiled. She smiled in a way that did not expose fangs. If Kaylin's eyes could change color, they'd have shifted all the way to whatever meant surprise in the race she'd otherwise have to be. It is not what I envisaged either, but I find myself enjoying it far more than I have any encounter in the throne room. It has been both surprising and informative, and I have much to think about. No, she added, her voice softening. My kingdom was not my hoard. I have never felt that calling, that certainty of desire. But you have, and you have not let that desire or that calling madden you, as it historically has so many of our kin. Kaylin would be safe. She has Helen. She has me. She has, for at least a few years, Mandorin and Anarian. But she cannot live in isolation. Being a hawk is both what she does and who she is. If you would like, Your Majesty, I would be very much honored to dine with you again. The Emperor's eyes shifted into a deep brown, the color of dragon surprise. Kaylin had never seen it in him, as if his role as ruler had destroyed all ability to feel such an emotion. Or perhaps that was just her interpretation. She was a hawk. She understood that the hawks had hierarchy. Lord Grimaire did not stammer or curse the way the rest of the rank and file could. He was their leader, and it wasn't a nominal leadership. Marcus cursed like a groundhog and frequently tore chunks out of his desk. He said it prevented him from tearing them out of his idiots. But he was a sergeant, and when he gave orders, you obeyed them, even if you weren't a hawk. Leontines of his size and weight made an instant impression on everyone mortal who had less in the way of fur and fangs. It had never occurred to her that the people who ruled her working life were just like she was, that they could feel doubt or hesitation, that they did not know everything they needed to know, that they could, and probably did, make mistakes. They gave orders and she more or less followed them. She needed that. She needed someone to make those decisions. She wasn't without freedom of choice. She made decisions of her own when she was in the streets or in a situation that none of the rulebooks covered. Marcus expected her to, as he put it, use her head as something other than a pathetic battering ram. But the big decisions, or rather the long-term decisions, weren't in her hands. All the big decisions about city-threatening events had been neatly tied into the visceral need to survive. There was thought in them, but it was the kind of thought that led to political entanglements. She tried to imagine what her life would be like if she woke up tomorrow and she was the Hawk Lord. Or worse, the Emperor. She couldn't do it. Everything in her rebelled. She didn't want to be corporal so she could order the privates around. She wanted to be corporal because it meant she was valued and acknowledged by the people in her life who mattered. She didn't actually want to order people around at all, because to do that she would have to be responsible for them. It was a humbling, uncomfortable thought. What had the Emperor said? She was lazy? She cringed. "Kaylin?" Belisteo said, in the tone that implied this was not the first time. Kaylin blinked. "Sorry," she said, her cheeks flushing. "I was thinking." "And I am certain," the Archon added, before anyone else could, but there probably would have been some competition, "that we do not wish to interrupt you when you are making an effort you seldom make. It is often difficult to think and talk simultaneously." His eyes were, as they had been for most of the dinner, pure dragon gold. "What did I miss?" she asked, surrendering. "Lord Belisteo." "Belisteo, please," the gold dragon said, correcting him without irritation. "Belisteo, then. It seems improper when we are in mixed company, but I am an old man, has asked when we might next convene. For an informal dinner. We're due to return to Deermat in 2 days, if he's sufficiently recovered, so any time after that, assuming I survive it." The Archon pinched the bridge of his nose. "Lord Deermat will not reduce you to your component parts. He may be a bit out of sorts, but he is recovering. He will, however, break at least one of your arms if you so much as hint at an offer to finish the healing process for him. I do not recommend it." "Drinks," Helen said as she entered the room, "will be served now. I have taken the liberty of procuring refreshments more suitable to dragons, if any of our guests would care for a beverage." Kaylin privately wondered who or what Helen had slaughtered. "Lord Deermat," the Emperor said, "is that rarity. A completely loyal man. He has never found his hoard," he added softly, "and it is to be hoped that when he does, it does not conflict with me and mine. But until then, he pursues his duty logically and with a very particular passion. You do not feel he values you. He understands your value to me and to my empire. In time, he will come to appreciate you." "She won't live that long," Belisteo said. Kaylin wasn't the only person who found Lord Deermat pompous and overbearing. The Dragon Emperor rose. It wasn't his house, but it didn't matter. When he rose, everyone followed suit. "Prevolo," he said, bowing to Moran. In Aerian, he added, "You have returned to the skies which birthed you." It was a stilted phrase. Kaylin suspected that it was ceremonial. It certainly didn't sound natural, given Moran's injuries. Moran, however, understood and accepted it. The Emperor then left the table, following Helen's avatar. Moran and Lord Grammaire remained. "As host," the Hawk Lord said in his mildest voice, "it is your responsibility to precede your guests." Was it? Kaylin couldn't remember, and wondered if this was an Aerian custom or a custom she'd never had to learn until now. "You understand," the Hawk Lord said while Kaylin hovered close to Moran, "that the political situation will become ugly and heated." It wasn't a question. Moran lowered her head and drew her wings in toward her body. "Yes, I'm sorry." "I am not, Moran. I am not sorry at all. You are aware of the possible costs. All of the possible costs. I will join the Emperor now. I believe you have something you wish to ask of Kaylin." And Kaylin remembered Lilius, the outcast Aerian, and the blessing that Eventon had created at her request. She would have to remember to ask Eventon how Lilius had paid for it, even if Eventon wasn't inclined to answer. "I want you to take me to speak with Eventon. Give the Bletzian back to him. Tell him to give it to Lilius. She can give it to me herself." The only small hitch in the dinner entertainment was the arrival of an unexpected guest. He wasn't there for Kaylin, but it didn't matter. When Helen materialized in the parlor, she had everyone's attention. It was her expression. Her lips were a compressed line. "Lord Nightshade," she told Kaylin, "is at the gates." This predictably caused a shift in the eye colors of the room, except for Kaylin and Severn, who had to make do with the usual facial expressions. "He's here to visit his brother," Kaylin said quickly, leaping out of her chair.
"Ah, his brother would be an Aerian?"
the Archon asked. He rose as well. "Lenogoros." Bellisteo's use of the name implied either a request or a criticism. "I feel the need to stretch my legs. Dinner was excellent, but I am not young anymore." Kaylin almost snorted. She managed to cough instead. The Archon was old, it was true, but old dragons were generally strong dragons. Age didn't diminish the immortals. Anyone who'd survived to be old was generally more powerful, not less. "Kaylin," Bellisteo then said, "Lenogoros would like to accompany you. He is clearly concerned for your safety." The golden dragon obviously didn't believe this. Fair enough, neither did Kaylin. "If you wish, I will join you." Kaylin shook her head. "It's not me he wants to see."
"Is his visit entirely coincidental?"
the Emperor asked. His eyes were orange. "Likely. He comes here all the time to visit an Aerian, and then they argue. Loudly. It's almost like they're dragons." The Hawklord winced. Bellisteo, however, chuckled, which meant the Emperor was under some pressure not to find the offhand comment offensive. "I feel," Bellisteo added, "that it is somehow a challenge." She turned to the Emperor, smiling. "Shall we?" Kaylin fled the room before he could answer. It was, again, poor manners. Manners were difficult.
"I feel," the Archon said, "that in spite of everything, the evening was a success. It was not a success in the particular way one might hope, but the addition of the Aerians added something necessary to the interaction."
He wasn't smiling, but his voice implied that he might.
"The appearance of Nightshade, however, will possibly add complications."
Nightshade was nothing but complication. "He's only here to see his brother."
"I do not doubt that. No one in that room does. But it is not the people in the room who will be adding those complications. It is the people who observe your house because Moran resides here."
Aerians.
"The Hawk Lord will be flying in the face of his cast court. If you think that his position will protect him from consequences, you have failed to understand how the caste courts feel about imperial law. They are willing, of course they are, to accede. The alternative would involve a winnowing of their race. The Emperor's laws are the law, but never forget that the Emperor is the ultimate arbiter. He is the law.
And he's meeting a fief lord in private at my house.
Very good. Yes, he is meeting a fief lord in private at your house. I am not completely certain that the spies will recognize the Emperor's actual person, or mine for that matter, but they will research, and they will eventually know. Lord Nightshade's timing in this matter could not be less fortuitous. It will not, of course, harm the Emperor.
The Hawk Lord.
Yes, Kaylin. The caste court is allowed by law to cast out constituent members of the race it rules. Its rules must abide in some fashion by the laws laid down by the Emperor, but in matters of racial inclusivity or exclusivity, they are given a free hand.
I hate that.
Believe that no hatred you feel for it could be as deep, as profound, or as difficult as the Emperor's. He did not wish for the citizens of this empire to be slaves. Ruling the weak is difficult. They are fearful, and fearful people are often very— what is your word? Stupid. Stupid.
That's the word.
He could rule as the dragons once did, as the Barrani once did. But there is a delicacy to the mortal races that would consume most of you were he to significantly shift his style of rulership.
The Barrani wouldn't like it much.
The Arkan snorted. Some of the Barrani would like it very much. They are young, brash, and foolish. Having lived through only a small part of the Draco-Barrani wars, they would welcome a chance to test themselves in the same arena as their forebearers once did.
That would destroy the city.
Yes, it would not destroy the Dragon Court. It would probably destroy the younger fools among the Barrani High Court, but I am not certain that that would be a great loss.
At her expression, he added,
I am old, Kaylin. The old are famously impatient with certain youthful foibles.
They had reached the doors.
I am impatient with the idea that glory is won by slaughter, because of course it is not slaughter that glory implies. The Elantrans have a phrase that is apropos.
Please don't repeat it, Kaylin told him. She could guess which one, or at least which dozen might apply. You can get away with saying anything to the Emperor. I can't. The door opened. Lord Nightshade stood in the doorway. It was evening, but the foyer lights were bright. Kaylin could therefore clearly see that light reflected in eyes that were a shade too blue. That blue darkened as he met not Kaylin's eyes, but the Arkan's. The ancient dragon whose library was his hoard inclined his chin.
Kalanin, he said.
Lenagaros.
Oh, no. Arkan.
Lord Nightshade recovered first, and this time he bowed. It was not a superficial gesture.
You did not bring your blade, I see. Melianos is not a trivial weapon, and it is not much required in the streets of your city. No, I do not have it. Good. I will therefore endeavor not to find offense at your presence.
The Arkan's eyes were orange. They'd been gold all evening.
Had I known that Lord Kaylin was entertaining guests of such obvious import, I would have chosen a different evening to visit. You visit often, do you? I visit my younger brother. He is currently in residence here. Yes, a Narian, I believe.
The Arkan's smile had teeth in it, and not much else. Nightshade stiffened.
He reminds me, the Arkan added, of you in our distant youth. I do not believe I was ever as he is. Not physically, no, but he has a youthful optimism that veers dangerously close to naivete.
Kaylin had said many things about Nightshade in her life. Naivete was no part of them.
Am I to be refused entry, then? No, it is not my abode. I would counsel it, but Kaylin is somewhat like your younger brother in that regard. I will be blunt. Things are politically difficult for the Emperor, and your presence here increases the difficulty for Lord Kaylin.
He continued, ignoring her cringe.
And for another of her guests. This difficulty has involved Lord Bellisteo.
Nightshade's eyes cleared somewhat.
You understand, then. You refer to Miranda Carafel. I do.
The Archon did not appear to be surprised that Nightshade knew Moran's name or situation. Then again, the Aerian court probably wasn't the only one that was spying on this house. For the first time since the door had opened, Nightshade turned to Kaylin.
Has the situation changed since her visit?
No. She exhaled. Yes, but I don't understand why. If I had to guess...
The Archon cleared his throat.
Loudly. It wasn't a roar, but it reverberated.
She has accepted the mantle of the Illumin Prevolo. She has accepted it publicly.
Nightshade smiled. There was no ice in it, no malice. It made his face look young. All Barrani looked alike to mortals who weren't familiar with them. Kaylin had that familiarity. But it seemed to her, watching, that the Archon was right. There was something of his brother in him. Lord Grammaire is also here, Kaylin told Nightshade.
That is the reason for your dress.
She had almost forgotten she was wearing it. Yes.
It is a very fine dress. I would think you might more appropriately wear it in the presence of royalty.
Silence.
Archon, you did not come alone.
It was not a question. The Archon's smile was genuine.
No. Lord Kaylin, you have always decried politics as a game played by powermongers. You understand that your current dinner table would be considered exceedingly political at this time.
I didn't plan that. She flushed and snapped her mouth shut.
Very well. What would you have me do?
Nightshade asked the Archon.
It is likely my presence will be noted, regardless. It is not the first time I have communicated with Lord Grammaire. It will no doubt not be the last. He will support the Prevolo.
I am not mortal, the Archon replied before Kaylin could. She considered this significant enough that the outraged words that had been about to fall out of her mouth died.
I do not always understand the games that mortals play, but I understand something of loyalty and service, and it is my guess, and it is only a guess, that he intends to do so.
The dragon exhaled smoke. None of it reached Nightshade.
You are correct, however. The damage your presence might do to his cause has already been done. Is your brother expecting you? Not exactly. But he knows you're here,
the brother in question said. Chapter 15. Aerian stood at the height of the foyer's grand curved staircase, just beneath the level of the ostentatious chandelier Helen had insisted was appropriate for their visitors. His face was pale, and his eyes were ringed. He looked very much like a mortal recovering from a significant bender. More important at this very moment was that he didn't look happy to see his brother. The Archon noticed as well. It would have been impossible not to. At least he'd left Mandoran behind.
"Hello, older brother,"
a cheery voice said from up above on the second floor. Or not.
"Are you guys done with dinner?"
Mandoran asked. He was the only Barrani Kaylin had ever met who spoke almost exclusively in Elantran, her mother tongue. She was fine with it. The Barrani hawks at the office often slid into Elantran when looking for appropriate phrases. She could see that neither the Archon nor Lord Nightshade considered it a plus. Not yet. Kaylin told him as he appeared at the head of the stairs, a few steps up from Aerian. They shared no blood, no family line, but they were more kin than Aerian and Nightshade, who did. Aerian turned a glare at Mandorin. Kaylin had no doubt that he also had words, but he kept those words private. It was Mandorin who usually dragged the rest of them into that private conversation by answering the unspoken out loud. "What?" he said, continuing this trend as he met Aerian's chilly glare.
"Perhaps," the Archon told the foyer at large, "we will attempt to convene an informal, intimate dinner at a third location. This one appears to have become dangerously crowded."
He turned and then turned back.
"It is dangerous when dream becomes reality, Kalanin. But I, too, have had the lost returned to me. It has complicated my life enormously, but it has given me both hope and joy."
Kaylin highly doubted that there was much joy to be found between Nightshade and Aerian, but kept this to herself. Aerian's glower made it clear enough that her words would have been superfluous. Nightshade, however, looked surprised. As the older dragon walked back toward the parlor, he said,
"Thank you, Lenogorous." "You know him?"
Mandorin asked, heading down the stairs and leaving Aerian frozen on them.
"You met him after the end of the wars
between," Nightshade replied, meeting Mandorin on the level of formality Mandorin had chosen.
"Between. You did not fight in the wars,"
Nightshade said, voice chilly. He was watching his brother.
"But the war transformed you regardless. We fought. We survived."
"He's a dragon."
"Yes, good of you to notice."
He exhaled.
"After the Second War, there were no dreams of glory left in those of us who had survived. The dragons destroyed much of our ancient lands, and we in turn destroyed their clutches, their flights. But we did not do so for our own individual purposes. We were commanded, and for the most part we obeyed. Those who did not..." He shrugged. "The practice of making outcasts differs greatly among the various races. The Barrani model is more similar to the human one than any other. Lenogorous and I had much in common. Were it not for the war, we might have done our exploration, our researches, side by side. He is learned and knowledgeable in ways that I am not. He was a formidable opponent. He was cunning, canny, and unpredictable. At the remove of centuries, that dragon and I have more in common than I have with most of the Barrani of my acquaintance. We have shared similar experiences, have experienced similar losses. I almost killed him once," he added, smiling. "It taught us both respect." "I am never going to understand my own people," was Mandorin's almost morose reply. "Helen said we can use the small dining room." Kaylin wasn't aware that they had one. "We didn't, technically," Helen said. Nightshade was not a guest in the way the dragons or the Hawk Lord were, and Mandorin and Aerian were residents. "It is a small room meant for family, and was used for regular meals. We don't use it often because, at the moment, the house is so full. It's not very roomy." Her disembodied voice paused. "Mandorin, I don't think your presence is needed." "Of course it's not," was his cheerful reply. "I don't think it's actually wanted, dear." "No? Well, I suppose I could go say hello to the Emperor. Or Kaylin's boss. I've heard a lot about him, but I've never met the man." Kaylin was almost frozen to the floor. Mandorin laughed out loud. It was both a wonderful sound and an annoying one. And that probably summed up Mandorin in total. Wonderful and annoying. "It's a joke. Given the lectures we overheard Helen giving you, it'd be as much fun as pulling teeth.
My own teeth, he added, as if this wasn't clear. Kaylin breathed again. She turned to follow the Archon and then turned back to touch Nightshade's sleeve almost hesitantly. He looked down at her because he was taller. You could try being honest, she told him softly. Why do you assume I have not been? I'm not saying you've lied to your brother. She didn't think he had. But you don't tell him everything. Just try. What is there to lose? Anarian was silent. To Anarian, Kaylin said, The Archon says you remind him of your brother when he was younger. I think he liked your brother. And now? Now doesn't matter. But I think he likes him now, which surprises me. A lot. This was true. She could not recall the Archon speaking of Nightshade with any affection in the past. I'd appreciate if you two didn't start yelling at each other until after the rest of the guests have left.
No,
the Emperor was saying when Kaylin made the doorframe.
She is not boring. I will concur. I will also, however, point out that if you are bored, you are too unoccupied. I am seldom bored, and I do not require excess excitement.
Bellisdeo laughed. Kaylin froze again. She felt like she'd spent a lot of the evening frozen in place. It's not excitement, not precisely, but you never know exactly what is going to happen if you're with Kaylin, and some of it requires the whole of my concentration and power just to survive, which can be exhilarating.
You cannot possibly expect that I would find that appealing.
The Dragon Emperor seemed mildly offended.
Were I to be in such a position, my city, my empire, would almost certainly perish.
My understanding is that you are correct, but she is chosen, Daranatos. She has some part to play, or perhaps several, before she dies.
Agreed. I've accepted her presence amongst my hawks. My hawks appear to have survived it. She is, and has been since she was allowed to formally join the force, exemplary in her work. She is not terribly adept at politics, because she cannot see it as part of that work, the Hawk Lord said, clearly part of the conversation. Then perhaps your situation, the Emperor said to Moran, will be of some aid in that regard. Apologies, he added, for implying that this is the only benefit of it.
No apologies are necessary, Your Majesty. I think where Kaylin Neya is concerned, we are probably too protective. We see her and we remember her as a child. Aerian, Leontine, human. It doesn't matter which variety. Only the Barrani are different in that regard, except Corporal Danelle. Her view tends to carry the rest of the Barrani hawks, on the other hand. Kaylin slunk out of the doorway, but not into the room. She was trying not to be mortified, and failing.
They mean well, dear, Helen said. They are not speaking poorly of you, and they wish you no ill. At times it is helpful in informal situations to have something in common. What they have in common, with the exception of the Emperor, is you. But the Emperor has evinced some flexibility where you are concerned that Bellisdeo thought he couldn't. Do not feel embarrassed that people care for you.
It's not the caring that's embarrassing. It's the thinking of me as a child part. I know how to handle myself in the city streets. I'm not helpless, and I'm not ignorant. Maybe I was when I was 13, but that was then. Helen, however, had something other than Kaylin's personal dignity on her mind.
Did you hear, dear? Bellisdeo called the Emperor by his given name. That's a very positive sign.
Kaylin couldn't see her. Helen's avatar was in the parlor, after all. But she didn't need to. She could hear Helen's beaming smile.
But I'm not certain now,
Helen added, her voice softening. Not certain about what?
I'm not certain the Emperor is right for her, or rather that she is right for the Emperor. Helen, you're giving me whiplash. Right for what? As a mate, dear. Kaylin was never going to understand her house. She personally agreed with the sentiment, but couldn't follow the path Helen had taken to arrive at it. He has his horde, Helen explained. Well, yes, it's us. Yes, dear, but dragons do not share. He's sharing the entire empire. No, dear, he is not. The empire is his. There is very little room in dragon thought for ours. But Tiamaris shares the fief that bears his name. He shares it with Tara. Is that what you think? Helen asked, obviously very surprised. I've been there. I've seen them. He does share. Kaylin, he doesn't. You haven't seen them. I've seen what you see. I see what you're seeing now when you think of them. You think that he cares for Tara, and he does. But Kaylin, Tara is his horde. He does not share her. He shares her with the rest of the fief, Kaylin argued. No, dear. I understand how you have arrived at your conclusion. But no, you are misinterpreting what you see. How? He understands Tara. He understands why she was created. He understands what went wrong for her. He does not intend ownership to be complete and impersonal. That is not the way dragon hordes work. He allows the fief to share her time and her attention because it is what she requires. It gives her both joy and strength. The Emperor does not, and in my opinion could not, see Belisteo the way Tiamaris sees Tara. Because he can't own her? Because he has his horde, dear. It will come first. It must come first. He is a dragon, not a Barrani lord. The dragons do not swerve when they have finally chosen. But Belisteo requires an autonomy, a freedom that would clash with the Emperor's focus and attention. I do not think they are right for each other. Kaylin had never been the person that people came to for romantic advice. The Emperor did. You're telling me that's not romantic. It is not. If the Emperor has his horde, he is cognizant of the need for dragon children. He understands Belisteo's significance to the race, and at the moment, the race is confined to the dragon court and those who chose to sleep rather than serve. The Emperor understands duty. The Arkan's too old. As you've noted yourself, age does not mean for the immortal what it means for the mortal. But I concur. The Arkan feels that Belisteo is a child. He treats her as if she were one, although he is remarkably clear-eyed in his interactions and expectations. Who does that leave? Tiamaris is out. Sanabalis is probably out. She'd kill Dearmat if she could. I do not believe that to be the case, but Lord Dearmat is even more formal and rigid than the Emperor. Then who does that leave? If she has to have children, and she thinks she does, even if she hates the idea, she doesn't have a lot of choice. She asked the Emperor if she could wake one or two of those who chose to sleep, and he refused her. You are possibly overlooking someone, but I will leave that for the future. I am feeling much more optimistic about the present for the dragons than I have since Belisteo came to live here. I will miss her, she added, when she chooses to leave. You should join your guests, dear. They're probably going to wonder what's happened to you. Have they stopped talking about me yet? I imagine they will, once they're aware that you're listening. The parlor discussion, during which dessert and a variety of drinks were served, went on for the next 2 hours.
Kaylin had never seen the Hawk Lord in an informal gathering before. If the gathering had started out stiffly, it had mellowed, and was surprised when he laughed. She could not remember ever hearing his laughter before. She found it almost disturbing. The Emperor's smiles were similar. She had discovered that he was possessed of an actual sense of humor, but it was bone dry, easily missed. She found it comforting to know that everyone seemed to like each other, and even more comforting to know that they had enjoyed being guests in her home. It wasn't that she wasn't used to guests. She knew Tila, after all, and Tila pretty much dropped by whenever she felt bored. But this was different. The Emperor and the Hawk Lord were not men who simply made themselves at home whenever the mood struck them. She thought the Archon might be, but he resented deeply being pried out of his library and in general left it only in emergencies. He clearly considered the state of relations between his Emperor and Belisteo to be one, but his eyes had taken only very brief jaunts into Orange through the evening. She saw her guests to the door, thanked them for coming and meant it, and relaxed only when they were finally gone. Nightshade was with Aerian. "Tell them," Kaylin said to Helen, "that they're free to shout at each other now if they absolutely have to. The Emperor's gone home." After Kaylin had ditched the dress and returned to comfortable clothing, they convened in the dining room. Mandorin joined them. "They're not shouting," Belisteo pointed out. "Yes, some people would consider that an improvement. I would, in general. Why don't you?" "They're not speaking." Kaylin wilted. "At all." "What is the problem?" the Golden Dragon asked Mandorin. She was lounging across the nearest chair in stark contrast to her very proper carriage and bearing during dinner. Apparently, Kaylin wasn't the only person who found propriety almost unbearable at times. "Hasn't changed any. Well, no, that's not true. I think Nightshade's biggest problem is the test of name in the high halls. Aerian is insisting he'll take the test. Nightshade is insisting that he can't. If Nightshade weren't outcast, there'd be no question. Aerian would obey. He'd hate it, but he'd obey. Nightshade, however, is outcast. He isn't the head of his line, and he has no moral power over his younger brother. He has familial power, and Aerian hates it but can't quite let that go, but no hierarchical claim. If Nightshade weren't outcast, on the other hand, Aerian wouldn't be so insistent on being tested." "I don't think it's a good idea," Kaylin told Mandorin. "So Helen says. I've undergone the test of name." "So Helen also says." Mandorin folded his arms and tilted his chair back on two legs. "If Aerian goes, I'm going with him." He grinned. It was not a comforting sight. "You can't. The test of name is faced alone. According to Tila, you went with Severn." "Yes, but we didn't intend to take the damn test, Mandorin. We stumbled into it by accident. This isn't a game." "No, for Aerian, it isn't. Just between the two of us, I don't give a damn about my family line. I don't give a rat's ass about the High Court. They sent us to the Green. They didn't care if we died there. I think they hoped you'd all become more powerful. Yes, and that's why they sent their younger children, their youngest sons or their daughters." Mandorin was not buying whatever the High Court of old had tried to sell him. Frankly, Kaylin didn't buy it either. But she wasn't Barrani. Her opinion was irrelevant. Also, frankly, Aerian finds his older brother's attitude condescending. He dislikes being thought of and treated as a child. By Barrani lights, he sort of is one. Yes, but by our lights, so are you, and you hate it. You should have some sympathy for him. She did, but she remembered the godlike shadow that lay in wait at the base of the Tower of Testing, lord and prison for every single Barrani who had failed. He was the test. She wondered what Aerian and Mandorin could or would do when confronted with the captives trapped in eternal hell. She thought Mandorin might be able to walk away. But Nightshade's younger brother...
Never.
The tower, Helen said quietly, is a test of many things. It's considered a test of name, Kaylin said. And it is that. But I think it is also a test of power, or perhaps a test of hubris. I don't think hubris is the right word. You've been thinking that Mandorin would be wise enough to accept the power he could not defeat, and escape with his name and his right to be called Lord. Yes, but you were also thinking that Aerian couldn't walk away. He would challenge what he found at the base of the tower because he would understand the loss to the race of the names. Kaylin fell silent. But you are also thinking that Mandorin and Aerian are not Barrani in the traditional sense, or rather, that their abilities are not confined to the abilities granted them by simple birth and simple training. You are wondering what would happen if all of the 12, or the remaining members Tila already having passed, chose to take the test together. Funny, Mandorin said, grinning. Aerian's been wondering that as well. He hasn't seen what you've seen, of course, and the lords are forbidden to speak of it. But Sidarius has also said that the tests, and the perceptions of them, are individual. How do you know what I've seen? You might have mentioned something to Tila. And Tila shared? Shocking, I know, but she does have that capability. He grimaced. Now she's mad. I'm sorry, dear. Helen seemed and sounded truly apologetic. When you think of the Tower of Testing, you think always of the dead trapped beneath it by the ancient shadows. You think of the High Lord's pain and the ladies. Yes, but that's supposed to be a secret. Yes, I cannot fathom why. Were I Barrani, I might train and teach my offspring and lead them to war to free my trapped kin. Tila has a thing or two to say, Mandorin interjected. She always does, Kaylin shot back. You don't need to throw yourself between me and Tila's anger, but I appreciate the effort. Kaylin grimaced. Share less. Mandorin predictably laughed. That's what Aerian said. And not you? Mandorin returned her steady, almost glare with a cheeky gaze of his own. I don't think his brother's wrong. He laughed as her eyebrows rose into her hairline, but the laughter drained abruptly. Tila's given us some hint of what you saw. She's given us some explanation. She saw it herself when she took and passed that test. She has the same burning desire as you have, the same desire, I'm certain, as the High Lord does. But she understands why the test exists. If the creature can take your name, if he can bind you, if he can transform you, you cannot exist as a soldier in the fight against the shadows. It's a test for corruptibility. Is that a word? It is now. I understand what you're trying to say. It's not a test of anything else. If you can face that creature and walk away with your name and yourself intact, the shadows will not be able to take you unless you give yourself to them. If you cannot walk away, the shadows would otherwise devour you. Or worse, the High Lord is surrounded by the High Court. Even his guard is composed of lords who have taken and passed that test. He is the focal point of all of our defenses in these benighted lands. He has powers that even the strongest of the arcanists who grace his court do not have. If he were to be corrupted, those powers would be turned against us in the worst case. In the best, they would simply cease to be used at all. I understand your desire to save the helpless, Mandorin added. He grimaced. I'd have to understand it. At least half our cohort has the same desire. Sidarius surprises me, though. She was always the most martial, the most powerful of our number. And by power, I mean she understood politics and was perfectly willing to play that game. And the others? The other half? They're like me. Is it horrible? Yes. But, Kaylin, no one is forced to take that test. I'll go if an Aerian goes. I have to go. He's my Cayuthe, my chosen kin. Tila can't go, she's gone. She'd need permission, and I don't think she'd be given it. But if an Aerian chooses to go, Helen's going to get a lot more crowded. Why? None of us would let an Aerian go alone. You're here, Kaylin pointed out. Yes, and they would be here as well, even those who think he's being an idiot. Nightshade thinks he's being an idiot. Yes. And an Aerian thinks his brother has lost all sense of honor and responsibility. Yes, got it in two. Mandorin slumped across the table and said, in a plaintive voice, I'm starving. Helen glanced at the top of his head with mild disapproval. That is not how we ask for dinner, she told him, but food did appear to the left of his elbow. If I'd realized how complicated this was all going to be, Mandorin told the tabletop, I'd have stayed in the green. You could have. An Aerian's too straight and narrow to be left on his own. He was the best, or the stupidest, of all of us. He lifted his head. He revered his older brother. Even when we changed, when we were altered by the regalia, his regret and desire was to find Nightshade and bring him home, and that was before his brother became outcast. The current High Lord is not the one who banished him. Yes, we believe there may be avenues available to have him reinstated. Nightshade, however, has professed disinterest in that. The lady seems to like him. It doesn't matter, Kaylin. He is outcast until and unless the High Lord deems otherwise. He is alive, and was left alive, because he captained one of the 7 towers. He was considered by many an ugly necessity. He is still considered that way, but his life is guaranteed by his position in the fiefs. And an Aerian has opposition, regardless. An Aerian's line did not end, but it passed into the hands of distant cousins, and they are all lords of the court. They have no desire whatsoever to see Nightshade returned to prominence. They've even, according to Tila, made moves to demand the return of Melianos, his great sword, to the court. She snorted. Good luck with that. Mandorin grinned. I believe Tila's suggestion was that anyone who felt they could take the sword that he'd earned was free to try. She refused, as a wielder of one of the 3, to join in the attempt. I don't think Tila hates Nightshade either. Or she didn't, until he marked you. I think he did that because he wanted to keep you. Because he thought you'd be useful in finding and possibly finally rescuing his long-lost younger brother. Something like that. Do me a favor. Don't say that to an Aerian if you haven't already. He's blaming himself enough. He doesn't need to add that mark to his score. Score? Isn't that the Elantran word I want? Given Mandorin, it probably was the word he meant. Given the gravity of the situation, she said, I'm sure it's not. Well, anyway, he feels guilty. We'd like him to stop that. It's painful, and yet at the same time almost boring. Bellis Deo snorted smoke. You are impossible. You are not quite boring, and yet I occasionally feel the strong desire to end your existence, or at least make it vastly less comfortable. Right back at you, Mandorin said. He propped his head up on his hands, his elbows braced against the table. He then noticed the food and thanked Helen profusely. You have saved my life, he told her. Yes, Helen agreed, in a more severe tone. I would appreciate it if you don't go to such lengths to waste my efforts. He laughed. Bellisdeo surprised Kaylin. As they were heading to their rooms for what Kaylin felt was a much-deserved rest given the stress of the evening, she said, "Thank you." "For what?" The gold dragon smiled. It was almost rueful. "I didn't think much of your idea for an informal dinner at first. It wasn't actually my idea. I know, but you agreed. The Emperor didn't command you." He asked. "I like not to be Ash. It's not actually against the law for the Emperor to breathe on me." Bellisdeo smiled. "No, it isn't. As was pointed out, I did not expect to enjoy myself, but Kaylin, I did. Lenogoro seemed happy as well, and that is important to me." Kaylin exhaled. "He cares a lot about both of you. The you part I can understand, but the Emperor doesn't seem to like the type of person it's easy, or even smart, to love." "If we're being honest," Bellisdeo said, "neither were we when we were young. I think half the clutch fathers would have reduced us to cinders without a second thought had we been male. We were, and please don't feel it necessary to repeat this, probably a lot like Mandorin, then like an Aerian. Lenogoros was so stuffy and so proper, we often targeted him for mischief. And yet he remembers us fondly." "Thank you," she said again. "In a strange way, this evening gives me hope." In the morning, Moran came to the table dressed for war. She wore the very colorful dress, she wore the bracelet, and she had adopted a long spear. She had arrived, Helen said, at the table early and intended to accompany Kaylin to work. "Doesn't that normally work the other way around? We accompany her?" "Ah, I believe she intends to accompany you to work on a more roundabout route." "She wants to see Eventon." It wasn't a question. "Yes, dear. She believes he will be more helpful or more sympathetic if you are present." "She's dead wrong about that." "I'm not sure she is. If Lilius wanted to meet with Moran, don't you think she'd have given her the gift herself? She approached Eventon, who approached me." "Yes, dear. I did mention this to Moran." "Who doesn't care?" "No, dear. Lilius saved Moran's life when she was much younger. It is highly likely that's the reason Lilius was made outcast and stripped of her wings." Kaylin let out a volley of angry Leontine, which was best when one felt like raging. It had a growling built in. "I don't suppose you could tell Moran that I'm sick and staying in bed today?" "Not convincingly, no. If you insist, however, I will try." "Never mind. Eventon's really cranky in the morning, you know that?" "I thought you believed he was always cranky." "Only at me." Chapter 16. The good news for the morning was that the Emperor's decision to deny the remand had not quite reached the Aerian caste court in time for them to really marshal their forces of assassination. This meant the walk to work was theoretically as safe as yesterday's. A remand to the imperial courts would probably change that. But Kaylin wasn't certain how. It did make her uneasy. The bad news for the morning was that Eventon was not awake by the time Moran had marched them to his front door. Grethen was, poor sod, but he greeted the guests with both respect and bleary-eyed affection. Well, the affection part was mostly aimed at the familiar, who, as usual, leapt off Kaylin's shoulder at the first opportunity to land on the apprentice, chattering away in his happy squawk as opposed to his outraged one. "Eventon's asleep?" Kaylin asked, perhaps a shade too eagerly. Tila and Tane had shown up at the house, as had Severn. They all understood that they were the unspoken bodyguard while Moran traveled to and from the halls. Eventon's doorway was therefore crowded with Bellisdeo, the Barrani, the Aerian, and the two human hawks. It was practically a racial congress. All they needed was a Leontine, given Grethen was Tha'alani. "Not anymore," Grethen replied apologetically. "Normally I'd let him sleep, but he seemed to be expecting someone this morning.
and made sure I knew to wake him up."
Kaylin's wince was genuine. "I don't envy you." "It's all right," was the surprisingly cheerful reply. "I'm not the person he's going to be annoyed at." Grethen didn't usher them into Evanton's unofficial office, the kitchen, because there wasn't enough room. He left them in the second half of the storefront. It was about as clean as it had been the first time she'd been ushered into Evanton's presence. Some of the cobwebs were old friends. They hadn't, as far as she could see, accrued more dust over time, but they certainly hadn't shed any of it either. Evanton could be heard clumping his way down the stairs, which meant he was using a cane. He didn't always require one, but said he found them useful to maintain his balance when he'd had a particularly trying day, which generally meant he'd been arguing with the wild elements in his garden. He paused in the doorway. His face, always lined and imprinted with age, was pinched.
"I see,"
he said, clinging to his cane as if it would help him hold on to his temper.
"It's a busy morning."
He glared at Kaylin. Of course he did.
"What have I told you about me and mornings?"
"I've come here in the morning before."
"Not before you start work. This is practically assault, and you're a hawk."
To Tila he added, just as sourly,
"You, at least, should know better."
Tila's smile was genuine. She was amused. Then again, the Barrani didn't technically require sleep, which made them enormously smug around races that did. Evanton's crankiness bounced right off Tila and hit Kaylin in the side of the figurative head. "You're not a morning person yourself." She really wasn't. "It wasn't my idea."
"Imagine how much that comforts a tired, exhausted old man."
"Her imagination is not that good," Tila told Evanton. "I believe you're acquainted with everyone currently in the room."
"You are incorrect,"
Evanton snapped. He really was in a mood. Grethen had, as he so often did when Evanton was like this, vanished. He'd taken Small and Squawky with him. Kaylin exhaled. "Evanton, this is Moran. Moran, Evanton." Moran was staring at the old man, her mouth half open. She hadn't spoken a single word since she'd entered his shop. In and of itself, this wasn't unusual. Moran wasn't big with words and used them sparingly, unless she was angry, in which case she could curse like a hawk. She wasn't angry now.
Moran da Carafel?"
Evanton asked. He was good, Kaylin thought. If she hadn't known better, she would have said he hadn't actually recognized her. Moran stiffened at the use of her flight name. No surprise there. "It was my idea to come this early in the morning. Please don't be angry with Kaylin or Tila."
"I am not angry. I am merely annoyed and underslept. Kaylin is not notable for her observational skills if there has been no technical crime, or if the crime itself is largely social in nature."
He offered Moran a formal bow, which was a surprise.
"Illumen Prevolo."
Moran returned the bow after another pause, in which her eyes lost their purple and returned to a more natural Aerian gray, with blue in it.
"You wished to speak with me?"
"Yes, I did." She shook herself free of whatever it was she'd seen to distract her and returned, with the force of a sergeant, to the job at hand. "One of your clients is a woman named Lilius." Evanton gave Kaylin the side-eye, but didn't deny it. "I'm sorry. The Emperor wanted to know, and I don't tell the Emperor to get stuffed." But that was mostly a lie. Moran had wanted to know.
"Did you not stop to consider that perhaps Lilius did not wish to be known? Did you give her gift to the Prevolo?"
"No, I wouldn't take it," Moran said, picking up the answer before Kaylin could fumble it. "I haven't seen Lilius in years. I was told that she had passed away."
You did not believe it.
Oh, I believed it. Moran's eyes were definitely blue now. Death might have been kinder.
Might it? You yourself cannot fly, or so I have been told. Would you prefer death?
On some days, yes. Silence. Eventon cleared his throat.
You are younger than you look, Prevolo. If you desired flight, I am certain that Kaylin could heal your wing. She has healed more difficult injuries before, and the healing is harder the farther out from the original injury. You have not elected to do so.
Moran said nothing.
Why do you wish to speak with Lilius?
Moran said more nothing.
If you cannot answer that simple question, I am afraid I will send you on to your day's work while I go back to bed.
She saved my life, Moran said. The words sounded as if they were being pulled out of her mouth by main force. She saved my life when I was young. I should have died. I would have died. My grandmother did.
Ah.
I wasn't old enough to understand the politics. I wasn't old enough to understand the need for adoption. I wasn't old enough to understand legitimacy, or more precisely, illegitimacy. I'm not sure I truly understood what had happened. Lilius grabbed me and flew.
To where?
To the ground. To the ground far beneath the southern reach. I want to speak with her because... She paused. I want to apologize to her.
For that I will not break my own rules of good business.
He was frowning at Moran as if she were Kaylin in disguise.
You will have to do better, Sergeant.
Moran looked almost as helpless in the face of Eventon as Kaylin felt in the face of most of life. It didn't last. She shoved her inner sergeant to the forefront, straightened her back, her shoulders, the fall of her wings, even the injured one, and said, I want to thank her. Eventon smiled then.
For?
For all of the obvious reasons. For saving my life, first among them.
In order for that to have value, you must consider your own life to have worth. Do you understand?
She exhaled. Yes, sir.
Good. As you can imagine, I cannot snap my fingers and immediately produce Lilius. But if you will return to my store at closing time, she will be here, if she is willing to meet you at all.
As Kaylin drew breath to speak, Eventon said,
Lilius accepts what was done to her, inasmuch as she can. She can pass for human if she is calm, and she has managed to do so. But she avoids Aerians. She wants neither their pity nor her own fear of being lesser, being mutilated. Your sergeant is the Aerian she most reveres. To appear before her when she herself is wingless will take a great deal of determination and courage, and I am not entirely certain she has either in her. She would consider it humiliating.
Moran flinched over different words in Eventon's sentence. She shouldn't, was her flat reply at the end.
No, she should not. But if a hawk loses his or her right arm or leg, they are no longer fit for active duty. Although they once shared the same responsibilities and risks as the rest of the hawks, they might consider being with hawks to be an emphasis of everything they have lost.
He was looking at Kaylin as he spoke.
Some people will see what they aren't. They will pity them for it. They will see nothing but the loss.
He meant Kaylin. And some people pretend they've lost nothing, the private countered.
Indeed, and that is difficult in a different way. Why? Because neither of them involves seeing the actual person as he or she is now. I am not saying that it is a simple problem. It should be, but people complicate everything they're involved in. Lilius has lived a great deal of her life on the ground. She has not committed suicide. She has lost the use of her wings, as you yourself might, Moran, if you continued to be stubborn, and the loss was an experience that devastated her. She chose, as she could, to heal. I will not have you consider her as only the sum of her injuries. Do you both understand?
Kaylin froze. Moran said nothing. To Kaylin, Evanton continued.
Your mother died when you were 5. 5 years old in the fiefs, I believe.
Kaylin nodded. She wasn't certain where this was going, but could guess that she probably wouldn't like it.
If every single human you met looked at you with horror, called you a poor dear, and treated you like an orphaned child now, would you be fine with that?
No! She stopped. No.
You will probably be more of a disaster in that meeting than your sergeant. Your sergeant's sense of guilt and responsibility is too personal. True, but she is older. You have daydreamed of having wings and flight since I first met you. Understand that these are daydreams. You have also daydreamed of great wealth, but you do not pity those that are not greatly wealthy. Do not pity those who cannot fly, even if they once could. Flight did not make them safe. Flight is not in and of itself ennobling, as I am sure you are discovering in the current, somewhat charged political arena. And now, I am going back to bed.
He put action to the words and left them all in the store without another word. They made their way to the halls of law. Kaylin was silent as she considered Evanton's words and his particular example.
"What are you thinking?" Tila demanded, elbowing her in the ribs to get her attention.
"I'm thinking that you almost knocked me over," which was true. She righted herself as her familiar started to chew her hair. "And I'm thinking that Evanton was right. Or is right." "Oh, this grown-up thing? It's hard." Tila looked both amused and slightly surprised. Kaylin latched on to the latter. "Is there something on my face?"
"No. It's just the first time I've ever heard you imply that you're not a grown-up."
"Tane, there's a first for everything." It was Moran who said, "You weren't the only one he was disappointed in, and I don't have half your excuses." Her smile was wan. "I think he meant to imply that what I want from Lilius is absolution." At Kaylin's expression, she added, "Forgiveness. My mother died. My grandmother died. I thought Lilius had died. All of them because I exist. My mother and grandmother have nothing left to give me, no matter how much I think I need it. Lilius might. But Evanton's right." She grimaced. "It's been years since I've been lectured like that. I felt like I was 4 years old again." "Me too." "So, it is hard, this grown-up thing, yes. But the alternative is not acceptable either." The discussion of their relative immaturity stopped by unspoken agreement well before they reached the halls of law. But Kaylin looked up frequently. The Aerian hawks were on the move. They were flying in tight formations, practicing aerial drills. They didn't appear to notice the people passing beneath them, but Kaylin figured there'd be a test at the end of the day. They couldn't be hawks and fail to note the significant things. Then again, she'd never been directly under an Aerian corporal or sergeant. Moran's infirmary was staffed by hawks, which made it part of the hawks, in theory. In practice, the swords used it as well. Clint and Tanner were on duty at the door. Clint said something inaudible, at least to the mortals present, to Tanner, set his pole arm against the nearest stretch of wall, and then leapt down the stairs in a bound that used wings. He landed in front of Moran. He landed almost on one knee. It was impressive, and Kaylin wondered if any of the Aerians learning their drills above them had seen it, noted it, marked it. Moran said something in Aerian. Kaylin didn't actually recognize the word or phrase. Although she understood most day-to-day Aerian, she knew she was missing something cultural, and knew as well that it wasn't taught in racial integration classes. Clint replied. He replied, however, in Elantran. "Prevolo, we are yours to command." "Technically," Moran replied, sliding into Elantran as well. "You're the Hawk Lords to command. When I walk through those doors, I'm a hawk." She didn't tell him to stand. She spoke to his bent head. He raised that head and met her gaze. "While you wear those robes, you are Prevolo." "I'm Prevolo regardless," Moran countered. "You've always known it." Clint shook his head. "You were born with the wings. You were not. You were never willing to acknowledge what that means. Until now." "It changes nothing," Moran told him. Clint's eyes were a pale, steady blue. They weren't angry blue, though. In the light, if one weren't careful, they'd seem closer to ash gray. "It changes everything." "It doesn't. The risk to you and to your families remains the same. In the current climate, it isn't safe. If it was safety we wanted, we would never have joined the Hawks. We would never have sworn to surrender our lives in the attempt to uphold and enforce the Emperor's laws. You are Prevolo now. Even those who doubted before have fallen silent. You are our flight." Moran motioned and Clint rose. "I don't want anyone to sacrifice their lives in anything but pursuit of the law." "That decision is not yours to make," he countered. "If you are mine to command, yes, it is." He grinned, his teeth a slash of even, perfect white. "How long have you been a hawk? You understand exactly how command works behind those doors." Kaylin shrugged. Clint was right. Marcus was technically in charge. The Hawk Lord was technically the ultimate authority. But hawks since the dawn of time, or at least the start of the halls of law, had ways of doing what they thought was the right thing. They understood the chain of command. They understood the rules. They also understood that for small things, rules were flexible. You could stretch the hell out of them without ever actually breaking them. People, she thought, just were not good at blind obedience. Moran surprised Kaylin. She smiled. It was rueful, but genuine. Fair enough. The tenor of Aerian interactions within the halls of law had changed. Clint wasn't the only one who seemed affected by Moran's decision. The very colorful dress that Moran wore looked entirely out of place in the office, even with the hawk's tabard hanging over most of it. It couldn't be disguised. Nor did Moran make that attempt. She was as good as her word. When Bellisteo preceded her into the infirmary, she shooed the rest of her unofficial bodyguard away. The familiar screamed. Moran stared at him, her eyes beginning to widen, as Kaylin, obeying instincts she hadn't realized she'd developed, turned back toward the Aerian sergeant and leapt, literally leapt, the distance that divided them. Her hair had time to stand on end, and her skin felt as if it were being flayed from the rest of her in one damn piece. As the door opened and the world exploded in a flash of painful, painful color, Kaylin's ridiculous first thought was, Marcus is going to be so pissed off. The familiar's golden bubble extended to cover only Severn and the Aerian. Bellisteo was beyond its range, as were the Barrani corporals. They were thrown back, Bellisteo into Kaylin and Moran, Tila and Tane down the hall. There was a moment of silence, the kind of silence that happens in the wake of something loud. And then noise returned at a remove. Tila was already on her feet, her eyes midnight blue. Tane was half a step behind her, but Tila had always had the best reflexes on the Barrani side of the department. Their tabards and their leathers were going to need either major cleaning or repairs. Bellisteo's clothing was going to require complete replacement. She shed it without much regret, armoring up instead. The scales that adorned her dragon body became small plates behind which the human form could shelter. All dragons could do this, and were generally forced to it if they'd chosen to adopt their draconic shape without enough preparation or warning. "Failed to mention this to the Emperor," the dragon said. She wobbled. "I can't." "You can fail to volunteer the information. I've seen you do that 100 times. I write it all up in the reports. The ones that Marcus shreds rather than reading. Yeah, those ones. Fine. Write it up in a report. Marcus'll read this one." Bellasdeo impressed Kaylin with her command of the Leontine language, or at least the important bits. Also, dragons could growl. Human throats didn't do justice to Leontine, but dragon throats clearly did. "Are you all right?" "Nothing is broken." Bellasdeo winced. "Ribs?" Moran asked. "Possibly cracked. I've certainly suffered worse in my time." She righted herself, stepping back from Kaylin and the familiar. Tila had already made it to what remained of the infirmary's door, about a third of the door frame at knee height or below. "I think it's safe," she told Moran. "There's no longer obvious active magic." She was frowning. So was Kaylin. "I didn't sense anything." "No, it's not as impressive as the arcane bomb that destroyed your home," Tila observed. "But it wouldn't have to be. It wasn't meant to kill a dragon. It was, as far as I can tell, a very traditional explosion. You felt nothing at all?" "Not until the explosion was already happening, no." Tila shook her head. "Corporal," she said to Severn, "can you keep an eye on Kaylin while the rest of us stand in front of an outraged, angry Leontine for a few minutes?" Severn nodded. So did Kaylin. Tila meant for her to examine the room for magical sigils and signatures. The Imperial mages would no doubt be called in as the experts. But Marcus would want as much information as he could get his claws on as quickly as possible, and Imperial mages were not terrified privates under his command. "I don't understand how I missed this," Kaylin told her partner as she picked her way through what remained of the room's bedding. "I think it must have been hidden in the cupboard to the left." Severn nodded. The cupboard in question had ceased to exist. There was a large indent in the wall where the cupboard had once been affixed. There were a lot of splinters and some impressive charring around the hanging bits of wood and glass that had been farther away. The mirror, the large mirror, was shards. Moran wasn't going to be able to reclaim anything that had been in the infirmary at the time. Luckily, there had been no patients strapped to beds, because they wouldn't have survived it either. "Anything?" Kaylin nodded, frowning. "It's a single sigil, a modest one. I don't think I've seen it before." The familiar squawked loudly. "It's surprisingly small is the thing. An explosion of this nature should have splashed magical signatures across most of the walls or anything left standing, which was probably why Tila had left them behind. This one didn't." She froze. The familiar sighed loudly and lifted his left wing. He was perched on her right shoulder, to cover her eyes. Kaylin's Leontine was not as impressive as Bellasdeo's, but she was certain she meant it more. "You know that don't touch anything at a crime scene rule?" "I haven't touched anything at all." "I don't think it's necessarily completely safe for anyone to be in this room." Severn was unwinding his weapon chain. It's not quite like that. I think," she shook her head, "there's shadow here, or the corpse of shadow. It's spread across everything like it's blood." Sergeant Kassan was not happy. Given the color of his eyes, there was barely room for more anger, but he managed it. He didn't blame Kaylin because it wasn't her fault, but when he was in a mood, fault didn't matter. Convenient targets did. "I want the dragon sent home," Marcus said, dispensing with all pretense at formality. "I'm not in command of the dragon,"
Technically, the Hawk Lord could ask to have her removed, but the Hawk Lord has been told that Lord Belesteo has imperial permission to be here. By the Emperor.
That's why I'm telling you to do it. I want the dragon sent home. We are going to be ash and body parts if she's injured.
The Hawk Lord...
The Hawk Lord is in conference with the Wolf Lord and the Sword Lord. And the Emperor. Security in the halls should have prevented something like this from happening here. Clearly the breach was deliberate.
That was what was upsetting him. Stupidity could, and sometimes did, enrage him, but he didn't consider stupidity malice. He figured he could scream it out of the new recruits, and in general he could. This wasn't a problem caused by new recruits who needed to learn the rules. This was done by someone who already knew what the rules were and had circumvented them. It implied actual knowledge. Maybe.
You're thinking,
Marcus growled. I couldn't feel the magic at all. It's possible that someone, anyone, carried it in. It would be unremarkable. It was in the supplies cabinet. Moran might know which supplies it was hidden in. There wasn't enough left over for me to take an educated guess, but the shadow is disturbing. It's the second time we've seen it. The man in the holding cells wasn't aware of it. It seems inert somehow and about as sentient as... She bit back the comment. It didn't seem to have a will of its own, and that's a lot more common with shadow.
I think...
Marcus said, rising as something over Kaylin's shoulder caught his attention.
It's time to speak with our prisoner.
Kaylin turned in the direction of Marcus's glare. He was incapable at this point of anything else. And she recognized the man who stood on the office side of the doors, waiting, his expression dour but otherwise inscrutable. It was Navorin, a young member of the Tha Alanari, the small branch of the race of telepaths that was judged strong enough to experience the insanity of outsiders without flooding the group racial memory with it. He was bronze, blonde, and his eyes were very, very green, which in the Tha Alani was the equivalent of Barrani blue. They lightened slightly, gaining some gold as he saw Kaylin. He bowed to her. Not to Marcus, and she saw that beneath the tan, his color was bad. And it would be. Of course it would be. The Emperor demanded, and she remembered once again that she hated him for it, that the Tha Alani surrender members for the use of the halls of law and the imperial interrogators. Navorin was one. She wished it had been Skoros instead, or even Ebeline. But that's not who they'd sent, and perhaps the older two were unavailable. She crossed the room before Marcus could, reached Navorin and lifted her face, her forehead. He hesitated only briefly, the flexible stalks that graced the foreheads of every member of his race, then danced a moment in the air as he bent toward her. He touched her forehead with those stalks, as he would have to do with the criminal. And she heard his voice. He heard hers. No words were necessary. She heard more than that, though. She heard Ebeline, the caste lord of the Tha Alani, the only caste lord Kaylin trusted, the only one she was certain she could.
Kaylin, Ebeline, you have not visited us in a while.
Things have been a little hectic here.
Yes, I see.
Kaylin heard an immediate plethora of voices, most of them young. She made field trips to the Tha Alani quarter with the foundlings and had discovered that children of any race had a lot in common. Although the Tha Alani young could have attention whenever they wanted it, they seemed to want an endless supply, and the foundlings had not yet learned to fear and hate the mind readers. Kaylin wanted to make sure they never did. But that wasn't in her hands. She could only offer them the experience and hope.
Kaylin,
Navorin said, a hint of amusement in his tone.
I believe your sergeant is about to rip out your throat.
There was no fear in the words.
Is there anything I should know?
This was a very polite way of asking permission to sort through Kaylin's understanding of events, and she gave it instantly. It was much easier than trying to come up with the right words, and it allowed for very, very little misunderstanding. Kaylin blinked and opened her eyes as Navorin withdrew his stalks. Marcus was growly.
"When you're finished,"
he said. There were other words he wanted to add, but Navorin wasn't a hawk, and in general he tried not to humiliate his subordinates in front of outsiders. On the other hand, he'd had a very bad morning, and the day wasn't looking up. Caitlin waved to Navorin and asked how his mother was. Kaylin knew he had a mother, obviously everyone did, but it had never occurred to her to ask. Nor had it occurred to her to ask about Navorin's new and first child. Navorin's eyes were almost gold by the end of Caitlin's barrage of friendly questions. Marcus's eyes were distinctly orange, but he tolerated it with only a background growl of general irritation. Navorin had been well-trained. He knew what Leontines were likely to do or be, but he also clearly understood Caitlin's role in the office. He knew that answering her questions would not be considered insubordination of any kind, because it was Caitlin who asked. It made him comfortable, or as comfortable as he could be given his job here. Kaylin was grateful for the office den mother, as Marcus impatiently took the lead. Chapter 17. The Barrani guarding the prisoner were playing dice. It wasn't, strictly speaking, a cultural pastime of the Barrani, but they'd adapted well to it. Humans didn't play with them, though, as the Barrani had a fairly rarefied concept of cheating. It didn't count if you won. Since the Barrani had an aptitude for magic, and the type of magic that helped dice stop on certain faces was so trivial it wouldn't be worthy of note among their own kin, it was a great way to throw money away. No hawk, no matter how green, was willing to lose their temper and start a brawl when the opponent was Barrani. Well, unless they were drunk. Or young. Kaylin winced, thinking about being young and drunk, and decided to think about the prisoner instead. He was skittish. Of course he was. Navorin was here.
"I've cooperated. I've answered all your questions."
Fear, Kaylin thought, was the contagion that the Tha-Alanari were trained to keep away from the racial mind. Fear was, to the Tha-Alani, a particular type of insanity. If left untended, unquieted, it spread like fire through dry grass, with about the same results. She had hated the Tha-Alani when she had first come to the halls of law. She didn't hate them now, but she understood the man's fear and tried very hard not to judge him. Her natural protective instincts made this harder than it should have been. He'd come to threaten and control Margot, but Kaylin had done worse in her time.
"Yes, you have, but there are elements of your story that require further investigation before you start whining,"
the Leontine growled.
"I don't believe you've lied, but an arcane bomb destroyed an important room or two in the halls, and everyone is on edge. You were carrying shadow."
The man blanched. He had seen it with his own eyes. He couldn't deny it. It was, Kaylin thought, the heart of his fear. He didn't feel different. But what if he was? What if the shadow had transformed him somehow?
"Well, so was the bomb. Private Neya has experience with shadow. None of that prior experience is useful. We don't know how you were infested with shadow. We know that you were, and that it was purged by the private. What we need to know now is who hired you. I told you that. And what they gave or exchanged with you that might have been a way to convey that shadow. It's obviously not something you noticed."
The man's eyes were wide. He was almost green and sweating. Kaylin understood this as well. She turned to Navorin, lifting her face. Navorin's eyes rounded, and then his lips quirked in an almost bitter smile. But he dropped his stalks to Kaylin's forehead.
I'm really, really sorry.
I am not aware that you have anything to be sorry about. The decision was the Emperor's, or the Hawklord's. It was not and is not yours. You wish him to witness this contact, yes?
Yes. I can't tell him that you're not going to read his mind. Of course you are. He'd have to be dead not to notice. This is all I've got. I can let him see that you touch me and that I'm not noticeably insane. Stop laughing.
Sorry.
I don't think that word means what you think it means. And you know what? He doesn't deserve the consideration. I don't care if he's terrified. He should damn well be terrified. He should never have agreed to work for Aerian assassins, and maybe, if he survives this, and you'll note the Barrani guards, he'll remember never to do it again. I'm not doing this for his sake.
No, you are attempting to lessen his fear. For our sake.
Yes, and I resent it.
She heard Ebeline's laughter. It was bright and full, and it permeated the entire mental space with a kind of wry, affectionate approval. Navorin withdrew his stalks. Kaylin was smiling with an echo of Ebeline's amusement. There was no edge in it. There was never an edge in the Tha-Alani Caste Lord's laughter. The man had watched, open-mouthed, as Navorin had touched Kaylin's forehead. Kaylin, who resented him nonetheless, said, "Don't fight it. The only thing the Emperor wants is information about what was done to you, and how it might have been done. If you let him see that without struggling to hide it, there won't be any pain. And it'll be over before you know it. He's not going to look for all the other crimes you were involved in. He's not going to look for anything about your past that isn't directly related to the Shadow incident. Got it?"
What did he want from you?
The man's voice was shaky and his color was still terrible, but it wasn't as bad, which was probably as much as anyone could hope for. To say hello, more or less. Navorin had been fitted with a memory crystal. They were very, very rare and very, very expensive, and the Imperial coffers did not extend to their common use. He therefore touched the prisoner's forehead, and the prisoner did have to be restrained, and extracted information. Whether or not it would be useful would be determined later. Kaylin watched Navorin brace himself against the contact, and she looked away. The Tha-Alani didn't want this any more than the human man did. Standing over them both was the Emperor, or the shadow he cast. The man, however, stopped struggling. He had not passed out. He spoke to Navorin. Kaylin couldn't hear the Tha-Alani's reply, but she saw the prisoner relax, marginally. She was very, very surprised when he started to cry. They were not tears of terror. He spoke again. He told Navorin what to look for. He volunteered the information, and although it wasn't necessary, as Navorin was trained well, Kaylin was almost impressed. The only time she'd been given to a Tha-Alani interrogator, she had fought every step of the way. In the end, he dropped slowly to his knees, forcing Navorin to follow to maintain physical contact. When Navorin stepped back, the man lifted his face to stare at the Tha-Alani, whose eyes were not green, but not gold either. He said nothing,